going to have to fight two different players on the Heretics over towards B. This is a moment where Heretics can capture both zones at the same time.
It looks like Fame was out of position. He gets his first. Ooh, nearly the second. That's good enough for now. Oh, no, it's not. Real! How did he pull that one off? Flying towards B, vehicle in your spawn. The force spree down, but the numbers here for LAG running out Riel through the back door. This could get ugly real fast. No, Screw holds it together. Metals steps up to the plate and knocks him clean out. The second nearly, but the trades are done. The Heretics are in.
Oh, and this is going to be a good cruise missile. Nowhere to go indoors. You're going to be running through an open field, and he's calling, what, two players inside of green? And he's going to slow him down so much. One tick already through. They're going to get this round.
Oh, my word. They're going to get the round. They're going to get the series. Real keeping him at bay by the bus. Two dead. LAG fight forward. Cool cuts him down. Lucky's there as well. This is going to be the series. You've got to get in there. LAG can't find it. Through the window contest. Cut down. Good night. Lights out. Heretics. Bienvenido al grupo del ganadores. I did that terribly, but it means welcome to the winners bracket. GG's 3-0.
Yeah, we will be seeing these guys in Toronto. That was ferocious. And I know Miami, it is sort of a multi-step process. They are still on their quest just to win a map on land. But the Call of Duty, like the way they're playing, they certainly look like the teamwork is so much more on point than it has been with any different roster combination these guys have had. So excited to see them potentially. As LAG, as the stats guys, hate these moments when players leave the game because they're embarrassed about their performance. Well, Heretics, they stayed in for good reason. Everybody going positive, absolutely destructive. Lucky had 10 tiers captured as well, so he's just hanging out on the objective while his teammates get to fry. Metal's the damage dealer, and Real, the main slayer. Heretics, they have found their form.
Look at that. You're absolutely right, though, mate. A team that has struggled so much on LAN, that gameplay didn't look like it was affected too much by any sort of latency or whatever. So we'll see if they can keep that one going, because it don't get better than that. That was a 3-0. I wonder how the desk feels. So on the desk.
Just an easy read as usual, fellas.
Easy read for the king. Solid coming.
Could it have been? We thought the Heretics would win.
Who thought, man?
If only one person here could call it. Nameless, did you see a 3-0 coming, though?
Oh, I called it 3-1. I thought that they would lose the control. They've been bad in that game mode. You know, I'll take this off.
No, you look great. You look great. Yeah.
But honestly, well done. I mean, the hard point was the reason I said Heretics would win this, and that was a flawless hard point. Literally won almost every single rotation. We were talking about Metals. He's always in the right spot at the right time, right amount of pressure. Heretics are the real deal.
Can you put the crown back on? It's way better. All right, let's get into the highlights here, Ali, as we take a look at the SMG Real living up to the hype. We highlighted his stats coming in. He wasn't the only one, though. It seemed like the teamwork was definitely there for the Heretics today.
Definitely. I think my biggest shout has to be Vehicle Metals during that map number 2 high rise. Both of them dropping 10+ kills, and Lucky in all the first bloods he was getting for his team on the side of Miami Heretics, and that's what they needed. Real had been the main slayer the majority of the stage, but when Miami Heretics was finding success, it was off of plays from Lucky and Vehicle traditionally. So to see them step up here in this LAG match was huge.
A streak to start the game. Not too bad there for Real to close things out.
Yeah, I love what I saw from them. You know, this control was just, like, beautiful. They set the tone in that first offensive round, just being so aggressive. But I'm going to circle back to that HP once again.
Do it.
I mean, even on, like, the P4, like, you know the spawns can get wild. Like, you spawn all the way back out P3, you can spawn all the way by pool, right? It gets pretty tough. But they were able to manage that perfectly, back and forth volleying it, and then chaining that into a spawn trap. And also, if you're just now joining us, go back and watch that round 10 strat, because we were going crazy in the green room. Well executed by Heretics.
It is a team effort from Miami, and all 4 members earn our Scuff Play of the Game, as they will be attending Toronto in the winners bracket for the 2nd time this season.
And we just missed the most important moment from this matchup, which was Real going on that huge spree. I believe it was 7 or 8 during that map number 1, is when this game was actually tied. They were about 100 to 100, but he goes on a 7 streak. They get the full 60 in P1 and the early rotation over to P2 to then give themselves that huge lead to close out the map. But just great gameplay overall from the side of Heretics.
I'll tell you what, I do not want to fight Metals anywhere near that diner. Well done to the whole squad. They lock it in, and they set us up for a very swift day. But I have a feeling we could see a longer series with New York and Toronto coming up. Before that, though, we got to talk with our monster winner, spotlight winner. It's Lucky today. Lucky, welcome back. How do you feel?
Hey, guys.
You guys are going to the winners bracket this time with Real in the lineup.
personally, I'm feeling amazing, and I think the team as well. We've been putting a lot of work these past few weeks. We know the results have not been going pretty well, but we are seeing improvements, and hopefully we can show up like the next week at LAN.
Lucky, congratulations on the win, and not only that, a very dominant one and a dominant 3-0 on the control, which I feel like you guys definitely need heading into Toronto. I want to ask you, how is Real feeling about playing on LAN for the first time? How excited are you guys to watch him?
He's super excited. I mean, we are all excited, but him personally, his ceiling is so high that he's so excited to play next week. And yeah, overall, I think he's a great add to the team because he puts a lot of pressure. He knows what to do. He knows when to stay alive. So we're very happy with him.
Lucky, fantastic work throughout this stage, especially in this match. In this stage, you guys have been up and down in hardpoint, but it seems like you've been putting in a lot of work there. You were 12th in rotation winning percentage coming into this. You guys out-rotated them to every single hill on that map one. How much point of emphasis was it on rotations headed into this week?
Yeah, I mean, we watched some VOD, and our coaches told us as well, and we knew they're a team that like to rotate. Whenever they get points, it's because they're advancing rotations. So we focus a lot on that first map to rotate more than them, and it just showed that, I don't know, we just counter, I think.
Good, yeah.
Lucky, we're going to let you go celebrate with the team. Is there anything you're excited to experience when you go to Canada next week?
The weather, I think, because here in Florida it's so hot right now. So hopefully it's a bit colder in Toronto.
Come up north and cool off, my guy. Excited to see you in person.
Thank you, guys.
That's Lucky. That is the Heretics locking in the 8th seed in the final week for the second time. Now on the other side, LAG, you got 11th because you didn't even take a map. You could have finished as high as 9th seed, getting 3-0'd. You now are right above Boston at the bottom of the barrel. For now, though, we got to go to a break. When we come back, we got two teams who are fighting for their spot in the top 3. It's Toronto taking on the Subliners. Can the Subliners finish with a winning record?
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Ballin' can't beat me up 'cause I'm back in my zone now. 'Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up 'cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Hello, everybody. Hello.
I love when the good news coming in on a day-to-day. Already know what's happening now. Gotta shake the hay. Big moves, big stepper in the right direction. The trick continues. Every double use a psychedelic. I think they gon' need a minute. Look, I'm interested in making as opposed to making friends. Double back.
Yeah.
I've been paranoid.
I acted just like that when I was his age. I started talking to somebody. And it's just getting... Some of the things he says, he shouldn't say. That's all I'm getting at. I get it. Most of it's my fault. because of my language on the game, and I'm working on that. But he doesn't need to talk to his mom or his sister like that.
The Subliners are your 2023 champions. Scrap digging deep as he's absolutely mauling Optic on the approach. It's three for Hydra.
Oh my God, Hydra.
Obliterated the championship grand finals rematch. Toronto versus New York.
It's the rematch not only of the 2023 Grand Finals from our World Championship, but also the losers bracket, or the third place matchup that we saw just one major ago. Both of these teams in the running for a top seed. And if you're looking at Toronto, you could finish as high as second with the performance, especially if you finish with a 3-0 here today, and Texas has some trouble.
Yeah, but for New York, the highest they can finish is fifth, which isn't what I thought I was going to say. So Toronto in this matchup are looking to maybe feel a little bit more confident, simply because across the board, they have done much better on the tail end of this qualifier while still holding a top seed. 6-2 in hardpoint, 4-2 in S&D, and 5-1 in control. Their biggest strength has been in the respawns. However, the search and destroy, looking better recently, still has some angles that needs to be cleaned up. They went from number 3rd in attacking in the lead, now dropping down to 11th with 921 attack opening dual win rate.
Nameless talking with our producers. It looks like if Toronto wins 3-1 or better, that being a 3-0, Toronto will get the second seed. With our monster pregame, how do they get it done today? How do you get a clean win over a squad that just 3-0'd you a month ago?
Well, yeah, I mean, you got to come correct in the search and destroy, right? We know, if we know anything about New York, is if it goes the distance, they're going to be comfortable, especially in this matchup. We've seen it plenty of times, and you can see the best mode is control. 5-1 record, 1-0 in round 5s, and their stats are just great, attacking and defending all season long. But they're going up against New York, who are comfortable on all the control maps, who are also very good and 5-1 in control. And their worst mode, search and destroy, 4-2, where you could say there has been improvements in terms of their record, but there's still 3 maps out of the 5 that we just don't know where Toronto really stand. And you look at some of the stats, like 12th in opening dual win percentage, it doesn't bode well, especially when going up against the New York subliner.
I completely agree with you. On the tail of New York, it's kind of been the same thing. Their respawn has been pretty strong, and their search and destroy on the tail end has looked better. These are two teams with very similar tail of the tapes, but for search and destroy, their statistics are extremely middle of the pack. I will say, though, they have a 90% conversion rate, so they just got to focus on getting those opening duels versus a Toronto team that's been struggling in that category.
Now, even if New York wins this, they are getting 5th place. If you win a single map, you're most likely getting that 5th place. And why is 5th important?
Set them off
You
county
avoid playing
categories,
Toronto or
not
Texas in that
even, but
first
like
round.
Yeah, so they'll be playing LA Thieves, right? So, yeah, possibly, depending on how LA Thieves does against Optic. But yeah, I mean, in this matchup, you just want to assert dominance. We know the Kismet and Scrap Beef from back then.
get a picture
And,
of
these
all the
guys
kids.
obviously want to improve and become the best they can. So this is a huge match for that. And they're going to be trying some maps.
You know what I mean? When the baby's born.
Same thing for them. Their worst mode, S&D. But like,
Bro, I keep asking if she can do that.
Like what Kismet said about them working on their hard point and trying to improve their control, they have done that. When it becomes time to win a search and destroy, when they need to in a bracket situation, they will do so. Like, I'm looking at some of the stats. Hydra's got a 0.8 in S&D, and he's only won 33% of his opening duels. That is not going to stay the same. He's going to bounce back.
They just don't have a tip on the scale of the strength when it comes to search and destroy. They're middle in the pack when it comes to attack and on defense. And you can compare weeks 1 through 3 to week 4, where they look very strong. But you gotta think about the teams they played, Miami Heretics and Vegas Legion, that are considered on the bottom half of the league right now. So going up against Toronto Ultra will be the most telling tale of where they actually stand.
What maps are they playing today? I bet we're going to see a Karachi. There it is for map number 4, Hardpoint, but it's Vista, which will open up our series. We got a double dose of Invasion and a 6-star. Do we get to that Karachi Hardpoint?
Yeah, I think we're going to go the distance. I mean, in this one, like Vista, Hardpoint, neither one of these teams have had a ton of success there. And then the 6-star S&D, another one that they're both trying to add to their map pools. So I think it'll get really interesting. I think we make it all the way to 5.
What do you got for me, Allie?
Nothing. I was just going to touch on the fact that it's Invasion with both of the strongest tag teams in the league, so that'll certainly be a swing map for this.
Normally we see defense winning invasion. These two squads went to a round 5 last time. Today, Nameless, put on your crown, look into your camera, and tell me who is going to make it 108 perfect predictions for you.
Listen, New York made this roster change hoping Sib would come in, drop some bombs, add some slang, so they could steamroll the rest of the top 4. So far, he has not been doing that throughout this stage. But it's time for that to change. Sib's about to go off, and I got New York winning this series.
He's going New York.
Too fast.
Al, you can maybe tie it.
I can tie. That's the best I can do now because that last series, LAG, you're going to hear from me later. I'm actually going to go Toronto Ultra in the series, not just to pick opposite of Ant, but I truly think that they have looked like the better team recently.
And also, update from our producer, there's no way you can tie. You lost him in the first one, and he got a win. He went up by 2. It's done. I will go along with Nameless. He looks like he knows his business. I'm going to ride with him today. The fans are riding with Rosalie. Let us know, chat. Where are you going as we send it over to I Hold Shift and Study?
First official
I can't believe
appointment.
Chris is out here breaking hearts like that. You see how deflated Ali got as soon as you said that?
Chalked.
Absolutely chalked
Alright,
it
never
up.
mind. I don't have
This
to
could
do
be a banger matchup. Honestly, this one and the next one, I think, both
That'll be-
have a chance of really seeing the extent of this series go all the way to 5. But hey, Jay, we talked about this series. These are two teams that we
Yeah,
convincingly said
that's
are in the top
what
4.
they
We've
just
had
called-
questions
I
about
missed it.
that lately.
But-
And this series is all about reproving to the fan base at large that these two guys could possibly be championship contenders again.
Yeah, to start off with New York, obviously so far in this stage, they have been struggling in Search and Destroy. Last week, they walked away with 2-3-0, so obviously you're taking that Search and Destroy, but that's the mode they had to put a lot of focus on. But when you put a lot of focus on one mode, you tend to struggle in another. They're 5-5 in this stage in Hardpoint, and the thing that's really scary for me is that every team right now, at least the top 3 teams, top 4 teams, are trying to prepare their map for the major. That's why you see sub-base not really into play, because teams like Atlanta are not going to play it. You're never going to be able to play the top teams on some of your favorite maps, so that's what Toronto now have to try to figure out, adding Vista to the lineup, adding 6-star to the lineup, and both of these guys that started off are playing Vista. They both fell short last week, one to Seattle, one to Miami, and the biggest thing that I took away from both of those is they just simply got outpaced. When you're swanning into the map for the first time, you have to sort of get a feel of how it's going to play, and unfortunately for them, they were just on the back foot every single time. If you're the subliners, you're rotating, but you're not getting any holds, you're not getting any breaks. And then for Toronto Ultra, nothing was working for them versus Miami Heretics about how fast that they were playing. So this is a big matchup for confidence for both of these teams.
Absolutely, and on top of that, you know, there are some implications here. We already talked about the fact that Toronto can lock in that number 2 seed, regardless of the result that Optic may find later. Obviously, the Thieves are also still in the conversation for kind of surpassing one, if not both. But for New York, you know, this is all about putting yourself in the best position possible to have to, you know, give a little bit more favor towards an upper bracket, which is going to be guaranteed. Maybe a chance to do some damage here and to kind of change the influence, even though statistically speaking, there's no way that they bump up behind the 5th spot. So there is a lot to be considered. The interesting thing about this quote-unquote Major 2, or Modern Warfare 2 championship rematch is that it was a convincing 3-0 the first time for Toronto, and then the flip side when they played a Major 2 at LAN, it was a 3-0 for New York. So they really haven't given us the drama that we were hoping for in this quote-unquote rematch.
No, because you remember what it was like in the grand finals of last year. A quick beat down from the subliners to walk away as your world champions of the 2023 season. So you got to think, Toronto Ultra, every single time they spawn up against these guys, they have an extra chip on their shoulder. They're 1-1 so far in the season, and now let's see who's going to take that advantage here.
Indeed the case. I think the other interesting point, you touched on this a little bit in terms of how do you prep up your map pool for a major, especially with these two teams who are struggling to kind of dominate with the identity that we saw them really establish, especially through the first half of this season. The peculiar part for both these squads is that neither have really given much of the new maps that big of a go. I mean, we're seeing tons of Karachi come out and a little bit more of Rio from New York, but largely speaking, we have not really seen as much Vista and 6-star support as the other top 2 teams in Atlanta and Optic have been throwing in there. So does that kind of give you any influence in towards like, hey, we are trying to refine our identity and try to establish that we do have some solid maps going into this major, or is it just, you know, I don't really know what else is the opposite of that. It just feels weird that they're not giving these new maps as much of a go.
Well, if you think about what Ultra did, they played 6-star, and it was versus Atlanta FaZe. After Atlanta already got a rep on it, so they were able to make the adjustments after that series versus Optic, and then come in versus Toronto Ultra and absolutely run them over. So that's a confidence shot right off of the rip. You're going up against one of the top teams on the new map. You're thinking you're getting a lot of great practice in on the back end, but then when you actually have to play it in a match, you get steamrolled. So that probably shook them up a little bit to play that 6-star. So that's why they're adding Vista into the lineup, because they probably think versus Miami, we just didn't play the best. Like, we didn't rotate, we didn't break hills, we weren't really finding success in our holds as well. Like, nothing was going right. But the one thing that has gone right for the Toronto Ultra squad has been Kleenex. He did it all throughout stage 1. He's sitting at a 1.23 so far in hardpoint of this stage. He's just looking for his counterpart Envoy. He's sitting at a 0.8 right now in both of the respawn. Stepping up alongside him so they can get back to that power 4.
And to speak more about Toronto, you know, as we're waiting for this, I think what like Skies was, you know, for Toronto overall, it's been really strange to see them not just not playing the new maps, but they've really struggled in terms of rotation, which has always been their most categorical success comparison on every other map out there. I mean, they are top 2 pretty much everywhere across the board, but both on 6-star and Vista, they've had a hard time controlling pace and tempo, which is, I think, why you look at players like Insight and Kleenex in particular to see what kind of dualities that long-term duo bring to the table, and can they continue to find the success that they've had statistically across every other part of this season on the new maps. That's where they need to have it. I think that kind of spotlighted focus in terms of the stat line we just saw really helps echo that point.
Yeah, and then when you're playing the new maps, obviously it's just getting as many reps as you possibly can. When you can run them into these professional matches versus some of the top teams, that's when you're going to get your best practice. So let's just sneak these in versus the Subathon versus Optic versus Atlanta to make sure we're in our best shape going into the major. It's definitely going to fall into the hands. Kleenex is playing fantastic. Envoy sitting at a point now. Obviously, he needs to step it up. But also Insight. I feel like Insight was a guy throughout all of stage 1 when they walked away as our Major 1 champion. He was a guy that was just absolutely taking over, especially in that grand finals. He's also sitting at a 0.9. So you got a guy with a 0.8. You got a guy with a 0.9. The fundamentals are not in play. And those two guys are the big pieces, because you think about what Envoy gets done on the map. He's the playmaker. He's the guy that's going to hit those early routes, going into those one-on-one gunfights to try to flip those spawns, and currently he's losing them. And then the opposing side for Insight, he's the guy that's holding down those long distance lanes, and he's losing those one-on-one gunfights as well. So it's just little things for Toronto Ultra to fix up, and it has to start with the slang.
Well, let's take a look at the subliners a little bit more in depthly then as well, because they are not, you know, outside of the conversation of individual performances. For a moment there, we had, you know, an opportunity to kind of see what Kismet was going to bring, kind of a slow start from him. But like Nameless had said in the desk, we're also seeing the same thing come out of Sib. And for a team that made a change that came with some heavy criticism, started off the season pretty darn strong, and now a little bit of a lull, you look at the new guy and say, all right, like, you were supposed to be here to put us at the top of the leaderboard with some great space in between us and everybody else. And as you see the overall season standings, although they are comfortably in 4th, they're still a pretty far cry away from where our top 3 are in overall point standings.
And if you think about it, it's just based off of that Major 1 performance. You get double first rounded. Who the hell was going to think that for the New York Subliners, our defending champions, coming into the first major and getting absolutely slammed? So you still have a lot of time, though, to make up all those points that you were trying to chase to try to get into that top 3. And I think a lot of it is going to obviously start with Kismet, the playmaker for this New York Subliner squad. He's currently sitting at a 0.8 in HP. He's tremendous in search and destroy. He's also doing great in control, but hardpoint has been where the Subliners have been struggling. He's a guy that definitely has to step up in it. You talked about it a little bit with Sib. They picked this guy up to simply be a slayer. He showed a lot of it in the beginning of the stages of this game, but recently it looks like he hasn't been as comfortable. A 0.9 in HP, a 0.9 in control. We picked you up to get some kills, so Dante, it's time to lock in.
And it's funny because even though he only holds a 0.9 in this particular major qualifier, his overall season stats are still pretty convincingly and comfortably above a 1.0. So it's just been one of those stages that New York has had a little bit of a tough time trying to find a way to get involved. And now you jump into what we're currently seeing on the Vista hardpoint after the long podcast, friends. Again, second in overall rotation, but their ability to hold for New York has been really miserable. Where on the other side for Toronto, they've only had 2 total hold opportunities. So they're struggling on rotation. So that's largely where we'll keep our focus as we jump on into the Vista hardpoint between these 2 top 4 squads.
And this is going to be an exciting Monster Energy matchup. between two top 4 teams early on into this P1's an all-out mix fest. Kleenex switching between the Ravenon and the MCW can only find one before falling. But Subliners with the numbers going to be able to bombard their way right through the backside of the door and continuously soak up this P1 time.
Yeah, a little bit more patience here for Toronto, just waiting for all 4. Clearing out the outside corner as best they can. Hard to do so, though, when Sib is locking down that outer catwalk area. Sib just playing a bit of a shoulder. Sky staying down with the cover of a trophy system early planted in. And, well, so far, so good. One last maybe hit here for Toronto. Sib, the last New York subliner standing. Little finesse around, but Kleenex gets the final kill, and we take our focus down towards bottom burger.
Now it's an instant battle off this rotation as well. Kismet's able to win the one-on-one versus Envoy. Such a crucial kill to get on the map. Shut down the opposing playmaker, and now you're finding all the kills in the feed. Toronto Ultra have to rally the troops together, trying to find a way on in. They're trying to bombard their way up through the middle of the map. Sib did a great job of at least contesting a couple players, but they haven't been able to sniff even close to this hard point yet.
Really good start for New York. Zone of control also extending beyond the hard point. Sib will be eliminated. It gives Toronto a chance to try to hit this from the low ground, but you do not want to be single-handedly flooding this from the bottom part of this hill. Nades are coming through. Kismet playing an off corner. That's good for the first. Follow from Hydra up top. Yes, so well done. And the last one standing turns into essentially a 1v1 between Scrap and Sib. But Kleenex rotates back through mid, and it gives Toronto a chance to get some of this scrap time.
Yeah, but this is only 20 seconds, so now if you're Ultra, you have to send someone early off that rotation. It's going to be Envoy.
Oh my god, I have gold on all my god.
His teammates Woe's currently in HP. He's stuck his way all the way behind enemy lines.
I've completed all the camos for all the guns.
Subliners have gotten to read that someone is out of the play. Envoy's able to find one. Great shots onto Skies. Not able to finish the kill, but you see the mini-map. Subliners are starting to spawn out. It's a big play out on Envoy.
The block is good. Scrap now also hunting down Skies. Finds the kill. Toronto has a chance to flip over the spawns, but Subliners very quickly off of their off spawns, right in through the front door, and it's the SMGs clearing the way for a follow-up, and now all of a sudden it's just, again, a tug-of-war game, backside of the hardpoint versus Toronto, then it's New York, and once more, we've got 30 seconds to fight for New York all over this P2 time, with a lot of focus over towards the rotation of 4.
And that is a beautiful break coming in from the Subliners. 2 players falling down, you were able to execute a perfect pinch on every single kill in the feed, and Sib is getting it done even with the Renetti in hand. It's a clean kill feed, all yellow for the Subliners. Starting to run away with this game, and with the control that they currently have on the map, they know exactly where their Ultra are coming from. Final 5 over towards P3, but off the rotation, Subliners are going to be fully set up.
And you could just tell for Toronto, they are just in pieces, trying to figure out the tempo of this map. Envoy 3 in a row, just finds his 4th kill. I mean, considering he's had no hardpoint time, he's the one who's supposed to be just kind of roaming, finding openings, and there's just none to be found anywhere on the map. Inside a decent kill through mid, but all of it followed up by the Bulldog. Double for him, turns to try to find Envoy, but the follow-up elimination is perfect from Hydra. Scrap, the last one standing, does get chased down. Sib trying to spam down the last bit of this Ultra reinforcement, but cannot win the gunfight, and now finally a chance for Toronto to look at more than 30 seconds worth of time.
Yeah, and they need this time. The Subliners are not going to give this one up for free, though, as Kismet gets it done. The Bulldog is coming out barking in this map number 1. Almost an 100-point lead. Ultra going to fight for the final 15. But this is going to be another rotation won by the Subliners. You have players in some cheeky spots, just making sure they're playing safe, waiting for the teammates to rally around them. But Ultra just trying to stay into this game. With the final 20, final 15, you just have to start winning a couple rotations.
And you guys start winning some gunfights on these mid-map routes that we're continuing to see from Envoy. I mean, he's so far outside of the play. Whereas, meanwhile, Hydra is 13-5. Kismet at 14-9. The SMGs are dominating for New York as we see the points go to right around a 100-point gap. Toronto just getting picked apart individually, piece by piece, person by person. This has been nothing but New York all the way through.
Yeah, this has been perfection from the Subliners. They were caught off guard the first time that they played this versus Seattle. They say, you're not going to catch me slipping again. As Hydra now finds himself on 5 in a row. Kismet sitting at 16-9. This has been another full 60 hole from the Subliners. And now they can chain it over to the P1, and this is where it gets truly scary.
Yeah, and this is Toronto in kind of a do-or-die moment, but, I mean, with the score the way it is, and the Bulldog on 5, we got to see how the Subliners are feeling with listening with that.
One could have flipped. One, maybe one. Maybe one. I'm the kill. Yes, snack, Linux. Adder, cat, one shot, scrap. Absolute cat. One shot on time. What the fuck? Into this one shot. One was one step. Close me two, burger. Under burger, close time challenge, scrap. Okay, once under burger. Yo, chop burger me. Look at your low, I'm looking at your pink steps. I'm leaving that guy snacks. I'm down. He backed up. He backed up. I'm going cat. He's probably behind the desk. One shot. Yo, cat, absolute. Starter cat. I'm watching the pitch. On the desk. One shot inside. Yo, right outside. I'm dead. Go run a minute. Back burger. Really blood. I'm tax. I'm rapping blue. Slow down. I heard you. One side. He's out of blue. One P1, one spin. I'm the street. Top snacks. They're gonna be snacks. Alright, take your time. Alright, listen. One guy short. One P1, one shot. One top snacks. All time snacks. Yo, I'm gonna kill the guy time. Double kill two. Burger. One's burger. Burger beat. One shot P1. Average shot. Let's go P1. Maybe snacks. Yo, mid short. Snacks. Water steps. Water steps. One shot. And one's front. 20 seconds. Take all time. One of us. You need to. Don't give him a free Tony, bro. I'm a rep. I need them all. Someone. I got it. Mid on me. Short. Inside. I'm watching the mid. Top burger, guys. Alright, take your time. Let's get scrap. Alright, this break is huge. Just make sure we load up together. No solo. I'm gonna go top burger. Top burger dead. I'm so far front.
Lead starting to get cut into just a touch. Ultra able to string together 5 to 1 to 2, and a chance here at bar on 3 to possibly make it even closer as we jump over to an Ultra listening.
What's up you want, man?
Could have gone short.
What's up you want? Close doors.
Hard doors? Yeah.
Rail, two rails.
Couches, dead.
What's your ship?
Another one. They're gonna be short again.
What's your ship? One is ship.
Yeah, look at that. I'm backstage, for sure.
Backstairs and short. On the bar, on you.
Oh, weak behind the bar.
How did you no kill?
Mid short absolute.
This freaking guy.
Try to pitch the guy.
Rails.
Short. Nice.
Let's get short.
Trying to block, bro. They might come here again.
Come back to me.
Stage one shot.
One pillars, Hydra.
Yeah, Hydra. One more pillar, stage. He's one shot. Go. Mid here. Mid.
How am I missing everything?
Two top tower steps.
Ivy's top push down.
steps. Yeah, top tower. I got stuck, Jamie. I got stuck.
Could be pillars,
tower and top.
Must be top steps. One absolute. We'll see how close pillars now, really weak as well.
That's one front, by the way.
He's P3. Come up through tower.
Yo, he's close. Like backstage. Just spawning out. That guy's spawning out. Yeah, one front. He's like low.
Stage now, weak.
One stage, Sim.
High mid as well.
Zero kills.
One top plant, one stage.
The tower steps, one top back plat.
Give us a slow down. Those are time. Doing a time. One stage.
It's gonna pitch for Jimmy.
Stage. Deep back stage as well.
I'm at that. One time.
We can
time. Pitch right. Trying to there.
One's deep stage.
You're gonna put you on that.
Nice.
Comeback effort looked alive, but that break, Jay, may solidify the map here for New York.
Yeah, that was a changing factor right there. I thought Ultra were going to even chain 4 hard points together to potentially take the lead, but the subliners cut their losses at P3. They rotate over towards Graffiti at P4 and were able to execute a great push out towards the back, without even them blocking the spawns. They were just doing it by simply getting the kills. And even though Ultra have fought their way sort of back into this game, you still have insight in the back pocket with that cruiser missile, but it's only 8 seconds till the subline is called game 1.
And you've got another 5 spree for Skies, Sib off the pinch. It's just the focus for Toronto. A couple of decent moments there between 1 and 2, but largely speaking, still struggling to get a handle on this map. Back and forth go the kills. And that's another 8 seconds needed here for New York. Kismet trying to secure it himself, but unable to. Insight's double. Opens up space for Toronto to keep the map alive, but this is where it really matters the most. Being able to hold this off cleanly and get the clean rotation into 1. Maybe we see some late game heroics, but New York going 2 for 1 in the feed. Here comes the flood.
Yeah, here comes the play, because there's only one player on the point, but at least the reinforcements are going to be here. So Ultra, they were able to flip these spawns. They breached that 200-point mark, and now they have an opportunity to still be in this game. Insight with 2 minutes in Hill, but you need another flawless hold at P1 to keep it going.
And Kismet's going to get called out here. Cruise missile, I think, was being called in for a moment. Here comes the play for New York, trying to come up from the front side, but Toronto perfectly holding, at least for now. Scrap able to reduce the presence from Kismet. Hydra down low can really only do so much from this position. The flood in through mid is still looking good for Toronto. They've got a really good read on this. So again, here we go. Toronto in a good position. New York trying to get around the back.
And this is the route. This is the route that's going to make or break the subliners right here. And at least Hydra finds the timing on to Insight. Scrap with the double through the hill. Still keeps the opportunity alive for Ultra. They get all four dead in the feed. They are potentially going to steal map 1 right now.
New York has to hit this thoroughly from the front. Trying to play over the middle of the map as well, but last 8 seconds are coming through. Kleenex over the middle of the map.
Oh!
Works out. Kismet gets at least a 1-for-1 trade, but is that enough? One more hit coming out of Save It. It's Kleenex doing his namesake. Wipes up the floor on the front side of the hard point in Toronto. Don't just get an extra lease on life. They turn it into a miracle here in the near end of Vista. Unbelievable.
That is unreal. The subliners are leading 179 to 49. You were up by more than almost 120 points, but Ultra just needed one set of hills, one chain of hills to get themselves back into the game. It was a break at the end of that first rotation at P5, chained it to P1, flipped the spawns there at P2, keep it scrappy at P3, but then it was the P5 to P1 chain again, where Ultra are able to find success. If you're the subliners, you simply let your foot off the gas. We had cruise missiles flying around. Everyone was getting kills. You were feeling all fine and dandy, thinking that the Toronto Ultra boys are just going to roll over and die. But this is what makes them one of the top teams in the game. They do not give up until the very end. Insight was simply the factor. 2 minutes in hell, he earned himself a cruise missile, multiple streaks, keeping his team in the opportunities. Oh my God, sublines are definitely beating themselves up after that map 1.
Absolutely, and again, it's just kind of goes to the stats we were kind of pulling towards. Once again, we've got moments where New York are set up looking to win rotation, just cannot lock it down. Their efficiency numbers have not been great. Whereas for Toronto, they struggled heavily in the opening rotations on that first set in particular, but it really did seem like, again, end of that New York Listenland, into the beginnings of Toronto's. Okay, here we go, P1 to P2, but this last set of moments, just New York could not find any success through mid-map. Kleenex is able to kind of rip apart everyone through middle. That makes this all one-dimensional for New York. They have to try to hit from the front, and Kleenex says, hold my apple juice, I'm way forward, finds the final kill needed to make sure no one can touch, and the pop-off is clear. Unreal, absolutely unbelievable start to this series.
And I thought if you're the subliners, when Hydra finds that time and to work his way all the way through the bottom side of P3 bar, he kills the player and Insight in a one-on-one. At that point, the rest of the subliners just have to hold steady. Because if you're just trying to funnel your way through one door, you already know Toronto Ultra are watching that angle. But you didn't even give them enough time to turn around and potentially play for Hydra. So then you can strike or collapse on that hill together. It was one-on-one after one-on-one. And then by the time Hydra got to the play, it was him in a one-on-two situation. Ultra just got it done in the clutching up, man. You needed to get a couple multiple kills, and it was scrapped to get it towards the final moments. But that is the way you come out and just completely shut everyone up. For everyone thinking that Ultra had an easy schedule, no, they're still a top dog, man.
That's unreal. And even more fun now, we have a true square-up map number 2 for the Invasion, Search, and Destroy. Ali was breaking it down. Yeah, some of the opening duel percentages have not necessarily been great for either of these two teams, but the conversion rate for New York has been super strong in being able to at least win rounds out. I think the biggest thing about these two teams on this map in particular, though, Jay, is all about the objective focus. Both teams great at retaking. Subliners have an edge when it comes to being able to hold their post plants, but largely speaking, both these two teams are all about what happens with that bomb, whether they're on the defensive side or on the offensive side.
Yeah, both teams are phenomenal when you talk about the attack side. 4th for the subliners, 2nd overall for the Ultra. But the biggest thing that's probably going to be a game changer for me is that defense. Because right now, Ultra, they are without a doubt the best team on the defensive side. And what they are really good at allowing, or simply not allowing, is bomb plants to go down at B. They only give up 6% of the time bomb plants over towards that B site. So if you are New York, who like to have a lot of success on your attack rounds over towards B, you're going to have to try to figure out how to break their setup or maneuver your way over towards that A site, because Ultra is not no pushover on that left side of the street.
That's a really, really strong call, and definitely something that I imagine will tell the tale of what happens here on this particular map. Here's the overall season records. A lot of the stats we're relating to are off of what's happened so far in this qualifier. And to be fair, both these two teams have loved this map throughout the entirety of the season. It's been a go-to for their search and destroy, and where they often find ways to secure and close out series. But like we said, the opening duel win percentage has been a big factor for both these two teams, especially lately. So let's see how things unfold. Scrap will be the sole B defender to start. 3-man hit for New York, at least sped up towards this direction, but the nades land and Scrap finds 2 bullets to find first blood.
And it doesn't get any better than that. You said one player over towards the B side. He's able to find that first blood and basically shut down that early push or aggression coming in from the subliners. But they said, screw that. We're not going to go over towards B. They already have a lot of mid-tank control, and they have no idea that Toronto are currently in Cafe.
Yeah, there's not a lot they could do to try to get information on the side there without it costing something, and that would be the cost. Good shots from Envoy. Opportunity for, Sky's looking to try to flush it out. The Kleenex is waiting just down to Kismet, and there's just not much they could do. Great opening utility from Toronto. Good finish up by Scrap, and then, like you mentioned, the forward pressure from the defense, insurmountable.
Yeah, that's all it really comes down to. The fact that your player who's on an island watching over the B site with no trophy system finds a first blood, basically shuts down that push on that side of the map. So already showing their strengths on defense. Setting the tone early on by taking a lot of that mid-map control, catching the New York subliners completely off guard. Toronto take the first round.
Yep. Okay. Not much to take away from that round outside of, again, Toronto's done their homework on their nade spots. So now New York's time, trying to respond. 2 players, again, over the top with nades. Kismet will go aggressive in towards DVD, and it's not just him. Sib is also watching this really close corner cross. Toronto trying to teamwork this out. 1-for-1 would be fine for Kismet, but does not expect the quick push, and Toronto once again secure first blood.
Big first blood out of the Ultra. They have been struggling in that column so far, 2 on this map. But now you are forcing the subliners to try to make a play. Hydra tries to push through Cafe. Fortunately gets caught off guard with great shots out of Kleenex. Sib responds, but it's still a 2v3 in favor of Ultra.
Yeah, Trophy will keep him planted here at Cage a little while longer than maybe Toronto would like, but like you mentioned, all you got to do here is kill noise, create some doubt, and stretch this New York defense out a touch. Sky's hoping to gather information from that top sandbags position. Unable to find too much. I believe he has seen the shouldered Kleenex, but again, that doesn't give you much of an idea in terms of where everything is going. Pistol out, Scrap will drop. Follow-up elimination and trade, not there. And now we've got a 2v2 with 25 seconds on the clock.
And that's a situation where if you're Kleenex, you just got to play around your team. You can't back up and go all the way towards the deep flank area. He eventually gets caught, and then Skies with the beat down. Subliners don't even allow that bomb to get planted, but once they were able to spot the Kleenex off the rotation out of that mid-tank area, there was no hesitation to push up through the courtyard, take care of the bomb planter, and then Ultra, they were thinking we were going to have a post-plant scenario. Like, the bomb's going to go down, no way in hell someone's going to push it through courtyard, but just the heads-up play out of the subliners to catch them off guard in that scenario, tie the game up at 1.
That feels like a miracle, I think, if you're New York. Wow. All right. That is a massive bounce-back round. Keeps us tied at 1. Envoy, a strong start for the side of Toronto, but a lot of that coming in the first round, and that same double setup over towards Cafe is now going to extend a bit beyond that. Kleenex is deep over towards the front side at Rugs, but the B defender and Scrap has dropped, so now you got to go quickly and try to shut this down, and Skies gets a whiff of it, sniffs it out, finds the kill. 4v2 situation with New York working on the plant.
Yeah, that's going to be easy. You find the first blow to Scrap, who was the sole defender last time around, have at that B site with the frag. And then Skies was playing super slow in this spawn to find Kleenex. So instant 4v2. Inside is able to at least find one, but where the hell are the rest of the subliners? Because time is starting to get away from you.
And for the subliners, they know that both Ultra members are playing off the flank.
Yeah.
You've got Sib, who's re-wrapped all the way through courtyard. Envoy would love to try to isolate Skies, but not giving him the time of day, so now they have to make the play on towards the bomb site. Here comes Envoy, pistol out. First shot's decent, but no immediate kill, nor immediate trade. Insight still dancing with Skies, and this is a tango that is going to see Toronto lose the round. And again, the opening aggressive play just largely shut down thanks to that opening nade from that B straight onto Scrap.
Yeah, and what a play right there on the Skies to just simply play his life the way that he did. He doesn't fall with 2 people putting all their focus on trying to take him down from that position, but just finesses long enough to by the time someone gets to the site, they were ready for that push. But the subliners take full advantage of that first blood. No hesitation for that B bomb plant. You get it down. You put yourself in your post-plant setup where they are one of the best, and they stand strong in that category.
Yep. Okay. So, how about this? New York putting together a couple of streaks all of a sudden. And side. Well,
hello.
Opening cross scrap. I think there was some help there. It wasn't just scrap initially, but Sib does drop first blood tallied again. Kismet, the sole defender at B, is pushed up in towards Broken, and he would have to essentially get 2 if Toronto were to confirm this play towards B.
Yeah, and I love the way that Kismet has changed up his angle because now he knows I'm in the man disadvantage. I need someone to turn this corner for me to get a freebie and then potentially play for the second. But Ultra's still just trying to get a read on how they are playing these defensive setups. Scrap gets some info onto Hydra. You're going to put him in a position to back down from that spot. Right now, Ultra taking all mid-map.
Yeah, this is big. Ultra being able to clear out mid-tank gives them a very free pathway to get this bomb confirmed on A. But Hydra through DVD, that's going to slow down the play for this A hit, because now all of a sudden the flank becomes a bit of an issue. Envoy trying to get this thing planted, set up for the water side street, but they don't expect Kismet taking the long route behind. Things once again start to become in shambles for Toronto's post-plant setup. It's just down to Envoy for a 1v3. Kismet on 4 in a row, and this stun's gonna lock him into place. The shots through the wall are gonna land, and New York continue to pull back odd number man situations.
That's insane plays right there out of the subliners. Like, they already spotted. Once Hydra gets that info there, there's a couple people pushing up the middle of the map. It was him and Kismet, that dynamic duo working their way around the pinch. Hydra gets the timing onto Scrap working through DVD to make it a 3v3. But then while Hydra was causing all those problems over towards the DVD area, Kismet already found himself on a route working his way behind Mannequin. So a freebie onto Insight catches them off guard. And then you're never going to catch Kismet slipping. He knows that the pressure's going to be on him. He finds the second onto Kleenex. The stun is going to connect, but the shot's a little bit better. So fun watching the Bulldog at S&D.
And this is just so opposite for Toronto, a team that over this course of the major qualifiers through every map rank 11th in opening duel win percentage. They found a handful so far.
Yeah.
Cannot convert hardly any of them. Not a good start for Toronto as Kismet now finds himself slinking forward on 5. This is a different look over the top of the A site. Shots over the head will reveal that Insight's nearby, but this is all about seeing if New York can give Kismet an opportunity to isolate and get this 6th kill, and he wants Insight badly.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do, but I don't know if Insight's going to be at least able to spot him on that jump cross.
Okay.
He's playing this a little bit aggressive, but Kismet went from a bulldog to a caterpillar. He's just crawling his way up. Finally, he's going to pop that dead silent. Here goes the timing on the Insight. Cruise missile now earned. All of subliners have Water Street, and now Ultra are stuck between a rock and a hard place.
On Sib through mid-map. Also make sure the defensive rotation is kept honest. Just down to Envoy again, moving rapidly over towards the front side of Cafe. Finds the first, but no chance at the second. And that's one of those moments that, like, wow, it's surprising that Insight doesn't call for any sort of help or rotation. He's just thinking he's in a 1v1 the entire time with Skies, and all of a sudden Kismet's in his face.
That's the only reason why he didn't call for any info, because he's thinking a 1v1, that guy's on fire tank. As long as I don't die, I'm doing exactly what I need to do to hold down this angle. But you're simply not going to read the play out of the Bulldog, who turned into the Caterpillar that round, crawling all the way up through that bridge side, finding that kill. And then you can see all the arrows on the mini from Ultra were caught definitely off guard once Kismet found that one. Everyone turns around, but then everyone from the subliner shoots them in the back. So subliners are starting to pull away.
Hydra has made a play through this Cafe position before, but that's only when there's a reveal over towards this B side of the map, and New York are trying to maybe allow that play for Hydra again, which it does at least turn into something, but first blood once again tallied by Toronto, and they've got full clearance and a deep post plant set up here at B.
And this would be an opportunity where if you're the subliners, Kismet already has that cruise missile, so if you can invest it to potentially stop the bomb plant, could have worked out better in your favor, but now you're going to use it to simply get the info on how they're playing their setup. You're going to force a couple players in towards Ice Cream, so Scott's going to have his hands full on that side of the map.
Oh, and Envoy does drop, so all of a sudden you know exactly where this post plant is set up. Yeah, absolutely well done by the side of New York. You get the call out, you force them to have to go one direction or the other. And on top of that, the crew's connecting onto Envoy, pivotal. Because that makes that whole isolation on Ice Cream so much easier playing a 3v2. And another round where Toronto gets first blood, but cannot find a way to win the round. Unreal stuff from New York here.
I'm pretty sure it's like 4-2 in favor of Ultra, but they only have one round win.
Yep. And I think that round was the one they didn't have first blood at, Jay.
Yeah. That's insane stuff. They have to try to figure it out. Because the subliners are starting to run away with this search and destroy, playing perfect counter S&D, because it's been a majority of those first bloods for Ultra, but the man disadvantage is still are putting himself in a great position to clutch on up. Have a 5 spree out of Hydra, 4 spree out of the Skies, and 6 out of Kiz. So if you allow Hydra to get one more kill in that cruise missiles earned, that's basically GG.
Yeah, pretty much. Ooh, Sib pops the door open right into the face of Envoy. Not expecting the gunfights. It's a quick smoke cover and try to get the bomb planted, but Toronto are all over it. First 2 kills go their way. Surely they don't drop a 4v2. Surely they don't drop a 4v2. Shots are decent for Kismet. Pushes forward. He's done his job. Now it's just down to Skies to fulfill the other part of this 4v2 situation. Gets the first. There's isolation here. Not going to be able to get the regen, though. Insight pounces, finds the kill, and Toronto stay alive.
Oh, my God. The fact that that even turned into a one-on-one. Like, you see Kismet, he slides out the freezer door, puts himself on the site to work that objective, and at an instant, 2 of his teammates fall. I would have instantly jumped off the bomb and tried to play for kills, but he gets it down. He also finds the 2 pieces somehow, some way. He's able to try to put that round back in favor of the subliners. But Insight able to clutch on up. Able to keep Toronto Ultra in this game. Because they are trying to rally a couple rounds to force that round 11, but they have to figure it out on their attacking side. Because subliners, even with them dropping a man early on, you still haven't been able to play your man-up advantages correctly.
And this has been the same setup for New York. Almost every single round defensively. This time Kismet, yeah, maybe a little bit too bold. But you've got a lot of rounds to play with. I love the idea of just throwing a curveball, but doesn't really work out here. And Hydra, once again, this has been conditioned and expected from Toronto. No exit for Hydra either here on this long flank.
This is where if you're the subliners, you don't want to give it to Ultra a little bit of momentum with all this aggressive play on your defensive side, because now that bomb is potentially getting planted at B, but no one was watching over the bomb carrier, so Sib is able to get that one for free. Still a manageable 2v3.
And Scrap may walk into a crossfire here if he's not careful. Nade cooked for Skies. Unfortunate trade out for Sib, but his position revealed.
Hello?
Tries to slip away. Now the pistol is out, throwing shoulders. No way. Tries to get to the regen, but Toronto too quick to follow up, denying the 1v3, and they stay alive.
They find that first flood onto Kismet. You're able to get the read onto Hydra as well, getting aggressive up through Mannequin. And then another one-on-one clutch out of Insight, where it got a little bit scary. Only one more burst left in that Renate. Gets it done for Ultra. But that has been, what, 6 first bloods compared to 2, and you only have 3 round wins, Ultra.
Yeah.
We got to play our man-up advantages a little bit better, man.
Absolutely the case. But, again, that was, I'm sure, one of those plays that you don't pull often if you're New York on that defense, trying to play aggressive through Cafe and in towards Broken. Not often you'd expect that. New York. Gonna get some nade success over towards B. No trophies down here for Toronto. They have to wait to cross, and while they do so, Clinic's trying to get aggressive at mid. That gets punished. So, first blood good for New York, 4v3, and some extra patience here for the subliners before they approach a site.
And I promise you, for everyone that plays Invasion, Search, and Destroy in ranked play, the worst thing you can do is die in the first 15 seconds, because then it basically puts everyone else at a stalemate. You're forced to slow down and try to get a read on it, and now, with 3 players from Ultra up on the defensive side, no one is going to be coming over towards that B site. You're only watching the cross, so if you are the subliners, let's just bully our way out one direction.
All Skies, bomb in hand, nearly isolated. Scrap trying to follow up on the initial information from Insight, not going to be able to tally the kill. And New York will say, all right, 2 defenders over on A. Let's just take our 4v1 on B. Envoy is only here to be responsible for the cross. This is taking time for New York. Wow, this is taking way too much time for New York. So all of a sudden, what was a free first blood, essentially, in the first 15 seconds, turns into a 2v2 with 15 seconds on the clock. Shots from Scrap are decent, but things reset. No bomb in hand still. Hydra. It's just down to the 1v1 between Sib and Insight, which Insight beats him to the punch, and that's a missed opportunity for New York.
All right, so if you're Ultra, let's just get first blooded. We stand a way better chance at winning these rounds. It's another Insight one-on-one, but subliners just, you gained all that information towards A Street, just way too slow off the rotation. And instead of committing your way over towards B, when you spot some player over towards the deep side of Water Street, and also someone on that A bomb, you still try to take mid-tank control to contest over towards A, because you had no info on at least where the third player was from Ultra. He was simply watching that cross. If you bombard your way over to the B Street, you have a better chance at walking away with that round, but that has now been 3 rounds in a row for Ultra. We saw it a little bit in map number 1, the insane comeback, and we have potentially another one on our hands.
Surely not. This is a much more stable defense for New York. Solo defender at B, solo defender on Water Street, and a double stack at mid. Lots of early nades have already been used for Ultra, trying to get some information at mid. A lot of it not really landing. Envoy still holding onto the smoke. That may be what they need as he sets up for maybe a play towards B.
Yeah, he's just clearing a lot of space right now. No one puts out Ultra's broken, so he's giving all that info to his teammates that all we have to do is invest our smoke grenades, check these corners over towards the site, and potentially work this objective. But you know how the subliners always play. Those tacks are going to be in the back pocket, ready for that push to come over towards B.
And a lot of this for Toronto is, do they get a read on what was surely going to be a defensive retake on the pinch? Here comes the play forward. Sib still tucked in a corner. Scrap very nervy about this approach forward. Still no commitment for Envoy in the smoke, but Sib gives himself up. Follow-up kill though from Hydra mid-map. He's trying to get... Oh! Hydra wins a key second. Bomb now down. Smoke carrier also out of the picture. 18 seconds on the clock. Scrap gonna recover the bomb. Sees Skies at range. Even battle. Follow-up from Hydra at mid. That will work out. Just down to inside, and he's stuck on the wrong side of the map. Should be no problem for New York to stay alive through this, and that will indeed be the case. A tight one again, though. And it is up until New York play that more stable defense that they lock things in.
Yeah, that was Hydra calling game right there. He finds 3 through the middle of the tank, almost earns the ace in the final round. But I thought Ultra stood a pretty good chance at walking away with that attack with the info that they already gained. You knew that Sib was trapped over towards Cage's side. Scrap did a good job of trying to at least draw some attention his way to potentially set up a team push coming in from the opposing side. But he also wins the one-on-one gunfight. While he wins that one-on-one gunfight, though, your bomb carrier dies through mid-dark, and that is the worst possible scenario because you were expecting, all right, I kill this guy, we can work the objective. But when you now drop the bomb in the middle of the dark alley, you have to rotate back. You're giving the subliners a lot more opportunities to maneuver their way around the map. And when Hydra finds that first kill and somehow, some way is able to snap onto Kleenex for the second, that was basically a GG. The subliners walk away with the search and destroy in a 6-4 fashion. They tie the game up at 1, and now we 100% have a series on our hands.
Definitely a Hail Hydra moment right there in the middle of the map. And with that, now we go to an invasion control and at least the Karachi hardpoint. These have been maps that we've seen a lot of teams getting tons of rehearsal on, especially if you're looking at that from the phase and optic point of view. Feels like these are the maps that are going to likely dictate late round moments in this upcoming bracket. So with a lot of rehearsal that's been thrown in for both these teams on both of these maps, it feels like, again, this could be anyone's series. But after a dramatic comeback in the first map and a near comeback in the second, we're tied at 1 with invasion control coming up next.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Cataclysm pack is available now. This bundle includes the Cataclysm Operator Skin, Dystopia Weapon Blueprint, Iron Lung Charm, Vroom Animated Calling Card, Alpha Vinyl Guiding Light Emblem, and Scratch Tally Weapon Sticker. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
He's looking to bring balance with his cruise missile, folks. Geo, my God, it's his hard point. He is on an absolute spree. 39 and 19. The women, the children, you name it.
Dude, he's back on his Rio BS. He cannot be killed if we catch it from the third person. This man is a maniac.
You burst on through, but that's the streak in now. Selly minute or so left on the point in desperation time. Royal Ravens getting just enough kills. No, not yet. Not done yet.
Yeah, not done yet. They were trying to rotate over to P2 and flood, but does not happen. There was always one more player left for Atlanta FaZe.
Runs it. Can't find the next. Hydra's there for the pickups. Chances could be game.
Oh, that's going to be it. Kismet's headset, I think, calling game. You heard the flank coming through, and now you flood into Hydra. We hail him. You give him the 3-piece. And
there is no resuscitating them from this series.
Dashy up over the top. They're looking for him. He wins it down to 1 versus 1. 5 to go.
He doesn't have play. He's got to hunt him. He's got to hunt him. Snoopy has to hunt. He's just trying to buy time. And Dashy.
Love around the Twitter world. JCap even chiming in saying Shawnee making all of us coaches proud. showing that they can still hang on the sticks.
I mean, yeah, they spawned in. He had to spawn in against a top 2 team, not the Texas.
They are fired up.
I
The guys
threw
enjoying
a
that
flash grenade. I'm so done. I'm so goddamn done. How did he see me? Found him this way. What?
Well, everybody, and in case you're new, well, there's a lot of history riding between these two organizations. Last year, it was looking like this was about to be a grand final worth remembering. And to be fair, it was, just for maybe not the reasons that Toronto fans would have liked. It was a speed run through all 4 maps going the way of New York. And we looked like, going into this year, Jay, that it was going to be a rivalry that may dictate the champion of this year. And after a quick 3-0 from Toronto in the first matchup, it was a 3-0 in their second meeting at Major 2. This would be their 3rd time here today, and it may be a little late, but it looks like we're finally getting the barn burner series we expected between these two teams.
This is exactly what we wanted, man. And as even square field after 2 maps. We got an insane comeback at map number 1, an almost insane comeback from Ultra at map number 2. But the subliners shut the door with only finding 3 first bloods out of the 10 rounds we played. They walk away victorious in that map. But now this is the most important because you're going into an invasion control, and even thinking more bigger picture, this is the map you're probably going to play versus the rest of the league, especially when you get deeper in the bracket for Major 3. So we already know the subliners are one of the best control teams that we have in the game, but so are Ultra. The only difference between both of these teams is that subliners, for some reason, always find a success on any map when it comes to the attacking side. And that's the biggest thing when you talk about an invasion control, because if you can walk away with an extra segment at A, it's chef kiss, because you guarantee yourself that round 5 defense, you're basically calling game. But both of these squads have been stellar in this mode.
Yeah, and again, the success on offense is what often give you the edge. Last time these two teams played, they did play the invasion control. It went all the way to 5, where New York held the edge, getting the round 5 defense and securing it there. So, again, these numbers are, again, very parallel, very even between the two of them, especially through this qualification stage in particular, but even on total, they, again, have been just as good throughout the entirety of the season. So, like you said, this feels like a map that's going to be a swing map overall across a lot of different matchups we're going to get likely in Toronto. So, who knows? If this feels like another map, like I said before we went to break, should be a pretty much gloves-off square up here.
And the thing that I love about how the way the sublines approach their attacking rounds is that even when someone is making an individual play, that individual play is a part of a team push. Like, that's what they are so great at doing, is that we usually find someone in a 1v3 scenario just simply playing his life in towards Cafe. He finds a double, and instead of going out there to sprint towards the point, he's simply staying alive to allow his team to get back to him for a team push. So that's what the subliners are really good on their attacking side, because everything is all about teamwork.
Absolutely the case. So, here's a look at, the online versus LAN statistics, as this is, again, where the other point of focus is going to be as soon as we get there. We talked about both Miami and LAG and what they've been able to either do or not do based on their first matchup when it comes to online versus LAN. But, hey, the thing about it is, this New York team kind of finds themselves more in that Miami camp of, yeah, you've been great online, but how do we get this to start turning up on LAN? And, in particular, yeah, it was a decent showing at Miami, but what really hurts them is that first major that we saw in Boston where they got surprisingly double first rounded.
Yeah, and you can just tell it's right there, right in front of you. Like, the S&Ds are 50-50, but the hard points, that's what they really need to work on. Because on land, they have a couple losses where they probably shouldn't have. Majority of that is due to their performance at Major 1. But you just have to improve in your HPs. You have to get your S&Ds back to where they're locked, because if you're turning up in control on land, those are basically guaranteed in every single series that you play. So it's all about the hard point focus, all about the search and destroy focus if you are New York.
Indeed the case. Players looking like they're about ready to get locked in here in just a moment. Hands being warmed up. And the focus has never been higher. I mean, again, this is a huge, I think, momentum shifter going in towards the major. Toronto, of course, trying to put on for their home crowd. New York trying to take it a step above their third-place finish at Major 2 to be in the conversation for another grand finals and do what this roster was built to do. But I think overall, when you look at the home team going into their own major, there's going to be a lot of pressure riding on them. Not only because of the, we'll call it a quote-unquote underwhelming performance when it came to what they did at Miami, but they're looking to also shut up a lot of other players in the league, I think you know who I mean, when they eventually get to land, in particular in front of their home crowd.
Yeah, because you got the buff. You got the hometown buff, so you're going to have all your fans rooting you on versus every single team that you play against. Probably not going to get the advantage versus Optic. No one gets the advantage versus Optic, but Ultra, they have to make sure that they're putting on a show at their own event. We saw all of it throughout Major 2. Wasn't really the best performance out of Insight and Envoy. Kleenex also had a bunch of hiccups, but Scrap has always been the shining light for this team.
Yes.
Right now, you see him, he's biting his lips. He's absolutely locked in, and as long as he consistently plays at the level that he's been playing at since the beginning of the year, without question, one of the best players in the game, he's just waiting for the rest of the teammates to show up a little bit on land.
Absolutely the case. And, again, as much as there's criticism over New York and, did they actually upgrade going from SIB or pre-SIB to SIB? But the same conversation here starts to kind of come in with Envoy in terms of, he's fulfilling a role that Hixie was running for this team last year. I still maintain that Hixie's probably one of the best overall SMG IGLs that has probably ever graced, the CDL in a while. He's been so clear, so communicative, and he's always the one doing the dirty work. And Envoy has provided moments where you look at him and say, oh yeah, this is absolutely an upgrade. But lately, it really has just been these two guys as kind of a quote-unquote weak spot in being able to hang with the other top two teams that have shown that they're a full squad from top to bottom.
And that's completely insane to say, because Ultra, they took Major 1. Envoy was playing great, but you picked up Envoy on this roster to be able to slay with those top teams. Right now, he's looking like Hixie in the slaying column, but everything else is still basically the same. He just has to get back to that slaying ability that we all know he is capable of. And then for Sib, just do what you do best, and that's shoot your damn gun. Put down damage to set up your SMGs who love to roam around, especially in control. Kismet is sitting at a 1.19, but Hydra a 1.43. There's simply no one that probably plays their life than Paco Taco. That guy's a man on a mission every time he spawns in on control.
All right, friends, no more talking. Let's get to the action. Here we go. Invasion control. 1-1 map count going into map number 3. It is Toronto starting off on the offense, and not a lot of hijinks or hilarity here. Early focus to come in over towards the B street. In fact, they're going to get Envoy into DVD early. Kismet trying to flush him out, and him with the combination of Hydra will do more than just that. First 2 kills going to New York's defense.
Yeah, they find the initial 2 kills, shut that early pressure over towards B, and now Ultra stuck. Very peculiar situation, but Scrap has stayed alive the entire time over towards Water Street. It was Skies that was trying to locate where he was, but you're not going to be able to get the indication that he's on that point. Segment starting to work his way up.
No trophy system earned as of yet. Help on the way, but it's late for Ultra. So New York will get through, stop the progress of the first tick, and also follow up with good kills through the middle of the map. Envoy trying to turn it around, but not able to do so. And all of a sudden, you've got New York looking at 45 seconds worth of defense left, and they're up through B, up through A. Toronto need to figure out what they want to do here quickly.
Yeah, we need to go to B. We cannot waste a lot of time trying to work our way over towards A. If they find a couple kills through the middle of the map, now you just have to get past that 50-yard line and work up some progression, because it's only 30 seconds remaining. Sky's going to be the sole defender over towards B. He finds one, and now he's just simply trying to finesse his life, waiting for his teammates to get back to him.
Yeah, I was expecting a follow-up trade. Tried to break the camera, go up and over the doorway. Doesn't really work out for him. First tick of progress now locked for Ultra. More on the way as there's kind of an in-and-out double stack here. Kismet, though, from the top rope. Able to shut down Scrap. Trade still allow Insight and Kleenex to continue to teamwork over towards the B zone, but here come New York, feeling like they've got a chance to jump on in and get the contest through, but the kill is in. Second tick of progress, I believe, was fully locked. Yep, there, confirmed. And now it's just down to how much does New York really want to still commit to this with Toronto reinforcing with numbers now over the top of B.
Yeah, they might not have another opportunity unless Hydra's able to get a kill from mid-dark. He gets shut down, so time is going to get extended by a minute. Ultra currently only down by 1 life, but if you are the subliners, you definitely think we should have potentially had a shutout round here with all the map control that we had, but we gave up that those 3 segments at B. Now we have to stand strong on our setup. You already have 1 player in Kismet pushed out toward the spawn, but Scraps gets right behind him, and he can potentially just push his way right up the street.
Well, the thing about this is Scrap is going to say, hey, the water street is clear. And wow, Kismet nearly had a chance to flank behind the AS and D street. Not going to work out. Scrap finds the kill. And now Toronto can get to work trying to clear out Laundry. Good opener from Hydra. Slips away, but Scrap meets him on the exit. Still an opportunity for Toronto to hold some ground. Front side of this A zone, while also simultaneously Kleenex on 5 is looking for kill number 6 for a cruise missile, but thought he had it in the way of Kismet. He ducks to cover. Hydra secures the kill. And now Toronto are in a little bit of trouble. Down a couple of lives with no real look on the A zone.
Yeah, that was such a big kill on the Kleenex. Obviously shutting down that cruise missile, but he was trying to be the playmaker for Ultra to work his way behind enemy lines to potentially set up a pinch. Now it's going to fall into the hands of Envoy. With only 20 seconds left, he's just hoping that his teammates find a couple kills through the map. And Kleenex finding a double might find an opportunity for the game to get on the point. It's going to turn into a one-on-one, but Hydra's dancing with death, able to come out on top in that engagement. Inside falls, and that's going to be a subliner standing strong on their defense.
How good has Hydra been for this New York team in this kind of resurgence in the last couple of weeks? That is just next-level finesse. He gets to 4 in a row. No chance to find kill number 5, but New York stabilize around the A zone, take the round, and largely mitigate all of the pressure that Scrap was putting on towards that A zone early with some pretty good conviction.
Yeah, that's good stuff right there to New York. To reinforce their way out to the map, and even when time got extended, to always hold down that left street, get the reads on the players going around the pinch. Hydra, always a perfect POV to watch. He gets a couple extra hit markers as well with that Renetti, so he knows that there's someone also right around the corner, and single-handedly shuts down that push from Ultra to stop any progression over towards A. Subliners take the first, and now it's their turn on the objective side.
Let's see what the idea is going to be here. Kind of similar to what Toronto was trying to do. Kismet will get a DVD, but he gets in for pretty much free. Toronto trying to get forward through the middle of the map. Kleenex able to get the first blood, but nothing more. So Hydra gets to his 5th. Not a chance to take a 6th gunfight, though. So no cruise missile. But New York, with all this pressure through mid, have actually found Sib to slip on into the B zone for an early tick of progress there.
And that's why you force Toronto Ultra to play the way that they were around that 8 point. Because New York are finding a couple kills around Cafe. You do not want to give them a free transition over towards A to work up some of those segments. When you take down all those players, now you can put your focus over towards B. Even though the first segment is already complete, subliners are already pushed out towards Broken, and they're already finding all the kills in the feed. Second segment about to be complete.
And Hydra even trying to get a little bit further over towards Blue. Stop either any defenders from rotating over to Contestus or maybe catch a couple players off spawn. He's done a little bit of both to this point. Sib is also having an unbelievable control to this point. 12 and 6, 11 and 4 for both of the two that we've mentioned. Hydra not done until Envoy steps in front. Kismet not quite able to secure the trade. Toronto through mid-map will make sure this A defense stays stable while New York will just rotate in towards B, get the extra 60 seconds.
And you see exactly what New York's doing on all their attacking rounds so far. Is that we're going to show a little bit of presence at B. We're going to get all these kills and then start to push our way over towards A. Going to force Ultra to basically give up B for free. Great wall bangs out of skies. Not able to lead to the kill, but inside is definitely bleeding red. Do we decide to send it on me? He does find a kill. The trade is going to be there, but now it's only skies. You have to play your life.
Yeah, there's really no reason he should try to overextend in this position. Does catch out Kleenex, but Scrap very easily able to find the trade without too much concern. New York still trying to force this thing down through the previously captured B zone, and Kismet starting to cook up a little bit. 2 in a row for him. Now quickly on his way over towards this front side of shops. Just comes down to, does he get a full read on where Toronto has spawned and how they're trying to hit? And he says, maybe not. Maybe try to hold my ground a little bit longer, but Toronto, once again, find the kills they need to keep this A zone completely locked down.
Yeah, that's good stuff. The players coming off spawn, hold down their spawn to a T. But at least if you are the subliners, you shut down Scrap off of potentially earning that cruise missile, and now you reinforce your way up to the little map with all the kills going in your favor. Car bombs not treating inside well, but all the map control still in control of Toronto.
Carbine was triggered because he threw a trophy into another trophy. That's just one of those interactions that tickle you a little bit. 10 v 11, 30 seconds on the clock. Toronto have not given up even an inch of progress over towards A, and that doesn't look like it's going to change anytime soon. With especially this forward contest over towards Courtyard. New York would have to hit this from Water Street, and without any information on where this defense is positioned, that's not going to feel that good. So Toronto look like they should cleanly take this defensive round, and with that, if that holds, it'll just be 3 ticks to 3 ticks. Hydra does get caught over towards mid-map. Kismet dropping will put to rest any further antics for the subliners, and we'll go to round 3 completely even.
Yeah, we'll go to round 3 completely even, but I think the subliners are at least slaying a little bit better. So right now, even if we're all tied up in segments, subliners in the advantage to get that round 5 defense with the way that they were able to put Ultra in a little bit of a trap in round 1. But a great response right there from Ultra. Not a pushover on the defensive side, even though they're sitting at 6 overall between all 12 teams. But as we take a replay look at this again, the trophy system just not his friend. You understand, from the bottom of his eye right there, he spots that trophy on the floor, and he's just sitting like, uh-oh, it's not a good idea. And unfortunately, it comes back to bite him.
Small moment of comic relief in the midst of what has been a very intense series. Here we go again, though, for Toronto. Same double stack over towards this B zone. Same idea. Try to get Envoy up in towards the side of DVD, but Hydra's there to meet him. Nades this time, locking him into place. First trick being worked on, and Hydra actually trying to get cheeky through mid. That gets shut down, and with the trade on to Sib, Toronto could still make some progress here in the B zone.
Yeah, that first segment is about to get complete. You already have DVD controls. Subliners, more specifically in Kismet, he's waiting for his teammates to at least work their way up the map before he decides to strike. But same time he's working, Kleenex is doing it on the opposing side. He finds one through a tree, able to spot Hydra to snap, but the MCW is good enough to find the kill as that second segment is about to get complete.
Yeah, and it looks like for the most part, Toronto just want to try to get here, stack it, get the extra 60. You can see the damage that Skies is laying in towards the spawn of Toronto, though, just playing on this backside of Palace. But it's not enough to keep them over towards those ice cream spawns, flooding over and over again towards B. Life count still starting to amount in favor of New York. Envoy, Scrap trying to work together on the OE, and they will do so. No goodness, that last burst was not intended for Scrap, but a quick turn has him taking down his comrade, and now all of a sudden New York able to utilize the spawn trap to great accord.
Yeah, that's tough right there. Scrap was absolutely one-shot, and unfortunately Envoy a little snappy in this control. Puts all of his teammates back over towards the Palace side, and Subliners is trying to keep them trapped as long as he potentially can. The 1v1 gunfight, bad timer right down to Envoy, and now Toronto Ultra, not a fun place to be when you're spawning consistently over towards Palace with all the Subliners everywhere around the map.
And for two teams that we praise their attacking sides for, my goodness, the defense has been convincing for both. This time, New York have them absolutely in the blender, and this is where things start to get really deadly. You have to be thinking for Toronto, not much of a chance for us to cleanly actually get looks over towards A, but we do not want to allow Skies to get this cruise missile and aid in the next subliner's offense. Problem is, it's just no good way to chow them, as they're still working on Sib over towards the dozer, and that will work out. Hydra at mid-map continued to be an issue here, though, and life for life, Toronto just keep running out of reinforcement.
Yeah, they just don't want to contest Skies over towards the Water Street side, because if you give him one free kill, cruise missiles are going to be earned, so they're forcing themselves to either double team him or work that overextension, and that's where the subliners are filling all the gaps at. Consistently slaying over towards that right street. Skies finessing over towards this bridge side. Has Scrap absolutely one shot, but he's setting up his teammates for success. The slaying differential in this round is heavily in favor of New York.
Oh, Skies, he really wants
Oh my God.
That's a hell of a way to grab it. So now the cruise missile's been earned, and that slaying count that we were questioning in terms of who's up, well, you don't have to ask the question anymore. 18 plays 6. Skies will eventually drop, but I mean, I want to say damage dealt. It feels like a lot more than just that, though, as Toronto will not have even remotely a chance nor a look over towards A. 16 lives remain for New York with the cruise missile still to boot coming forward into this next offense. Toronto has to pull off a miracle 4th round if they want to get consecutive defenses.
Yeah, you have to try to shut them out. Not allow New York to walk away with those 3 completed segments over towards B is your best bet, because the slaying column is heavily in favor of New York. I'm pretty sure Skies only dies once or twice that entire round. It was 2 minutes and 20 seconds. He only falls once, but Skies was making plays time and time again. We got to take a replay look. You have inside one shot, but the jump shot a little bit too good right there for Caesar Skies Bueno. Always investing in this game, and it's showing.
I'm sure if you're inside on the other side of that, you're like, dude, what?
You can't do nothing about it. You literally can't do anything about that.
Trophy down early as New York, they know what their win condition is. Get these 3 ticks of progress, and we're good for round 5 defense at worst. Decent shutdowns from Scrap. That gets them off the zone as well, keep in mind. Sky's still floating around mid. Make sure that there's no chance for a pinch, and off spawn, New York will have no trouble trying to reinforce through B Street because of it. Oh, plus the extra. Sky's shooting 20 and 11. Cruise missile earned. He's looking to get to A. Possibly sneaks in the laundry completely.
Oh!
Insight gets burned away. Hydra follows up for the trade. Maybe a little extra. But wow, New York are flying right now. Toronto just trying to regain some ground.
Yeah, they are coming out swinging. You're finding every single kill through the map. You're able to at least get 1 player on this A point. Now you're going to force the split setup from the Ultra. You can no longer contest towards B. So that's basically going to lock up that guaranteed round 5 defense for New York. And now you have a couple cruise missiles and a lot of map control to still contest this round.
Yeah, and you have to think if you're New York, you got 5 lives. You have some, well, maybe chances to play through the OE. You're looking at this like, let's not even bother with round 5. Let's just get it done here. But Toronto not to be trifled with. Bounce back. Take care of the exit from the B zone, and they have Kleenex in position to try to watch these rotations on the New York spawn, but he only gets 1 before dropping, and that's not going to be enough, you'd think. A chance to hold on to this B Street, though, for Toronto. The problem will be getting someone in place to watch down water.
All their focus is over towards this left street because they know this is exactly where the New York Sublets are going to try to break out from. And now this is a situation where if you are New York, you have 1 minute and 20 left. Insight finds himself on 5 in a row, holding down this overextension. You don't want to give him a kill, but you're also oscillating them to bits. You tied it all up in segments. You might just want to put your controller down. But you find that kill on the Insight. No cruise missile earned, still an opportunity.
Well, Toronto starting to heat up a touch here. Scrap, dancing around the tank for 2, off the regen. Trying to predict the 3rd. Stun comes out, that's enough for Hydra to find the easy win. Rotation through mid-map for New York. Try to get an eye over towards the A zone. Kleenex inside a cafe. MCW, though, not the weapon you necessarily would want. And it now all really falls down to Insight. He has to lock down this rotation. Opening shots from Sib are decent. Envoy able to reduce the numbers of New York defenders from the front, but still, this is a scramble to see who can get in control of A first, and maybe that kill changes the tides for Toronto.
Yeah, that was a big kill right there to Insight to find that jump shot onto Hydra. And you take care of Skies, and now you know all of the subliners are coming off of the respawn. Just have to hold stronger your defensive setup because subliners already take a lot of mid-map control for another push.
And again, the life lead, the kill lead for New York. Looks like that should be enough to give them round 5, pending that they don't get absolutely slaughtered here in the last 10 seconds. Moment of pause. New York may be reading the situation and tallying the math at the same time. And trades should be more than good enough. Maybe 1 more chance if Skies can slip in and try to touch this. Yeah, tried for it, but nothing further. But tick progression is tied, but again, that last round, so convincing for New York, they should have the round 5 defense.
Yeah, they guaranteed the round 5 defense, and now you also have a cruise missile in your back pocket as well, just in case it gets a little bit scary. Now you just have to do exactly what you've been doing the last 2 previous defensive rounds, and give up those B segments, but stay strong over towards that left side, Water Street. Force Ultra a lot more of a difficult route on the overextension to try to work that objective over towards A, which has been their success story so far. Can the subliners do it again?
And how do you even get a look on the A zone? Do you try to do something off the break off here?
Yeah.
Try to, get Toronto into a position where they can maybe get both zones at the same time, because New York has been so convincing. Yeah, they don't want anything to happen over towards A. 3 players defensively right through Cafe. And now we head on over towards the defense rotated to
This is not hard.
the forward position for Envoy works out for a 1-for-1. That's not bad. Sib is also left without being able to contest. Kismet drops over the middle of the map, and here we go. First early bit of progress earned, plus extra kills to boot. Toronto in good form here right off the rip.
And you can already see the decisions coming in from the subliners. Everyone else wants it. No, we're just going to rotate over towards Water Street. They're most likely going to take the speed capture. We do not want to continuously fall on our side of the base. So that second segment is already going to complete. The 3rd segment about to come in. Time is getting extended. Great plays right there to Scrap, but he's the only one who finds a kill, and now the subliners have him back in that headlock setup.
Yeah, Sky's just playing a very off-angle, but Envoy able to reduce him quickly. That is an amazing elimination to allow Toronto to kind of stay away from this trap, at least partially so, because you do have Hydra deep over towards Ice Cream. Kleenex, big win onto Sib, though. Once again, extra space here for Ultra with Kismet dropping towards the front. They're going to get players, not just through middle of the map. They should be able to get someone on over towards A early.
One player's to the point. He's just hoping that Seabass can find a couple kills. Scrap at least gets the beat down, but the Subliners are here to reinforce with their numbers. Depleting that first segment and now forcing Ultra to try to rally the troops again for another push in towards A. But this time is a little bit more scary because the Subliners are ironing it up on their side of the spawn.
And again, you have to worry about any long pushes in the open areas, possibly being countered out by that cruise missile that's still being held down to by New York. So the long play through the overextension is what's being called for. 2 kills for Toronto. There's 3. Fourth one's going to be found. This is going to be a potential for a stack, but Hydra, he gets a quick spawn and finds 2. That will slow things down for Toronto just a touch. But New York have to worry about getting back in towards the zone. A couple of quick kills off the spawn will allow the defense to start to make their way over for the contest. And as insight drops, New York will reestablish defensive control.
And that all falls into the hands of Hydra, the first player to fall, the first player to come off spawn, and somehow, someway, he was able to catch 2 players off that cross. Gives his team another opportunity to find the break, and they continue on forward with it. Now the cruise missile does get invested. You're simply calling that in for the info to be gained for your teammates to get pushed up a little bit deeper than their base. And now only 45 seconds allows Ultra 1 to 2 more good pushes at this.
And Sid, mid-map. Oh, you don't want to fall here. Scrap battling with him.
Wow.
For the side of Toronto. Help from the front. Inside's able to find a 3rd. It's just down to Skies inside the zone, but the contest for Toronto's a bit labored. There come the kills. Here comes the stack. No! The trophy system again becomes the biggest nuisance for Toronto. It's just down to a couple of players making just 1. Kleenex the last one left alive, and he gets taken down by Sib. Toronto have to reset up again.
And it's only 20 seconds left. New York only have 6 lives remaining in their column. So you need to find a 3-piece if you want to try to get yourself onto this point, but this is their last hurrah.
Only 2 defenders inside the zone. The others for New York. Worried about the overextension.
Oh my God.
Drop. Here comes the flood. Skies by himself could do nothing. Trophy system this time gets placed safely. On top of that, it's a 12v2. Toronto looking clear here at A, unless maybe some desperate nades land and popcorn him out of the zone. Hydra tries to step up. Kismet by himself can only get 2. And Toronto take the round 5 offensive win. Try to tell me you don't love control after that.
Oh my God, Ultra, another insane comeback. Who was expecting them to win map number 1 and now map number 3 with everything that they had to go up against? 2 minutes on the defensive side on Invasion with the cruise missile in the back pocket for the Subliners, but they were just so much more aggressive on that round compared to the others. Every time players were coming on spawn, they were taking space. And the Subliners, for some reason, they were not moving out of the spawn. They were more focused on getting these kills, tracked over towards Mannequin, and not taking any of the map control, at least pushing forward. You were giving opportunity after opportunity to the Ultra Boys, and finally, with their final opportunity towards the very end, they make it count. Scrap almost 40 kills on the map, but 73 under damage, was always putting out some great shots. But everyone else, when they needed to the most, clutching up at those final moments for Ultra to take both respawns in this series so far, and now 2-1 up in this series.
Jay, 39 kills, 30 non-traded.
Jesus.
23 of those on offense. Oh, mercy. We got ourselves a cooker here. And at some point in time, Toronto's probably looking at this and being like, yo, we're playing a 5v4. This trophy system's got a 2.0 KD. But the thing about it is, it's again, like you mentioned, and we'll probably see it here in the replay, New York aren't getting bad spawns there at the end. But maybe it's just the conditioning off of Toronto finding so much success in those A approaches through the overextension, around the backside of blue, through Mannequin, that keep New York a bit staggered. And those 2 defenders inside the zone don't know if there's a hit coming from the front. And I think that setup really does tell the story of how that last moment went.
Yeah, New York just needs to bite down and realize what we need to do to win those final moments of that game. To simply spread the map. I know it's very difficult when you're the team calling all spawn. You don't have any idea, especially when you're spawning over towards the back gas. If they pushed out towards Treehouse, if they're already pushed out towards blue, so they were not contesting that side of the map. But even when you found a clean 3 to 4 dead in the feed, when Skies invest that cruise missile just simply off the info, no one was reinforcing over the overextensive position. They had no one watching their front side across, just freely allowing Ultra to work on the back side, and just way too tight on their defensive in this final round costs them that game. They're definitely going to go back and watch that one like, damn, I can't believe we really just gave that one up. But still a great map for practice going forward. But Ultra feeling without question a lot better after walking away with that Ryan Powell attack.
And honestly, I think if you're a New York fan, you're looking at this series jaw drop being like, what the heck? We should have just 3-0'd.
Yeah.
I mean, you're up 170 to 49 on the hard point. You're going into a round 5 defense on invasion control with the cruise missile. That should be win condition every single day of the week and twice here on Sunday. So now you've got Toronto continuing to pull out these heroics, and wouldn't you know it, Jay, we're heading to one of their best hard points on Karachi hard point next.
And that's why it's scary, because Karachi should have got map. Karachi's been a map that they've been trying to add to their map pool. This is one of the maps where they are decent at rotating, but hold percentage is abysmal. Their break is not that consistent. And when you're going up against Ultra, who are always going to do the fundamental parts correctly, you have to just make sure you're having such a hard start and not getting it away, because Ultra love themselves some Karachi.
Why me?
And that's the thing is, if you find yourself starting off slow against this Toronto team, my face is the only thing going to get burned here in map number 4. You've got a 3-0 team on Toronto here in this qualifier, where they have been putting a lot of time and focus into playing this map. I mean, really both teams have. It's been their most played hard point for both these two squads up until this matchup. But you can see the difference numbers, not just an overall point average margin per time played, but the hold percentage, the break percentage numbers for Toronto. This is where they find their categorical success compared to the newer maps that are up. So New York have to set the tone early if they want to have a chance to get to a 5th.
And it simply has to be off the hold percentage, because I'm pretty sure on this map so far in this stage, they are dead last in points per 60. That means that you're the team setting up and you're just not getting any time or instantly getting broken. And that's exactly what Ultra are going to be looking to do to you. So you have to make sure that your setups are going to be a lot better, because this is a bread and butter map for the Ultra boys. But bigger picture, you know you're going to be playing this map potentially against Atlanta FaZe, so you got to bring it.
And Optic, for that matter. It feels like, again, the maps that we're seeing between the new ones up and this Karachi hardpoint are going to be some of the playgrounds in our pivotal series when we eventually get to Toronto. Still have more to go here, though. Envoy, quick wrap around the back. He's going to get a lot of read in this New York setup, but unfortunately gets caught in the mantle for Toronto fans. So New York actually end up in favor of the kill feed, and that allows them to not just control the middle of the map. They could actually jump onto this hardpoint, out these reinforcements, start earning some early time here.
Yeah, let's get back into that hill. If you are New York, you find 3 kills in the feed. A couple players are trying to play a little bit more of a cutoff angle, but we need that hill time to keep going in our favor. As now there's only 20 seconds remaining on P1. Subline is currently in control of the rotation over towards the next, but Ultra trying to be super aggressive up to the map to potentially try to flip them out or keep Subliners trapped in towards the back end.
Yeah, the line of scrimmage has been set. Maybe a little bit more passive than New York would like.
Oh my God.
Scrap winning a key gunfight battle up top towards Castle. Kismet Hydra getting to work, keeping the middle of the map safe, and okay, that's very well done. The only one to stay alive through this is Envoy. He's being hunted, but only marginally so, as Hydra knows the value of this office position.
But you see that one spawn coming in from Kleenex. He's going to have an opportunity to work his way around the pinch. At the same time, Hydra is not very aggressive up through that ticket area. Unfortunately, he's only able to take down one, but the rest of the teammates are finding all the kills in the feed. Spawn's now flipping. This is not good if you are the Ultra, because you have to try to get this break to not give up all this time, and at the same time, someone has to hit that rotation, because Sublime is going to run away with this chain.
This has been an incredible start for New York. In the face of what were a couple of really great gunfight wins for Toronto, they aren't able to capitalize on it. So they're going to get the 18 seconds with the scrap time, likely. Skies is going to kind of sneak in from behind, though, in Toronto. They're left to pieces, not just on the old time, but it's going to be staggered individual plays over towards new. This gunfight right here could be everything, and Kismet trying to value the spawn location more than the gunfight. Will back up, wait for Hydra to support. Tough gunfight, and Toronto will hold the early numbers, but New York still battling, and Kismet nearly turns the tides completely. Sid, the next one to follow up, will jump in. We've got a 50-50 battle here over the top of 3J.
Yeah, it's an all-out scrap fest at this P3 hill, but at least Ultra find himself in the hard point forward now, but Hydra cutting off the rest of the teammates on the opposing side now keeps at least one player trapped in towards the middle of the map, but Scrap walks right up and is able to find a triple. Now it's only Hydra towards the back end. Scrap finds all 4. I'm telling you, that guy is unbelievable on the map.
11 and 4. More than his teammates combined, or the same number of his teammates combined at the moment. What an unreal start for the side of Scrap. Now, finally, allowing these kills to turn into some good progress on the hard point here for Toronto. And on top of that, there may be an early cruise missile
I'm
talent if
about to
Scrap
quit.
can keep
I'm
shooting
about
like
to quit
this.
this whole game.
Looking for maybe an individual isolation on towards Kismet, but instead the focus towards the rotation. Scrap's trying to beat New York here, and he's able to catch at least the majority of Sib. Helps his teammate get the kill, and with that, Toronto automatically right back into the hill for some early time.
Yeah, Scraps just saying, like, somebody get somebody one shot, but let me get the damn kill. I need this cruise missile going forward, but this time he's not going to need any assistance. Sib is going to be one shot, turns that corner, and somehow, someway, Kleenex steals it with a nade. So give Scrap the damn 6 kills a year under cruise missile. Still ultra. Chaining these two hills together, though. Some great time here at P4 so far.
Yeah, I mean, again, for the battle of getting the cruise missile, Toronto is reaping on the hard point. Dude, that's going to feel terrible for Scrap. He had 5 different players one shot for that 6th kill. Didn't get any of the eliminations. But at the same rate, Kleenex said thank you very much. Good. He earned himself a cruise. So, in what has been a string of Toronto Ultra kills, the only person to maybe not get the cruise missile is the one who had the higher start, as Envoy's now also away from a second cruise missile.
I'm looking at it,
So far, he's been a playmaker. He got it done a little bit scrappy over towards P3, and now starting to turn up in this game. Kleenex has got a cruise, Envoy has got a cruise, and now Ultra have the rotation over towards next. We see that one player who spawns out in Scrap. He knows that there's pressure coming from the front, there's pressure coming from the back, but he's going to take the super long route, tell his teammates to all focus on the front end, and unfortunately, the game is going to end.
Teammates
all right.
That is the worst possible situation if you're a Toronto fan, considering that you had 2 cruise missiles.
Why
and
do
I
you
think in a lot
have
of ways
to
should have had a third.
care?
And you can see Insight is like, what gives? Wow. That is a big momentum killer. But I will say this, as much as obviously the observers were hunting down cruise missile urns, like, even though Toronto was starting to really put together what looked to be some clean chemistry and some clean cohesion, same side of things for New York, they were still hanging into this map. I mean, a lot of 50-50 gunfights. That's the biggest takeaway here. So it's just down to, I think, if New York can just individually stop these guys from getting multiple cruise missiles. But I don't know what happened right there, but you can see some very unhappy faces in the Toronto camp.
Oh, you definitely are unhappy. You came out swinging. You got 2 people with cruise missiles. You won the last 3 rotations of the final 3 hard points before the game ends. And you were going to put yourself in a position to start to run away with this game. And it all started with the play that they made at P3. Like, the subliners, they were doing fantastic at P1. You chained it a little bit over towards Cafe. And then Ultra, they break in for the final 15 seconds. They only rely on one person off the rotation, and it was Envoy, who had a slow start. But the one kill that he was able to gain in towards P3 stalls enough time for his teammates to get back into the play to set up Scrap having that 4th place. So already Envoy not having the best performance so far in this stage when you talk about that hard point, KD, but he's always going to make those heads-up plays.
And so far, so good. And that's one of the things we talked about even, across some of our teams who don't find themselves in the top 4 is, Envoy is kind of looked to be that guy that roam around and find kills. But sometimes the ARs just are not fully there to help support those plays, and you kind of feel like you're forcing things to happen when they're not actually available. But when Scrap starts off that hot, I'm sure Envoy's looking at the kill feed saying, all right, bet, let me get to work. And when he turns the Jets on with some good help around him, things like that could definitely happen. But we're still waiting to see what exactly had happened in this map number 4. Obviously, Toronto not particularly pleased, but we'll see what happens when we come back from this quick tech break as we try to restart Karachi Hardpoint after this. Don't go far.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Listen, where am I looking here? It's Mother's Day, all right? Call your moms, all right? And maybe I'll call them too.
Yeah, our bridge is shield.
What's left? I'm cutting mid.
I'm not sure if I'm getting old, but I swear to God, Joe, sometimes when Celium talks, all I hear is...
Yeah. Talk about aggression rocker. 4 players over towards A.
Zoinks! There's the second from Alex. Third for Alex. Oh!
4th from Alex, too.
We missed it.
Standy will get free info here onto Assault. Quickly finds the kill. Oh, He's going for the assassination. Didn't hold the button down long enough. And Assault says not so fast.
Let me tell you right now, these guys play every day. You should know you cannot assassinate someone when they are a little bit taller than you on the map. And unfortunately, the one beat down doesn't work, but we know them hands from Assault. They are definitely warm. 2 punches right to the chest to take down Standy.
If the cruise wasn't bad enough, the spawn trap might be worse. There's nowhere you can go. Abizi gets dealt with, but it is just, I mean, you're stuck. You're done.
Oh, hell no. That is insane. Shotzi was 4 in 16. Now he's on a 7 spree and just made the best play we have ever seen on Skid Row. The dance he just did, he turns into a ghost, and now Ultra are down in this game. Optic Texas win it. I have no idea how Shotzi continues to do it.
With kills early, Wallbang's coming through. 38 HP for Abizi. He's dodging. Sometimes you just gotta try some different strats. As Abizi, yeah, he's up to 8 quickly. There's another one. Be a little bit too late. Another 10 spree and an ace. Too easy for Mr. Abizi. That is disgusting and also can't happen.
And I don't think Hydra's going to be in a position to at least get towards the bomb. He's the one to get top of his life.
Akko, the 1v2 takes him off to the fuse in the perfect amount of time. And Krim cannot believe it. Let's take a look at this again. Look at the top side of your screen. Oh, inches away. That's got to be 0.2, 0.1. And also...
Everyone from Vegas Legion trapped behind enemy line. This is tough. As Ghosty finds 3 with 1 clip. Those are great shots.
A single second, the Seattle Surge, they are going to send it. If any team is set to fall apart in a crazy way, go. Oh my God. What a play. Oh my God.
Share your life, they actually went for the challenges and gave us an opportunity, which is something that I hate seeing. And what the hell was that? Then he just got
Why do you have
That is the best
to?
behind enemy lines.
He's getting loose early every round. Like, do a little dance, make a little love. Who's dead tonight?
Absolute love of the Rio edition.
So why do you have to pay?
Into the garage, yes, indeed, just so.
I thought the race was going to favor over to Seattle Surge, but it's just been a multi-kill or somebody going beast mode. It's Gio who kills the entire squad. He is lighted up. Give him more. Papa's hungry.
He's got to be so happy. He finally doesn't have to worry about getting first blooded in round 11 on his team.
You're like an adamantium werewolf. Oh no!
Oh no!
He couldn't get out, but he can do front flips. Oh, Daddy's hungry! Oh my God! Finally takes him out. But dog warfare! No! That was the most intense round of S&D that I've ever casted in my damn life.
Hardpoint compromised.
2, 3. Oh my God.
What? How did you know?
He's low. I hit him like 2 times.
Compromised.
My hell. Oh my God, dude.
Welcome back, everybody. Just an update. We are still dealing with a bit of a tech issue with what happened at the start of the Karachi hardpoint, but in what has been an absolute cooker of a series to this point, hey, we're starting to really get a feel for what both these teams are going to offer us when we eventually get to Toronto, Jay.
No, yeah, I I'm excited, man, because obviously Ultra, not the best start to this series, but an insane comeback in that map number 1 showed that they still got that ice in their veins. And then even when you get to the map number 3, insanely icy with one final push in that control to now walk away with 2 respawn victories so far in this series. But this one is far from over, Alan. We still got potentially, we got guaranteed one map, but potentially a final one in that 6-star S&D awaiting forward.
Indeed the case. And, well, hey, we've had a couple of absolute special moments, and of course, the superstars for both these two teams have been leading the way in a number of individual ways. Hydra on one side, Scrap on the other. They have been unbelievable for their teams, even in the lulls that have kind of come throughout some of these Major 3 qualifiers, or I guess maybe more so for Major 2. Here in this series particular, through just the 3 maps, the numbers these two guys are putting out are unreal. And that's coming off of a fine start from Scrap in the comeback effort, but he's really exploded here lately.
Oh yeah, Scrap's always gonna do the best of his ability to be the best player on the map. But the fact that Hydra is keeping up in the damage, a little bit better in the series KD, a little bit more kills as well with that Rival 9 in hand is actually insane to me, because obviously it's based off of a lot of that map number 1 where New York subliners are having a lot of success early on and Toronto was just a little bit late to the party, but they were able to clutch on up. Definitely both of the superstars for these respective squads, but take a look at these maps and modes again. This has been a nail-biter series. 250 to 244 map 1, 6-4 where it potentially should have went to around 11.
True.
All the way to the very end in that invasion control. We are just awaiting this Karachi hardpoint where we were at least pleased with a little bit of a sneak peek on it. Ultra coming out swinging, but the subliners, they look like they made some good adjustments so far.
Yeah, especially after their break-off, right? I mean, the first 2.5 hard points were great for them. I mean, you get a lot of the time on 1, you win the rotation to 2, and you also have Ultra in a bit of a panic getting over towards that cafe, over towards P3. That's when things started to pick up, though. And those 50-50 gunfights, Ultra really started to come together and have the individuals pop off. I mean, we saw Scrap nearly get the first cruise missile, Insight, Envoy right behind him, able to eventually tally some of the cruise missiles between P3 and P4, but it's just down to, which Toronto Ultra are we going to get in the start of these maps, because in map number 1, it was slow, and it looked like at one point
Mm-hmm.
Point throughout the listen, and I actually said to you, it's like, Ultra looked lost on the map. But as soon as they got back to this second P1 and then eventually to finish off the map, it looked like they started to put things back together.
Yeah, and there was insanely clutch abilities as well out of some of these players. Like, if Scrap doesn't find a 2 and it turns into a 1-on-1, it completely goes different. If Kleenex doesn't come off spawn, find a double to the map, probably an opportunity for the subliner to execute a break in. But Ultra always have been and always will be calm, cool, collected when we go into listening with them. You can only imagine the gameplay, even in those crazy moments, are still calm, cool, and collected, thinking that they have an opportunity to close out the game. So, ain't nothing changed for Ultra. They've been the same squad since the beginning.
Look at the tally between P5 to P1 for the side of Ultra. I mean, huge peaks starting to come through from 49 points to 105, and then again from 204 to 250.
Yep.
And it's just the stall out that came through. It definitely felt like as we started to get to that second rotation, there was a moment where like the subliners were just having a real tough time keeping themselves in the same mentality of where they started the map, eventually kind of made one good chalk and rotate moment come through to get themselves back in the leaderboard and back into control. But that P5 to P1 rotation, I mean, Puckett mentioned it from weeks ago that is everything on this map, and he's been right ever since. So still waiting the resolution of what happens here at the beginning of this P4. Ultra trying to keep their composure after what seemed to be a server issue. And Insight, again, really the byproduct of a lot of the success that they were able to find. No, he's not sleeping. I promise you that. This guy's locked.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a meditation thing. You know, it is Mother's Day. He's probably just trying to sink in with his mom, let her know I love you, saying all the sweet words. He's wishing he could be with her. But he's just so locked in for this matchup. Job is not finished yet. Communication is flowing. Insight has always been, though, that calm, cool, and collected guy. The level-headed one for Toronto Ultra. And as long as he continues to play at a high level, this Ultra squad will continue to find success.
And keep in mind, there was the tally, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that Desmond talked about. If Ultra come away a 3-1 winner in this series, they will guarantee themselves the number 2 seed.
Yeah.
Regardless of what happens with the Optic and LA Thieves game later. So there is some, extra pressure, if you want to call it that, in terms of them confirming this second seed that they're currently find themselves in. Gives them obviously a much easier pathway in terms of trying to please the home crowd, instead of having to match up against a tough opponent maybe a little bit earlier on. But, there's still a bit of a shakeup that can still happen here. I mean, all three of these teams between Toronto, Texas, and LA locked in at 5-1 each. Of course, the final matchup of the evening will be Optic playing up against Thieves. So New York doesn't have a chance of moving up any. They're going to be pretty much locked into this 5th position. So, this is really more of the Ultra team saying, and if they're aware of it, hey, win this map and we guarantee ourselves that second seed.
Yeah, and that'll be good because then you square up against Seattle Surge, who have been on the upward trajectory. Like, ever since the addition of 04, obviously you've had a couple mishaps in a couple of series,
sure.
but you still got to work through the leaps and bumps of a new squad. So it's going to be a very good test for Toronto Ultra if they manage to get that second seed and go up against Seattle. But if you are the subliners, you know that you are basically locked in at that 5th spot. You just have to see who you're going to have a dance with in that final matchup between Optic Texas and LAT. And I'm really excited to see that final match, too, because LAT, for me, they've had, a really easy schedule so far of this major. They've only played one tough team, and they unfortunately fell short there, but not a single team that they played against was in the top 4. They're finally going to play against Optic Texas, and that's going to be the true test to see what they're all about.
Proving point. I mean, we said the same thing about Seattle yesterday was, what were they going to actually be able to provide against what has been one of the more indomitable teams in CDL history against FaZe. Yeah. And they put up a pretty decent show. Yeah, they got a little beat around a little bit by the end of some of those hard points, but they were fighting, they were shooting, and I think that's all we're really looking for to see if Thieves can either be not just a dark horse, kind of sitting in that 5th position, but maybe even a surprise favorite in a lot of regards if they could find a way to beat this Optic squad, who has been, again, using the majority of this major qualifier as a way to build up a map set that they know they're going to be playing up against your Atlantas, your New Yorks, and your Torontos. It definitely feels that the top 4 have set themselves up to square up on maps like Karachi, 6-Star, Vista when it comes to the hardpoint overall. So I imagine that map set will probably favor most of those maps.
Yeah, you want to make sure you're prepared for the big dog. It's not really a top 4 anymore. It's like a number 1 and then the next 3. Because Atlanta, so far throughout all of this major, they played against every single team underneath them, and they beat the hell out of every single team. So Atlanta, without question, is only Big Me up there. The rest of those guys are still trying to figure out how to catch up to those Atlanta FaZe boys.
Indeed the case. Again, we're still waiting a resolution here for what's going on with map number 4. Server has been changed and selected, so we should be loading in hopefully pretty close here. And let's take our conversation then right back over to what we've heard and learned about this series. I mean, how much do you look at what's happened so far in terms of the fact that New York fans are sitting here saying, how are we even loading into a 4th map? We should have gotten done with this in 3. Do you look at that as kind of a downswing for New York, or do you like that more as a favored storyline for Toronto being able to keep their composure down in some pretty terrible spots and still finding ways to fight back?
I think I like it more for the favorable side for Ultra, because obviously we look at their schedule so far in the stage. They only had one tough matchup, and that was versus Atlanta FaZe, where they got steamrolled. But everybody else, they've been making easy work of. So now you're going up against another top 4 team, and you had such a slow start, but you were able to fight back. So you already gained that momentum, knowing that our backs can be completely against the wall, but we are always going to put ourselves in an opportunity to make sure we are in these matches or in these series completely. And on the opposing side for the subliners, I also take it as a good thing, because you should have walked away with this series in a clean 3-0. You've had 2 moments where, 2 different maps where you completely choked and broke down at the end of these games. So it's just those small mistakes in New York would have been able to extend their day or close out this day a lot sooner, go spend time with their parents, and prepare mentally for that major next week. So I think if you are subliners, like, it's just a couple mishaps, but you're still a top dog.
And I like that call, and I think on top of that, you know, we expect that when we get to the major, it's going to be a lot of nail-biter series, especially as we start to get towards the top 6. And even though you may not have been able to convert on moments you should have closed out here, at least you've got the chance to go back, relook at it, and say, okay, let's just make sure next time this happens, we're cleaning this, that, and the other thing up to put these maps away. Because as much as Toronto can do that to you and punish you for your mistakes, you can obviously take that conversation 1 step, if not 2 steps further with teams like Optic and Atlanta, let alone the underdogs that are also sitting below you with teams, you know, like LA Thieves, you know, like Miami all of a sudden sneaking into a top 8 position. Seattle and Carolina also on the upward trend towards their stock. So, you know, you just don't want to take one for granted, and you don't want to find that moment of letting your foot off the gas, which it kind of feels like that's been the story for New York in both map 1 and 3.
Yeah, you just got to keep on pushing forward. Do not put your controller down until the game is officially at the end. But I am simply not worried about this subliners roster, because they somehow, you even heard Kismet in his last interview say, last year, we won the first major, and then we went 3-4 months without being the best form of ourselves. So right now, they find themselves in that form where they're shaky a little bit in hardpoint, shaky a little bit in that search and destroy column. But control has always been strong for them. Unfortunately, fall short, obviously, in this one by completely choking at the very end. But they are always going to have those players on their team who are world champions, who understand what it takes to win and know the adjustments they need to make going forward for the biggest one of all year, which is champs. They want to make sure that right now we won't be in our final form, but when we get to the very end, we are going to be in the best form possible to potentially go back-to-back this year.
Could be an opportunity for them. Still waiting on the server to get fully set up, so we'll step away for another short break. Don't go far, friends. Stick with us. We'll be back, I promise. You don't want to miss the end of this series. We'll be back after this.
Well, hello there. We are back and ready to kick it into the map 3. A hot contest so far. Yeah, it's hot in the building. It's hot in the series.
Hey, you got shorts on today.
You're hot. Yeah, no, I knew it was gonna be warm, so I had a feeling. So I had to pull out the quads. Look at these things. You think anyone's blinded? I've been
see through them.
I've been hitting the Peloton though. There's some muscle there. I'm telling you, these things feel like a couple of rocks, man.
Okay.
I'm so sorry about that, everybody home. Hopefully, no one
viewer discretion is advised.
Had their vision affected by the bright lights of my quads.
To find out, and in a very quick manner, our
Artistry's putting in a few bullets toward the tractor as here comes the nade. That could be big. That's massive as Octane's able to find the first classic. Everybody explodes and that will be it. That will be it, Seattle. Getting one of the biggest upsets in CDL history.
There's more than just the game on the line. It's like, you know, a lot more bragging rights.
I think the very first map is the most important map. If you go down that first map to Optic, chances are you're not going to win the series. I think they have like over 90% win rate after they win the first map, so it just really comes down to that first map, I think.
When you go up 2-0, it's really hard to come back, and we're really good at sealing the deal and just closing the...
We've been practicing pretty hard and, you know, watching a lot of film and stuff like that, so I'm just fully confident we're going to walk away with the W.
Unless Priesta can come up with something magical, something historical. New players falling. Priesta ends up getting traded out, but Standy's still here. No respawns right now for Rocker, but hey, we've got to put ourselves on pause. 1.5 seconds on the clock. Atlanta FaZe, they've got to push their way in. They've got to dig their way through. Nades, tacticals, utility tossed out. But take a look at this. Take a look at right now from Minnesota, and they do not push on to the point.
And he just throws it. Stun has a couple of kills, and now push it forward. Sim with 5. And out player, especially in the slaying category. Can he turn this around? But right now, it is all Atlanta FaZe. 8 in a row for Sim. Make it 9. Sim's like, I can do better. Looking for double digits. And there it is. 10 in a row. In a grand final, and he won't slow down. Up to 11. It's a godly effort. 12. Keeps going, another 13! Simp erupting on the main stage.
A single second, the Seattle Surge, they are going to send it. If any team is set to fall apart in a crazy way, go. Oh my God! What a play! Oh my God!
It's been a battle to this point. And, well, it may have been a little bit of a battle for all of us waiting to see the continuation of this series, but we don't have to wait much longer, friends. Lock on in. We've got Karachi Hardpoint in what is a 2-1 map count favoring Toronto after some drama in their Map 1 and Map 3 comeback efforts. Now they find themselves on what should be stable ground, Jay. But the thing about it is New York had a really good break-off when we attempted this map the first time. They're trying to find that replication here off the get-go.
Yeah, that's already a great start. You're finding nade over the top, shut down Envoy, was trying to work his way into the objective, and then another nade takes down Insight. That's already 3 kills in favor of the subliners for this P1 time. They're doing exactly what they're doing before that replay.
Counter nade does come through, but look at Hydra's route all the way around the back. That will open up space for New York to start to commit on over towards the point, but they don't get a read on where Envoy had slipped through towards. So, yeah, a little play right down mid lane will work out, and even though it looked like New York were holding some firm control over the opener, right back in the mix go Toronto, finding some opening P1 time as well as Envoy wins another gunfight.
And now if you are the subliners, you are forced to stay in your ground over towards Cafe because Ultra are going to walk away with all this remaining P1 time. They already have a couple players trying to take a little bit of ground off the rotation. Inside is only able to take down one, but now Kleenex and Scrap are here for the party. New York subliner spawning in towards the back, but they only have one player around the point, and Ultra just pushed right through the front door to find that break.
Who needs cruise missiles? Not Toronto, apparently. Hell of a start here. Not only able to counter out the early success towards New York's breakoff, but now the setup over towards P2 looking pretty darn convincing. Inside the last one standing, trying to guard mid-map, and he takes down a couple. Hydra trying to slip around the back through the bottom side at red. He's able to find one on this route, but the hunt is now on. Insight trying to track him down. Hydra extends the play a little while longer, but Insight secures the kill, and now is on rotation as Toronto is all over this opener.
And now it's a complete flip-flop. This opener compared to the last. Ultra chaining that P1 to P2, a full 60 at the Cafe area. And now the subliners need a response here at P3. Finding the initial kills, or at least trading effectively to keep the spawns in your favor. So you have an opportunity with a full 60 hole to get right back into this game, and you don't have to worry about any cruise missiles this time around.
At least not for now, but Scrap's working on one. 4-0 start for him. New York very calm and confident on this setup around the third hard point. Decent read from Scrap. Lots of damage over towards Hydra. The snap over towards Skies is decent, but the wall bang better. So now Ultra still trying to find a way to set this thing up, and they will actually force New York to spawn out with the pressure coming from all sides at once. Good read from Envoy. Helps himself out with the stun. Now to Kleenex, able to break out into the hard point. What a masterclass of a break for Toronto, and Kleenex almost locks it in. Re-break good for New York initially, but there's still a 50-50 battle for this last 25.
And that's where the hold percentage needs to be a lot better if you are the subliners. You found the initial fights off the rotation. It's just the second wave is when you were not able to account for everyone on Ultra. You're looking at the different angles, and that leads to a break coming in for the Ultra boys for the final 15 to 20 seconds. Still heavily in this league and to put themselves up by almost 60 points, but subliners need to be in a situation where if you're rotating early, you have that much time to set up. Even if we get the first wave of kills, the second wave still needs to be good enough.
This is a good setup, though, for the subliners. Bridge control plus a little bit of low ground shops means that Toronto has to come all the way around the outside. And wow, how do you not expect that if you're New York? 2 kills immediately tallied. Sib is a bit stuck over towards backside palms, and Kleenex will find the snap to find the kill. Hydra Kismet still trying to work for this break attempt, but it's in pieces right now for New York. A really slow start for Kismet, 4 and 12, and Toronto are all over this reset.
And right now, New York is just going one by one, and that's the only thing that's making this game a lot more difficult for them, is that you're relying on someone to make a hero play happen so you can lead to a break, but they are consistently getting cut down. Final 20 going to go in favor of Ultra. Subliners have one player in Hydra who does spawn out. But if you are Skies in this scenario, you have to try to play your life. His positioning now known, but he's finessing long enough to now have some reinforcements in his back pocket.
Problem is, Kleenex actually clears things out over towards market side, plus the push through with Envoy now joining the party from the front, and that is all 4 members dead immediately, plus the read in terms of how Insight is able to stop New York off spawn. This has been a masterclass of Karachi Hardpoint. And I don't know, man. For New York, you need something. You need it quickly, because this is already getting way out of hand.
They're just playing at 2 different paces right now. You see Skies, he's sitting at 4 and 8. He also runs that AR, but Kismet at 4 and 15. Almost 20 engagements so far in this map. It has to lead to some success, though. You have to find this break on towards P5. Kismet rolls his way on through. Not going to be able to locate insight, so he's still going to be here to contest it, but he is going to fall. Subliners have the back spawns, and they should potentially walk away with this final 15 as long as you take down Kleenex.
All right. Moment for taking a breath if you're a New York fan. Just comes down to, can you actually win a couple of these opening gunfights surrounding over towards the top of the P1 hill? And so far, so good. Scrap time goes their way. All 4 members in position, trying to deal with this top rubble setup. And yeah, so far, so good here for New York. But still, desperately, they need some of this time here on 1.
Yeah, they need this time. They need to try to chain it the same way Ultra did to that P2. But Soko, as much as this middle hill time as you potentially can. 2 kills, make it 3 go in favor. All 4 in favor of the Ultra. They even catch the play off spawn. That's just way too easy. Yeah. And if you're on the subliners, we have to be stacking on one side of the map, or at least setting up a team crossfire, because you are just getting picked apart one by one due to the teamwork out of the Ultra. And that's why this score continues to get out of hand.
It just feels like New York is just so late to read what the play is going to look like for Toronto. Some of that off of maybe the awareness around where the spawns are. Some of it maybe just off of who's watching what routes. It just looks like there's a bit of uneasiness right now in the New York setups, which has led to a couple of big Toronto breaks. But, okay, moment of recovery. New York able to secure the majority of the scrap time and start to make moves over towards this P2 side of the map with good control up top towards red, which Kleenex is working on, but only finds 1. So, yeah, New York will get hotel control, and now it's just down to try to swarm out this Ultra setup around and inside the hill.
Yeah, you need this break too. Because if you allow Ultra to breach that 200-point mark, going to be closer and closer to ending that game. But the energy and the confidence is going to be deflated as all the kills are all going to be purple. That's 3 down. Kismet, farthest player pushed up. You just have to try to play your life in this scenario. Stuns are hitting you right in the face. Nothing is going right now for the subliners on their first push.
Second one not looking much better either. Hydra tries to get into the hard point. Contest is in. Like you said, this gets above 200 points. It almost feels like it would have to be another Vista-like comeback. New York still fighting. One more player to swarm from in the back, and that will work out. Envoy trying to come in as the last contestant possibly for Toronto. Gets across the middle of the map relatively cleanly, but Skies is there to put him to bed, and now it's all about this rotation. 10 seconds of hold time, but New York have a couple members already getting themselves in position for noon.
You just can't allow any players to slip on by. You can see Kleenex, his route through bottom red. It's now worked this way, but he's going to play the cutoff kill. So he knows that his teammates are spawning over towards that chicken coop side. So a couple plays for the subliners are trying to set up that repinch. He finds the free breed. You walk right through the middle of the map. The break is in. And now Kismet has his hands full to try to make a play happen here for his teammates to have another opportunity at this hill.
And this has been where the issues for New York have been all throughout this major.
Guarantees the number 2 seed for Toronto going into their home major, a top 2 seed after a rocky start against Atlanta. Let's talk about the victory today, because as the casters mentioned, these first 3 games so close, and it was Toronto kind of setting the tone with that first game comeback.
An extremely impressive series out of Toronto. I think Alan said that, maybe it should have been 3 on the side of New York subliners. Obviously, you go back to that Vista, and you're looking at New York subliners. They had a 171-49 lead, and then a 244 to 181 lead to go on and then lose the map. I think it's a testament to Toronto Ultra warming up at the later half and playing perfectly fundamental hardpoint. And also New York subliners' woes continue when it comes to just closing it out in these respawns. I mean, we saw it in that invasion round 5. You secure defense, you do the hard part, and then you lose the attacking round, allowing Scrap to drop almost 40 kills.
Yeah, Scrap's unbelievable. I mean, the amount of damage he was putting up, the plays that he was making, you can always count on that guy. But yeah, I'm going to go back to that map on hardpoint. That's the pain point in this series, man. You really think about it. They were up 120 points. They end up losing it, and you saw exactly what Toronto did. They get second rotation. They get P1. We always talk about how that's such an important money hill. Well, they flip the map, and then they get hills P3 and 4 in a row, close it out at the very end there. You can see the energy, like they were not losing this series. You get to a round 5, what happens there? They're going to overwhelm you. They win it. They get over towards the point, just make some huge plays. This is like a re-energized Toronto.
I'm looking at this team. They look angry right now. They had something to prove, especially after that replay in Game 4. I don't think I've ever seen Tobias do anything remotely impolite. I just saw his middle finger out.
That's what I'm saying, man. Different energy.
Got a Kleenex fired up for his home major. Toronto gets the job done. And with that 3-1, we mentioned second place. Texas is still going to play. But New York subliners, where are you at right now? 5th place because you got your 1 map? Or 5th seed going in?
Solidified in 5th. I think that if LA Thieves lose, then that would mean they play them round 1.
Pretty solid stuff. So we know our number 1 seed is Atlanta. Our number 2 seed is going to be Toronto. And our standings are now updated. Shout out to graphics. We still have Optic in LA, though, playing for that top 3 seed. Pretty crazy stuff here, Allie.
It is. That is so crazy to me to see LA Thieves go from which was a lower middle of the pack team to now jumping to top 4 heading into Major 3. Never saw that coming.
Taking a look at some of the numbers, Nameless. These are the best we have seen since Major 1. And what happened back then when Toronto finished 6-1?
Listen, they ended up winning that major, right? And this is a Toronto team that is looking scary once again. Like, their hard point is world class. We've been talking about it all year long. The control, obviously a very good control team, 6-1 throughout this split, and they just beat the other top 3 control team that we have in the world. So if they can figure out their search and destroy, especially versus the top teams, they can win this major.
Is Toronto back?
Down to.
It might be. Honestly, I think the scariest fact is that I don't even think Envoy is hitting back to form yet. I think he's still struggling a little bit. So if he turns up on land, we could look at another Toronto win.
We've got a man who is never off his game. Scrap joins us live, and I'm sure he has a lot to say about that series. First off, Scrap, is this the angriest you have ever seen Kleenex?
Toby, I'm trying to think of when the angriest I've seen Toby. I don't know. Toby's not really an angry person. He's kind of level-headed. But yeah, no, we were definitely frustrated after the map 3, but we got the job done.
You guys definitely did get the job done, and you were dropping some numbers along the way. Do you have extra energy when you face off against New York subliners? If so, why is that?
No, it's not even New York. It's just the fact that we're just bringing up excuses. We're switching servers. Like, brother, it ain't the server, bro. You're getting fucking slammed. Like, it ain't the server. They weren't beating us in gunfights. They said they were lagging, but every lag they were getting, we were getting, not complaining. So, it is what it is. And, yeah, we'll see them at the 8th seed.
Toronto and New York pretty close to each other, right? Oh, they're down in Texas. Got it. Hey, let's keep talking.
Yeah, we're going to move forward. Scrap, so you guys didn't have the most ideal start to this qualifier. What did kind of the work putting into it to end the way that you have going into your home major look like for you guys?
Yeah, I think honestly we just took like a full mental reset. After like Major 2, it wasn't even like the showing was terrible. We wanted to get back to Major 1 form. Just a big mental reset. The maps changed, everything kind of changed. So we kind of worked on S&D, worked on the new hard points, and yeah, everything's been clicking recently. We feel like we've been getting better every day. And yeah, we're super excited coming into the major.
Yeah, you talk about the new maps. Looks like you guys have been sprinkling in some 6-stars, some Vista recently when it comes to the hard point. Been improving, and you get a big Vista win here. But it didn't start off so great. Talk me through like the comeback in that. Obviously, you guys flipped the spawns and hold it down from there. How'd that come to be?
Yeah, I think the big thing on Vista is like if you spawn out, you're kind of in a blender. You're spawning across the map. And I think the first rotation they played it really well. But obviously we flipped spawns on the second rotation, and it was just kind of clinical. P1, P2, P3, P4. They just couldn't fuck with us the last half of the game. And yeah, they just broke the fuck down bad.
We did see the breakdown, and we love to watch your celebration afterwards from Toronto's side of things. Scrap, final thoughts here. We now know officially the first matchup for you. It will be you with the number 2 seed taking on Surge with the 7 seed. How do you feel you match up against the crew from Toronto?
I actually can't wait. I don't really care who we play. Surge first round, no EQ. I'm doped up, but it is what it is, and we'll see you there.
All right, let me ask you one more question, because listen, man, the home major teams that have been hosting these events have been getting mollywopped. Like, round 1 of these tournaments, what can the fans that are showing up to Toronto to support you guys expect here at this major?
Yeah, we're actually a good team that's hosting an event. That's one thing. You have brought up, the home teams get slammed, but if we're going to look at the standings, we're going to look at the players, it is like, But, yeah, no, we're a good team. We're excited to come. We're going to bring a lot of energy, and we can't wait to feed off the energy of the crowd.
Love that.
Bring it. We're all heading up there. I know this crew is going to be there on Tuesday. Can't wait to see you in action, though, for your first match Thursday night.
Thank you. Have a good one. Shit on.
Yikes.
This is the energy we need, man. Head into a major, like...
Diapers required.
My major? What are we talking about?
What? Little home trash talk from the man Scrap. You expect nothing less when we come back. It's a rivalry brewing. Green versus red this time. Optic Texas taking on Nade Shot's crew, the LA Thieves. Be right back.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Where are you at? Why are you sitting in your car? It says you're sitting in the parking lot, a food line. Why are you gone? Why?
Difficult spot for Heretics. Training well, though, are they? So only one player on
Wanna
the
get
board for
smart
now.
with me?
That's gonna be
I can be a
Snoopy.
fucking
Now he has
bitch.
some help from his teammates, but the close spawns are there for Miami. But Snoopy is snapping with the MCW. Finds the triple. How is he alive? I do not know.
Hydra straight back on it. He's got time to get it done. No one there to watch him. Will it go through? Fumble! Oh, he kills him! Oh my God!
No! Subliner's got the win. He got the defuse. The kill did not come in time. You have the streaks. You have the bomb planted. You have every advantage in the world. But the defuse came through.
He got it.
Oh, take a look at this rush. Take a look at this aggressive play from Minnesota. They make their way in through middle. They instantly hop into this B zone. Standing with a nice little angle. Oh, what a play! Oh, it finds three! Eli with the snapper.
With the help from his teammates, actually. What is this? What is this? Hydra from Mars. What do we have here? There's nothing left but three in the backpack. The ace from Hydra. A magician early in the round.
Found a way getting up top though. Hello. The wins! All the way to the back. That's two already. Flying out. The third will fall down from Awakening, and Kleenex is left alone. And Lynch will get his third. Unbelievable. There was a gap, and it was exploited to the fullest.
Linz is straight up making plays.
Now all of a sudden, half of that third tick has been depleted. 10v4, 25 seconds on the clock. Draws is still holding on to bottom blue. Does Atlanta still have this in them? They need to find a way to get them off. He's been seen by Cell. Atlanta continue to find the kills. Last chance to try to break your way in. And Atlanta continue to reap at the kill feed. Kenny has to jump off the top. He's not able to. And FaZe is going to hold on to the round.
City, you hear signs when we sleep. Heaven sent, hands down, vibes so unique.
Welcome in, everybody. It is the final battle in our Major 3 qualifiers before we all head up to Canada next week. Now we get to see Optic Texas in their final matchup against the best LA Thieves that we've seen all year. They're entering this matchup with a 5-1 record, but so is Optic, and that only loss came to Atlanta.
Yeah, no, both of these teams are 5-1, which is something I never thought I would say. The last couple of months is versus the team in red, so for them, they're technically the heavy favorites in this matchup, but they're still kind of struggling when it comes to that map number 3. They're 3-3 in control if there's anywhere to be nitpicky, but they are stronger attack team, so I'm expecting maybe a little bit of a Karachi or high rise when it comes to this map.
So name what's the situation for Optic. You win, you get 3rd seed. You lose, you get 4th seed.
Sure.
Let's talk about this matchup. What are they playing for realistically in your eyes?
I mean, they're trying to improve their map pool, right? They put a lot of effort into the maps that got added in 6R and Vista. I mean, you're talking 5-0 across those two in the HP, so we're going to be seeing, some of the maps like Summit we haven't seen in a while from Optic Texas back in this one because they're getting ready for a long tournament run and anything can happen through that veto process. Also, their best mode has been Search and Destroy, 5-2 record. And, you know, listen, Optic have done a really good job at fixing the fundamentals in Search. If you think back to stage 1, it was what costed them. Well, they're number 1 retake in this split, and they're also number 1 at getting the bomb down. Those are small things that are making the game so much easier for them, which is leading to success. So truly improving with each and every match for this team.
For the LA Thieves, they're trying to steal a win from Optic. If so, they would steal a top 3 seed going into Toronto, which means they would dodge the subliners who have that 5th seed right now. Let's take a look at this LA squad and walk me through this AR duo because Dan Ghosty and Nasty have been doing work out.
They have been doing work. Honestly, a lot of their wins have come off the back of a lot of clutch plays from Dan Ghosty and Nasty specifically, but I am a little worried in this series because although the numbers even up pretty well across the board statistically, when it comes to the sling, when Optic win against LA Thieves, that was the biggest difference last time.
I'm just being honest, like, just to look at it, like, these guys are 5-1. Ghosty's averaging more damage than Scrap and Hardpoint. He is actually super frying. Everybody on the team is performing, and when you look at this map set, Texas is giving them some layups, right? Like, LA Thieves have an opportunity. We could see this go all the way to game 5.
Vista for hardpoint number 2. Hardpoint number 1, though, begins on sub-base, so we're going to see some spiciness out of the gates. Alley Cat.
No way you're making me start. Don't make me start.
You don't want to go?
I'll go first. Yeah, Optic.
Nameless, go ahead. He's going Optic.
Yeah, I got Optic.
108 for Nameless. He's going for 108 before Toronto. Allie, do it.
You know when I do it. I'm going to go with LA Thieves.
You just picked New York correctly. Oh, wait.
No, I
That
picked
was us
Toronto.
picking New York. You picked Toronto
you picked
correctly.
New York. I
Sorry.
picked Toronto.
I'm getting 100 right now. Optic, Texas.
Oh, you're hitting triple digits. I'm so proud of
LA
you.
Thieves. Nope, Optic. Shift and study. Who do you guys got coming out on top of this one?
Yeah, I think I was a bit surprised to see not more square-ups on things like 6-star, Vista, trying to get Optic ready, but they're the ones who pick sub-base, and this does feel like, hey, remember we're 5-0 in this map, and we beat the hell out of teams. That kind of what feels like this pick is, on top of what Nameless said, is like making sure they're clean and polished. I think this map series set, though, Jay, in terms of my prediction, does lean towards Optic's favor pretty heavy.
Yeah, because they're playing maps they haven't played in quite some time. Like, they didn't play sub-base all throughout this stage. The Rio Search and Destroy, they haven't played it in this stage. The Karachi S&D, if we get to the Game 5, they haven't played it. And even in the Invasion Control, they only played it one time. So when you're going into a major, you want to make sure you're not getting caught lacking on any of the maps, because you heard Nameless saying anything can happen in that veto process. You just simply do not want to get caught off guard. So Optic just want to make sure that their sub-base game is still top to none.
On the same front, I think Thieves are looking at this match saying, uh-oh. I mean, their sub-base has not been great. Most recently having gotten the absolute poop beat out of them. 132-250 against Minnesota just a couple weeks ago. So some corrections that need to come through, and I will say, if Thieves do find a way to beat this Optic team against this map set, they should be looked at very seriously, and so far the start is looking pretty nice for the Thieves.
I think regardless, they should be looked at seriously with what they've been able to do throughout this stage, man. We're talking about 8-4 in HP, great in Search and Destroy. Need to obviously fix up in those control game modes, but if you remember the Thieves roster beginning, they only had 1 to 2 hardpoint wins going into stage 3. So obviously the roster change has played a big part for this success for this LAT squad. As we get to the end of that P1, they currently have the rotation over towards New, but you can see Optic all over your mini-map trying to contest it all the way to the very end, but they do not find any kills. A successful rotation led by the kills for LAT to get some good time here at P2.
And this is massive. This feels like the Thieves squad when they play 6-star. Clean on rotation, clean on clearing the middle of the map, make sure you get a bit of a buffer in front of the upcoming hardpoint, and then usually walk away with the first 30 seconds. And so far, all of those conditions have been met. Dashy, though, over the top of barrels. That's not a gunfight that he should win. Still finds a way to take down Joe Deceives. Krep caught over towards Secret, and that'll be a quick break for Optic with still 20 seconds to fight.
Yeah, that's still a good amount of time to fight for, but they're more focused on maintaining the spawns for the next hill. So LAT's just wanting it towards the back. Gonna try to get him out of this P2 HP. Ghosty flies on through, able to win the one-on-one versus Dashy. But it's only for 10 seconds. You have a little bit of a lead, but now you are forced to break into a money hill for Optic Texas, where they're usually very difficult to break down their setup.
Decent fight back, though, for Thieves here, exiting away from P2. Now it's just down to the long route over towards the third hardpoint, and Kenny Semtex perfectly placed. Ghosty through tunnel. There is an opener. Plus a follow-up from Kremp. The hunt is on. Pistols out for both players, but it's Shotzi who takes the win. And now it's just down for Texas trying to get their teammates back through mid to try to reset up this hold.
Yeah, it's a 2v2 at this HP. Who's going to win these gunfights? That's going to be influential to who's going to have those back spawns. But at the same time, everybody's waiting for that push to come in. The rest of Optic Texas still cutting off through the middle of the map. Going to be able to take the lead by a little bit. There's only 25 seconds remaining here at
According to her, enjoying the air.
Try to keep them as trapped as you possibly can and towards the back end.
There's air conditioning here.
Over towards New.
You have to be impressed with how Thieves have
I hung
played
up
to this
on it.
point. I mean,
Why
that
would she
moment in
go
front of P3 was all
the full
about
line?
each team trying to isolate each other.
I hung up on
Thieves
her.
not wanting to head over towards the hard
Dude,
point,
she's
wanting to deal with the
stupid.
members of Optic at mid-map. Kind of the same thing. The
She
members at
probably
mid-map for
commented
Optic
about
try to
it.
trap
Let's
the
sit
players from
over
Thieves
here.
rotating in, and both teams kind
I
of walk
don't
away
understand why you
50-50. Shotzi pistol out, right back into the hard point. Ghosty able to find the kill and slip away. Fred on the hunt, little wrap around, and that's enough for
You don't
Texas
feel good
to
that
find
you're
themselves
not
not
trying
just the hard point, but also the
Stop
spawns in
real
favor.
I gave
That's
you
just way too
goddamn
easy.
fix
If you are LAT, it's got to be a lot cleaner, a lot better of a setup there.
Yeah,
because Texas able to
I don't
break
know.
in without having the preferred spawn.
When she said that, I legit just hung up on her. That pissed me the fuck off. You want to be smart with me? Fine. I'll be a fucking asshole the rest of the goddamn day. This is pathetic.
That every time someone needs to clutch up in a gunfight, they're all getting it done. Everyone over 1.0 KD, and it's showing so far.
Very back and forth hard point already through the first 4 hard points. Nasty caught and left on an island. Ghosty trying to get there to support that final scrap time, but gets cut down pretty quickly. The spawn close though for LA Thieves to work over towards Top Snow and here at Warehouse. The rotation for Optic. They've gotten Shotzi around the back. Keep Ryan number 2 in green. He's behind the play. First kill good. Second one tallied. Just down to try to collect onto Joe Deceives. He runs out in towards Snow, but job done for Optic as they've opened up the rotation to 5.
And we've seen Shotzi make that play again before on this map. Hits that deep route, completely catches Thieves off guard because you're not expecting anyone to flank over towards Warehouse, because if you get the kills to the front end, then he makes a really bad play. But the fact that his teammates are staying alive towards P2 and he finds a couple kills, that leads to them getting this time here at P5. But the break is initially going to come in for LAT. They flood their way through the Warehouse once they take care of Shotzi, and they haven't looked back since.
The reactions and responses for the Thieves in the face of adversity has been really, really well tipped. I mean, it's been clean, it's been convincing, and what looked to be a route that Shotzi just completely overwhelms LA and gives Optic a chance to walk away with the majority of time. It's another hard point that gets battled back to essentially 50-50. So we've got ourselves essentially a dead tie through the first set of hills. You tally the minimap to see what the next setup is going to look like, and Thieves will have a player forward in Joe Deceives with Kremp with some support from Ghosty right over the top of the hard point.
And now all of Optic Texas is trying to at least flip these spawns, because you know you cannot wrap your way over towards that calm side and contest them over towards this P1 area. They're more focused on trying to flip those spawns, and look at the route coming in on Shotzi. It catches Nasty off guard. Player on the point falls. Now it's Joe Deceives, final player up. He drops, and that is just a perfect play right there out of Optic Texas to break the hill and flip the spawns at the same time.
Great opener from Fred. 17 and 10 start for him. Shotzi continuing to try to make some things happen across the map, but he's getting shut down so quickly. Dashy caught by himself, left on an island. Kenny over the top, only gets one of what was maybe even multiple. Not gonna happen. Nasty around the back, up and over, but Dashy snaps over, deals with the hit from Thieves around the back, and there will be a chance here for Optic to get a little bit further forward and create some cushion around this second hill.
Yeah, now they have them trapped. You just have to make sure you're accounting for everyone, because Joe Deceives has slipped the line. He's working his way all the way around the deep back area. He puts down shots on the dash. He's able to finish it out with the Brunetti. But at least stalls enough time for his teammates to now get into the potential break opportunity. They try to work the overextension. Everyone gets cut down, but the back spawns are here for LA, so they still have a shot at breaking in.
But not anymore. The shots that come through for Optic deal with the majority of that push around the back. So now Nasty's the last one left, trying to play this from the front side of P2 platform. This has been a mixy game of sub-base, but things are starting to stabilize here for Optic. They're getting the reads. They're getting the zone of control they need. And even though the lead is just around 30 points, this back 20 is still well within question as Steve trying to break one more time.
Yeah, this is a good time here if you are Optic Texas. And they're getting the time and finding the kill. So this is where you hit that go button to potentially spawn them behind you, but you spawn too fast right there if you are LA. And Joe Deceives is able to find that kill to maintain Warehouse control. So Optic currently up by 50 points. They're coming out swinging, haven't played sub-base in a long time. Let's step aside and go to a listening with the green wall.
We're missing one. Yeah. I'll stay down. In the back. Shut up. Nice. Yo. I need to put on. I got you. Beef up, Crimp. I'm playing your boxes, Brandon. Play your boxes. Just look it right. Look at P5. Try to stay under him again.
I'll get you back left. I'm gonna get you back left.
Look left. I'll be up in a second. I'll be up now. I have a drop, Brandon.
No, see.
One shot up there. Nice shot, Brandon. Nice.
What are you blocking? One is blocking. Let me get top. No, one shot time.
Get left. I hear you. Go left. I got time in a second. You go right. Okay, I'll go right.
Yeah, go right.
Yes,
Stay left.
Do not get here. I'm trying to look. Streak now. Let's bottom P5. Come here. Push me bottom P5. I got it. I'm gonna lay it left. Top three on the left.
Let me know when to streak.
Go right. They got top snow now. Try to get a kill first, baby.
Let me know when to streak.
What is top snow? I think you should look at streak now.
Okay, I'm streaking. I'm bottom 7 right now.
Nice, top 2. There's 2 left.
Okay, listen. 2 left, 1 P5, 1 P2, 1 on top, 1 3 top.
Hey, we hit right fast.
One green top.
Hit right fast. I'm here. Retard. I'm scared. Yeah, go submarine crash. Submarine, that's start kind of weak. Use submarine. I'm okay, just check it test a little bit.
Absolute and long. You went
just get test a little bit. Make sure we guarantee near the.
Yeah, get Karen. You want Karen.
I'll sit down.
You can play old school.
Karen. Oh, you can't.
Really good 20.
He's gonna make it. Last guy.
I'm wrapping P5 quick.
This time here. Okay.
Bring the P5.
Missing one silo.
He's already solid. Yep, solid. He's already there.
Submit.
I'm coming to help you. He's left.
I crossed the back. I'm hold on. I think I don't. Wait, stop.
Definitely feels like one of those games that we'll reflect on and say it was close until it wasn't. Optic continued to do all the right things. You can hear the passion dripping in the comms, Jay, and they're not letting off the gas.
Yeah, they're definitely not, man. They were able to find a break successfully, even with the cruise missile not really getting anything done at P4. That's the second successful break at that hill to keep it scrappy. And now only need 20 points to close out this map number 1. Just need to get past this wave of kills that Thieves currently have on the map. All out mid-map control, everyone on this left side of the hill. But you send in Fred, he's most likely going to get something done. He's able to find a double. Last player on the point is going to be Ghosty. The trade is going to be there, and Optic still have an opportunity to close it out here. Oh, not anymore.
Shots from Nasty, Dashy, the next one in line, and the pistol will finish him off. Trades, though, through the middle of the map for Optic. Will give them a little bit more breathing room as they try to rotate and close this map out on towards P1. And again, Thieves have been fighting, man. I mean, they're doing everything they possibly can to try to battle up against Optic, but at the moment, it really has been a couple of holds that have gone awry, and LA forcing themselves to have to put together re-breaks. The gap is pretty large, and they would have to throw some heroics here over the top of one and rotating the two if they want to have a chance of making a dramatic comeback.
So far, they're finding the kills around the middle of the map. They just not have to spawn, so
yeah.
2 things that you have to focus on in this situation. Still a 60-point game, but Optic Texas are not going to give up all this time for free, but they don't want to be too aggressive and potentially spawn on out. You have a route getting hit by Nasty, but as he's hitting that route, everyone falls around that P1 HP. Optic still need 15 seconds to close out this game, and they can get it done here.
Kenny's got the read, at least on the spawns. Doesn't find the first elimination, but he alerts the rest of Optic that where this hit is coming from will likely be either through bottom server or over on the snow path. Here it is, the final hit. All of it dealt with. Perfect response from Optic. And yeah, 251-81 the count. I mean, we had a dead tie through the first set of rotations, but I don't know if it was you or I who had mentioned it. It just felt like the trends and the patterns kept turning up in favor of Optic, and eventually they're not going to let those mistakes continue to crop up. And at the same front, LA just could not find a way to get themselves a good setup as we started to dig into that second set of hills.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, is that Optic Texas, even though they haven't played it all throughout their stage, this stand, I mean, their stuff on this map is slim to none. They are the best breaking team without question. And even though LAT found a lot of success on the first push, every time Optic went for that second push in to find a break, they successful every single time around. You just have to think about back when we got to that original P4 where Thieves cut their losses and were contesting P3 all the way to about 15 seconds left. So you had enough time to rotate and set up properly. But when you allow Optic Texas to instantly walk right through the front door, you had one player work around the back. They're instantly going for the flip in the first 10 seconds. You're just forced to play on that back foot a majority of the time. So Optic Texas feeling great. You haven't played this map in a long time, but you're still the best at it.
And I think the thing that's really revealing was forcing it flat out. It was not a, hey, we know we're going to have a top 3 seed, and hey, this is our map that we're flawless on. It was very much so looking to play perfect Call of Duty. So, you know, no false measures here at all for Optic. And again, this second rotation of hills really went to show that, yes, we are looking to completely overwhelm this LA Steve squad. And really the only moment that went against them was the cruise missile not finding full value. But even still, we see it right there. They're able to still neutralize some of the time when they weren't the team in the preference side over towards the top of P4. So really clean stuff overall. But again, I have to say that this Thieves team's fighting, man. I mean, that first rotation, every time that something went wrong, they were right back in the mix, able to put themselves into fighting form, and it kept us at a dead tie essentially through the first 6 hills.
Yeah, it just got to when we get to that second half of the game where you needed to get some time here at P1 is basically a tie game there, but when Optic successfully found a lot of time at P2 and then chained it over towards P3, they already find themselves up by 100. So LA was just playing catch up of remaining of that game, and unfortunately, you simply ran out of time. So Optic Texas secure map number 1. Now you're going into a Rio search and destroy for Optic Texas, who haven't played it throughout this stage. But when they do play it, one thing that they always find success is on their attacking grounds. You got to imagine, with players like Shotzi, with players like Kenny, and even players like Pred, who are super aggressive through top mid, you're always going to love that side of the map, especially when you got to work that objective.
Yeah, the other side of that coin, though, is that their defense has not been necessarily as great as you would like to see, especially considering, like, Nameless and the rest of the Des were talking about, their post-plant retakes have been great, and their ability to stop teams from planting the bomb has been great. That hasn't really existed over the top of the Rio. On the other side for LA Thieves, again, it is kind of like a battle of different sides of the same fence here, because overall, they're second in opening duel percentage, 4th in conversion, but on this map, they're only 10th in opening duel percentage. So this is all about them trying to find the same consistency that they've had across the rest of their search and destroy, which, like I think Ali mentioned, has been great for them over the course of this Major 3 qualifier.
Yeah, and a lot of that is due to, like, the pacing that they're able to set. Like, you know what Krep is going to do on the map. Joe Deceives is going to get it done with the Rava 9 or the MCW, but Ghosty is always in a position to play a clutch or find a clutch 2-piece to give his team opportunities in these rounds. It's just like, when you're going up against Optic Texas, you have to be able to take care of their playmakers because those guys are the game wreckers. My main focus is Shotzi. If you allow that guy to roam around the way that he does and just be an absolute nuisance in your spawn, you're just simply not going to have a good time.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so here's a look over the Major 3 qualifiers again in terms of how things have gone largely around the objective. Their rounds with plants has been unbelievable. And then at the same rate, their ability to retake has been so clean, which is, again, a major focus change, what felt like what Optic was looking for at the beginning of the year, which was largely around, can we get Shotzi up and aggressive and get first blood just by way of playing with tempo? Things have slowed down a little bit, and that has led to a lot of success. The only thing is, that defensive retake success is only one margin of what their defense has looked like, because the rest of it on this map in particular has not been particularly great, and that's the thing their focus is coming into this matchup in this map right here, map 2.
Yeah, definitely putting your focus on just finding success other than retakes, other than post-plant scenarios on the defensive end is what you were looking for. Both teams tend to struggle opening duels percentage, but LAT, they do it a majority of both on the attacking and defenses. So you can't give them that first blood Optic.
See how things go. Optic on the offense first. Passive setup around the LA Thieves defense. I mean, all across the map. You've got Kremp holding a corner on boxes.
I just told you I was
defender over the top of
fuck
Joe
up.
He's just calling out names, you'd have to think. Here comes the second set of utility from Optic, and just as soon as Kenny was responded to over on the flank side, first blood is tallied, but the bomb does get planted 3v4.
Now LAT are just going to bombard the way through top mid. No smoke grenade going to be popped, so not going to gain any info. Shotzi's just going to walk right into gunfire. A free kill for Kremp. Now Dashy and Pred left to clutch on up.
They're able to find one each, with both players very low on health. Pred the only one tallied for now. Dashy off the regen. This will be a 1v2 for him. Still has a good look over the top of the bomb, and Thieves are waiting for him to actually take a bit of a peek here. Dashy hasn't given them the time of day, though. So now the time favors Dashy in this situation. LA have absolutely no idea where he's gone. First kill good. Pistol out. Not able to find the kill. Does Nasty get back in time? Sure he does. And the numbers will be the success story here for Thieves in their opening round.
Yeah, it's a good stuff right there from LAT to find that initial first kill and then instantly send it through top mid. You were seeing Shotzi roam around that bridge area thinking it was all fine and dandy. No smoke grenades are going to get popped off the retake for LA. So he was completely caught off guard when he was trying to work his way back over towards the site. But then even in that 2v1, You could tell LAT had no idea where Dashy was, but when he puts down a couple shots to find that first kill, that's still enough time for Nasty to get that trade, work that defuse for LA to secure the first round.
Good stuff. Just too much for Kennedy to deal with on the flank. The post plant tested and challenged with the full flood like you broke down perfectly there, brother. So here we go. LAT's their first offensive hit. Talking about, again, their success on offense has largely come by way of not just the first bloods, but also finding a way to get the bomb planted. Ghosty seen over towards this long A range. That nade's probably just a little bit too far left for Kenny's eyes. But Optic defensively still committing a rotation over towards A early, but Thieves haven't committed here. Now here's the quick wrap back into B.
And that's why you see Shotzi immediately backing down from his position. He does not want to get isolated and potentially first blood, but LA, they have worked their way back off the rotation to take a lot of map controls. Nasty's given the comms, so they're trying to get aggressive up through those staircases, but here comes the smoke grenade.
Yeah, the defensive retake smoke on the way in, and the SMGs will go 2 for 1. Bomb carrier also dropped in the process. Kremp has to back off, and Nasty would have to make good on this flank, you'd think. But look at the quick proactive read from Optic through the offensive side of the map. Now they flip things completely, and Thieves have absolutely no idea, not a lot of time to react to this. Although the response here, Jay, is actually the appropriate one. They get the bomb, and now they're headed over to A, where there's just Dashy waiting for them.
Yeah, but Dashy's in a perfect angle to at least get the info, give it to his teammates before they can pounce. They're trying to isolate him. He's at least able to get one player weak, but now you have to keep him alive. Nasty's able to win that one-on-one versus Kenny. Now it's Pred left to clutch up.
Kenny was looking for the trade, not going to happen. Pred, lots of damage in. But Cramp, lots of damage in the receiving end. Wow, really quick wrap. And initially, it looked like the play from Optic was going to be successful. You just completely avoid all of this LA retake towards them collecting the bomb, but really, in retrospect, the quick commitment from LA to get back over to A was the perfect response, not having known exactly where the Optic defenders had gone off to.
Yeah, Dashy was able to get some kind of info, but was not able to spot Kremp jumping up on that dumpster for that freebie. So Dashy definitely wants that one back, because all you have to do is simply give the info to your teammates and stay alive at the same time, so then you guys all can pounce together. But both players lose the initial one-on-one gunfights, and then Pred just too much to deal with in that clutch scenario. LAT go up 2-0, and now in this round, you got a couple of trophy systems to keep you alive through top mid. Kremp finds the first.
And Nasty there to help supply the support as Kremp backed away. First 2 kills tallied. And Optics, great offensive run through Rio, has not been able to provide too much yet. Hello, how are you? Little shaking of hands over towards the Eskies side, which Thieves are fine to trade back against. And even Kremp's like, oh, where did he come from?
And I would definitely caught him off guard. You see the beat down, he's like not expecting anyone to push down the stress, especially in a 2v4. But LAT showing that aggression through top mid, and it's leading to some success. You find another first blood. You instantly find the second kill, and then Optic Texas left in the 2v4 know that we can't work this bomb plant. We have to try to find some kind of kills around this map, because there's just too many things to focus on, and LAT are not giving them any breathing room.
Yeah, and a lot of it has just been Optic trying to find trades, and so an individual's pushing out to try to confirm it, but the teeth of LA continue to be pretty much primed and ready for those hits. So 3-0 start, 4-0 for Nasty, and for the opener here in the second offensive attempt, a moment of pause as Ghosty does get pushed off his angle towards A, but the follow-up from Kremp right into the face of Shotzi. Not a chance for him to even shoot back. Pred over the flank.
Oh my.
Caught off guard. Kremp is doing it all. 3 kills for him in the round, working on the ace and potentially the streak. Dashy trying to slide away where Nasty's there to meet him. And oh my goodness, Kremp had some words that you don't need a lip reader to say, as he gets 3 of the 4 quickly in the face of that Optic attack.
Yeah, he said Happy Mother's Day. I hope you guys are having a good time. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to put it onto these boys in green. He finds a triple through top mid. Finds the first, also shoots the trophy. Just simply getting it done on this side of the map. The second, but the third is so much better. Great shots with only 6 HP left. The deciding factor to why LAT are currently up 4-0.
A bullet away from the 4-piece and the ace. So here we go. Optic down 0-4. Quick route over towards Bridge on the approach to B. Pred playing a safer angle in case there is a push through the A site, but it looks like Thieves may just rewrap this. And yeah, here comes the play forward. Optic are set up for it. It just comes down to the timing of the actually reading this or not.
Yeah, now the bomb is is successfully going to get planted, but Pred gets the info. There's multiple players going around this flank area. He's trying to at least bait, set up, prep to find one kill to earn that cruise missile, and at the same time, Nasty on the opposite side of the map, playing for one more kill. Ghosty finds that first blood. Optic still have 30 seconds, though.
Retake smoke still available for Cramp, but Thieves are going a long way around, and the push through for Optic has really modernized where this retake is going to be coming from. Although Ghosty able to take 2 good team shots with Cramp. Smoke is now down. Follow up from Joe to Thieves, gets the read onto Shotzi, and woo! It is Chef's Kiss perfect from Thieves 5-0 up. Mercy.
They're just running away with this game, man. They can do no wrong. Even when they're giving up a complete opposite side of the map and they're sending 3 players through that flank, they are successfully finding first bloods. Ghosty starts it off, and then at that point, you're forcing Optic to change their post-plant setup. Everyone has to watch a different angle or multiple angles at that point, and it's just too much ground to cover there. As LAT successful on the retake again over towards B site, and now only one round away from having a perfect 6-0 here in game 2.
Every moment we've seen Thieves try to make a decision, they've held some sort of an advantage, and they have collected on it more than words can say. Cramp looking for early info off the top of Askies. I don't believe he saw Shotzi on that little crossover towards the U-Haul. Nades geared over towards a little bounce in towards you. That also will not land. So no information early here for Thieves, but early eyes for Joe towards A, and the defense really not in position to do much besides hopefully stall, and I think a stun will confirm the intel and also back up this Thieves approach.
And this is exactly what LAT did last go around. You show all your attacks over towards A, and you get the rotation to come in for Optic Texas, but this time Shotzi shuts down that rotation single-handedly. He's able to find 2. The trade is going to be there for Ghosty, but now it's Pred's turn to strike. He takes down Nasty. Ghosty falls. And a perfect blind counter right there from Optic Texas to not bite on that aggression over towards A. You still kept Shotzi over towards B, and it plays a big part to the success on this round.
Okay. Small adjustments, small adaptations as we take a look from Shotzi's POV. He was just completely concealed over towards bridge side pistol for one. Quick slide to use the bomb to his advantage. For the
I gotta call and cancel my fucking appointment.
Long way to go here, though, for I'll tell you that much. Especially considering that offensively, there really hasn't been much success. 2 plants, sure, but most of that has been
apparently in March it got terminated.
He's playing retake, and they're going to go to the same setup they've played all the way through this. 3-man hit over towards A. Kenny in position. He got overwhelmed to your first time they tried this. No such luck this time as there's a couple of nades left over towards B. Don't know if those will connect too much, and Shotzi looks like he wants to try to get this plant off.
And this is where you get scared because Optic Texas, a majority of the attacking rounds have taken mid-map control, but this time LA were thinking that bomb is going to get planted. Optic still have not attempted that objective play. They were just holding top mid, waiting for LAT to play for their retake, and it works out to perfection. Great plays also from Kenny to gain that info on a deep pinch, simply back down with his life, force the reposition to at least show face. This angle is not going to be free. You guys are going to have to now get past me, and it works out to perfection.
And you have to wonder maybe a touch. I mean, you see where those nades are tossed for Thieves over towards box's side. Those are all geared towards landing late in towards top mid. Did any of those potentially hit? Because then all of a sudden you see a frag cooked by the defender on stairs. Optic had backed off from the plant. And maybe that moment of backing off, getting the regen, and then waiting to receive the Thieves retake is what allowed them a much cleaner look. As this time Dashy will catch a nade right in the face. Backs off, gets the regen. There are no defenders towards A, and Thieves are going to get read on this very quickly as they are already through the A site.
Yeah, that objective is already going down as well, and now it's in the hands of the Ghosty, who's already pushed himself up towards the opposing side. Finds that first blood onto Dashy. Kenny instantly there for the response, but this play is going to be in the hands of Shotzi. Kenny win his one-on-one on the flank.
Yeah, he has been seen, though. Nasty gets the read and then backs away. Kenny has to try to assist to get him some freedom to move. And they know Ghosty's nearby. They just don't know exactly where. Shotzi trying to teamwork this with Pred. And simultaneously, Kenny does clear out the garage side. Now it's just down to the last member Joe deceives. Frag cooked up. This is tossed just to give him a little bit of separation. Pred on the challenge. Not hit by the nade. Joe has to back off. Not a lot of time. You got to check for this. First shots are in. Kenny gets the kill, and there's plenty of time for the defuse. So what looked to be Thieves getting a lot of space, not just at, but through A. Optic win a couple of key 1v1s, and that's enough for them to reclaim the site and the defuse.
Yeah, and I think that was the play right there out of Pred, because you saw Shotzi on the minimap working his way around the deep pinch. When you had him in that situation, if he loses that one-on-one gunfight, it's basically a GG, but he loses that fight, and Pred is instantly there to respond, and then you're relying across the map, Kenny to simply win his one-on-one. He finds that gunfight in through garage, gains the info as well. The last player's over towards boxes.
Yep.
And somehow, some way, is able to get that trade. I thought once Pred drops, and I was thinking Kenny was going to be on the bomb, that round was going to be a GG, but Kenny knows, even if Pred falls here, I still have enough time to find this kill and stick the defuse. Optic slowly but surely coming alive.
First time we'll see Thieves actually take an aggressive stance defensively right through mid-map. Shotzzy, the one trying to keep this Rel's responsible, but it's actually Ghosty for first blood. That is the sole defender at A, dealing with the play over the back, and then Joe DeCease pops out the doorway, but it's a 2-for-1 exchange, now taking us to a 2v2 overall with tons of time on the clock, and Shotzzy gaining ground over towards B.
And this is going to be difficult because now LAT know that the pressure's not going to be over towards A. It's only a matter of time before you hit that rotation out. And Shotzzy has played the perfect spot to at least find one kill. Does not gain the info in the second, so Nasty wins that one-on-one. It's all up to Shotzzy.
And I'm surprised Kenny even pushes down right there. You know where Nasty's at. Why not just wait for him to try to trail up the stairs into a 2v1? But Kenny sacrifices his life, and now it's just down to the 1v1. And Nasty will take his time. Shotzzy essentially doing the exact same thing. 20 seconds on the clock. Here comes the first check. Nothing there. Reset. Check it again in 6 seconds. Nasty has to go forward. Here comes the play. I think Shotzzy has seen an elbow or something. And yep, he's not going to bother checking this until after 8 seconds is gone. And it's going to be a 4th round in a row plus the elimination for Shotzzy. Hold on a second.
And that's just a situation where LAT, they found the first blood. Ghosty gains all the info that the pressure's going to be over towards A. And with the rest of the players in Crep and Joe Deceive, you still were super aggressive up through top mid. You get that first kill, you already have the man advantage. We have to have a different mid-round adjustment there instead of just committing on that deep pinch, because that's where Optic were able to realize that the flank was coming in, make it a 2v2, and then Shotzzy, just to make Shotzzy kind of plays, finds himself behind enemy lines. Like, if you're LA, you get the first blood, everybody just take a chill pill.
You start to feel the tension a little bit now.
Yeah, you're shaking a little bit.
Absolutely. Dropping 4 in a row. Nades do land and completely counters out the one trophy system plays defensively for Optic. And Thieves look like off that information, they want to give another go over towards this B site, but do they have the clearance to actually get onto the site itself? You got number 3 and Pred watching the flank. Here comes the recommit over to try to retake. Thieves win the first 2 gunfights. Pred only able to tally 1 on the trade. He does get out to keep his life, and now the rotation from Kenny has him in, but Nasty comes around the side. Shots are good, and it's all down to Kenny for a 1v3.
Trying to keep his team alive in the search to destroy positioning down low. Down to 1v3, you just work that objective and play the trades. Make this a lot more difficult for Kenny to try to clutch on up. If he could have found a time to eliminate that bomb plan, you stand a better chance, but now it's even more difficult.
First shot's good. Able to clean things up. The second challenge nearly gets the read on it, but yeah, flat out, Thieves, the perfect response after the contest towards the bomb came out of Optic. And you can see the reasoning of why you'd go for it in that moment. Lots of nades already been thrown. You know that Thieves are committing. Maybe we can catch them off guard with the timing, but the SMGs for Thieves are fully prepared for it. They deal with both Optic defenders, and then the numbers become too much as Thieves tie us up at 1 apiece.
And you can just tell right there in that final round for Optic Texas, when Dashy hits that nade over towards Soda, backs that player down, that is when they're hitting that go button to try to take top mid control. But they were just not ready for the positionings out of Cramp, not ready for the plays out of Joe Deceives to simply finesse with their life and find the initial 2 kills in those engagements. Just a little too late in the party is Optic Texas. You start down 0-5, you lose this one 6-4. Obviously, LA were doing a great job in the beginning of this game, finding multiple first bloods, shutting down that aggressive play over at that B side every single time. Optic Texas were playing really slow for the objective. They were just like waiting for LAT to come in, and whenever they started to work for that objective, LAT came. It was just some really, really bad timing there, but you can see it in the bottom of your screen. That is a total of 8-3 in first bloods for LAT. They just came out dominating the search and destroy.
And that was what we talked about kind of framing up this search, is that outside of Rio, Thieves have been great at getting first bloods. Looks like the payoff did come through in a big way on their map selection. But coming up, we've got the invasion control, which will frame up a lot of possibilities when we come back from the break, but also a Vista hardpoint that Thieves fans should be pretty happy about seeing. See how things go in the control when we come back after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Cataclysm Pack is available now. This bundle includes the Cataclysm Operator Skin, Dystopia Weapon Blueprint, Iron Lung Charm, Vroom Animated Calling Card, Alpha Vinyl Guiding Light Emblem, and Scratch Tally Weapon Sticker. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
All it says under reason for termination is termination of benefits. What? Gonna get in the shower?
Welcome back, everybody, as we get into map number 3 of a 1-1 series count so far between Optic Texas and the LA Thieves. And the Invasion Control is an interesting battleground for us. I think Ali predicted the high rise would come into play, and I can see why for both these two teams. But for Invasion, it has not been particularly great for either of these two squads. Optic's dealing with 5 losses in their last, I think, 6 attempts or so. And then on the other front here for LA, they've played it quite a bit here in this Major 3 qualifiers, have not found a single win on it yet.
Yeah, no, LA just simply haven't found any success on their attacking routes. They averaged 3 segments, and that means that they're getting them all done at B, but out of 7 rounds that they have played so far throughout this stage on the attacking side, not a single segment even earned over towards that A point. And for Optic Texas, the one time that they played this, we remember it. It was versus Boston. When Shawnee spawned in, he was like Sly Cooper around the map, and Optic just simply had no awareness that he was on that A point. So Optic Texas looking to right the wrongs here, but if you are LA, we gotta find some kind of success over towards A.
Gotta find some success generally on Control. I mean, considering that their schedule has been, I think, largely labeled as pretty easy, they have not done well in Control, only winning 2 different maps to this point in Major 3 qualifiers. On the offense first, though, not able to find much success towards either zone, but Nasty able to survive over through DVD, allows a chance for the Thieves to use it as a pivot point to hopefully rotate in towards B quickly, and a couple eliminations will guarantee that.
Yeah, it's a big kill to take down Shotzi as well, because he was trying to be a nuisance over towards that B point, but you take care of him. Now you're able to put that game clock at a pause. And Optic Texas is going to be a little late to that party. You have players working at overextension. Dashy finding himself up through Water Street. Everyone else from Optic Texas trying to hit a couple tracks, trying to hit a couple nades to get him off of this B point. But LAT already first segment complete.
A little bit of a double wrap, though, over through Dark. First kill, good. Followed by Kremp. He doesn't expect the second player to be here. So Dashy will provide the trade and keep this defensive contest largely alive. But Pred dropping from the front means that Dashy has to wait for the next set of reinforcements to try to get here, which is just Shotzi for the time being. Good first elimination. Dashy's play enables more of a contest around the B zone, and here comes the fly forward. Ghosty deals with the opener, and then slips away with his life. Time becoming a bit of an issue here for this Thieves offense, down to 35 seconds.
Ghosty now has to continuously play his life because his teammates are nowhere near him. Finally, all spawn. Joe Deceased is able to get himself into the fight. Only able to take down one, and Optic are just doing a great job of trading effectively, not allowing any LAT players to stay alive on this side of the map. They are trying to get completed over with that third segment, but Optic are making it so damn hard. Now there's only 20 seconds left, and you have to get past the green wall.
Yeah, and they know that going down B Street isn't an option, so you have to make the play largely through Courtyard. Kenny in position, gets himself onto 4 in a row, swaps over the weapon, looking for number 5, but it was ambitious to say the least. Dashy there to pick up where he left off, and the defense for Optic holds strong over the top at B, ending with Shotzi on a 5 spree, only seeing 2 ticks of progress be earned.
And that's a difference maker already into this game, because every time you're spawning in on invasion control, you have to guarantee yourself those 3 segments to even stand a chance at getting round 5 defense. But Optic always contesting over towards that B point, consistently always trading effectively on that side of the map. And that allows them to only give up 2 segments with a couple players working on streaks of their own. So the game becomes a lot easier for Optic Texas now, knowing that all we have to do is complete B. We're going to find ourselves up by 1 segment and then just do what we do best, make it very, very chaotic around another map to work towards that.
Yeah, I mean, we often talk about those opening offensive rounds are tone setter. They set the bar, and it's not set very high right now, to say the least. Nasty good gunfight win. Stop Shotzi from pushing through over towards Broken. Pred mid-map, the next one up to try to keep this offense with a bit more space to work with. And wow, does he ever created 2 big kills, and now the immediate push up in towards Rugs. Kenny follows up with another elimination, and Optic will get the first tick with eyes over towards the quick transition to A.
Yeah, because now all of LA coming off spawn have to put all their focus on A, because you know there's a couple players from Optic Texas contesting you in your base. You're able to at least find the first, but now where the hell is Shotzi? You have found every single kill in the feed, but Shotzi has let everyone slip on by. Trying to take a page out of Shawnee's book.
Yeah, he's seen a lot of this. Dead Silence going to be popped, and he wants to find these kills and open up an avenue for Optic to maybe get to A quickly. First shot's good. Snap over towards Joe. Decent, but can't find the final bullet needed for the kill, but the rest of the teammates are in play. Last defender around is Krent. Predicted by Kenny, but the shots from Krent are decent, but not good enough to secure the kill. Kenny seeing all the nades being thrown says, I don't have a trophy, gotta get out of here. And the first tick of progress is still under question as Dashy tries to stop the clock, while simultaneously Shotzi works on that third tick of progress over at B.
Oh, I thought Dashy was gonna get it done with the Renee. But Joe Deceived is able to fly on in and save that first segment from being complete. But Optic Texas already coming out swinging on this attacking round. Have a lot of map control. They're able to extend the time by a minute. And now you just have to put yourself in a position to not get trapped by LAT. They find 3 kills in the feed. Farthest player pushed up is Dashy, but simply just playing your life is enough time for your teammates to get back to you.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And again, the early take advantage has already been tallied for Optic, so I won't say this is playing with essentially 3 lives, but it's definitely going to feel a little bit like that. Joe Deceived, nice response defensively. Good for 2, almost taking down Kenny for what would be all 3 of these Optic players. But Kremp, no worries. Able to find Kenny, and then a follow-up long-range gunshots towards Fred. Now gets LA very far forward defensively, and that's enabled even further as Nasty gets one towards Shotzi through mid-park.
Now Optic Texas have a minute to try to work out of their base. This is going to waste a lot of time trying to hit some insane shots off of some head glitches and get past the defensive setup currently held by LAT through the middle of the map. Everyone is currently sitting with an AR in hand because they know that these gunfights all spawn are not going to be easy, but just have to try to trade effectively, and LA are making it so difficult.
Yeah, absolutely are. Ghosty, maybe he gets a bit too far forward here, and the shutdown towards Kremp at mid, and is right, Jay. Optic starting to get some control at mid. Shotzzy shut down from getting anything further past Ruggs, so the hit from Optic would have to come from the front. Eyes towards Joe Deceives. He's off the regen, but there are a couple of Optic members trying to deal with him. Plus the follow-up as Dashy just kind of walks around the outside, but time's becoming an issue. Kenny has to get enabled. The pistol win will allow maybe a chance for Optic to still hit A.
Still 10 seconds though, so Shotzzy is just going to put himself in towards the point. A couple players around him though. He's now the sole man here for Optic and LAT. Able to stand strong on defense, even with Optic having a lot of map control throughout this entire attacking round. Do not allow any segments to get away from them at A. But now on the attacking side, you have that one that you are thinking about in the back of your mind. We have to make up for it.
Absolutely. At least to keep things even. Obviously feels a little bit like a footnote in the large scheme of things, but Invasion Control is a maniacal monster in terms of trying to find offensive success, which we saw the stats at the beginning of this map. That has not been particularly pretty from either side's perspective, which is, again, that's surprising. You know, when we think back to LA Thieves and their ability to play Invasion Control in the beginning of the year, they were like innovators of how you get to A.
Oh, yeah.
And lately it has not been that way at all, as Thieves will take all 4 members largely over towards B. Early stop of the clock as Nasty jumps on with support from a trophy system early.
Now you just can't allow Optic to trade effectively and just put themselves in a position to consistently contest you over towards B, and that's a perfect way to come out swinging. You find 3 kills in the feed. All of Optic Texas now coming off spawn. You have one player also watching the overextension up through Water Street, so this is a way better start right here from LA.
And you got to keep in mind, Nasty on 4 could potentially play his life for a possible career missile. There's skill number 5, but no. Team shots coming through as Kenny's able to put together 3 in a row. Progress towards B still being made. Shotzzy with the longest dive you've ever seen from high ground in your life. Keeps his life a little while longer, but Optic still scrambling to get a bit of a setup here to try to recontest this B zone. With that kill, maybe there's a chance to open things up from behind. But where's the focus from the front here? LA have stepped off the zone, trying to read these kills before they commit to the zone, and that may have been the right call. Dashy, Shotzzy trying to work together, but eliminations are good, and the extra 6 he's going to get tallied.
Yeah, the extra 60 is going to get tallied. Now LAT currently up by 2 lives. Have a lot of time to work with, especially if Joe Deceives is shooting like that. What an addition to this LAT roster to bring this guy back up. Gains the confidence throughout challengers. Has a lot of success with FaZe Black, and now with LAT, he is not turning back the time. Fortunately, he does get shut down, but he allows his teammates to get pushed up in some crucial positions to where now Optic off spawn have to now put their focus all on Kremp.
Yeah, Pred will have to do something here from front courtyard to allow some extra time for Optic to get set up. But like you mentioned, Kremp stole an issue. Pistol out. He predicted Dashy well, but wasn't able to win the pistol fight. So now it's just down to the Thieves from mid-map. Not really much of a look over towards Water Street. This is all about trying to get over towards Ruggs, if not into Laundry. And for the most part, Texas have gotten the read and responded to it beautifully.
And now they're just trying to fight back for that mid-map control. Nasty is going to be traded out. You have players trying to contest over towards A Street, but you're just wasting a lot of time. You have to work your way around the left side. Try to work up through the middle of the map, because if you're just trying to go straight on head first, right through that A point, it's not going to be easy, because Optic are not expecting it, but also have people watching those angles.
Yeah, and the more that Shotzzy takes space at Ice Cream, the more that the rest of the Optic defense just has to worry about the street side push.
Yep.
Good crossing angle from Pred, keeps Kremp down. Has to try to find a way to open up as Dashy will drop. And the read towards Shotzzy's decent, but they can't quite find the kill. More crossing angles from Optic right through mid-map will make sure that Thieves cannot touch the zone. And they're just looking for Ghosty now, and the hunt is already on, and they've got a pretty good idea where he is. And yep, it's only a 1-for-1 trade. 10 plays 9, 23 seconds, and Thieves still struggling to get out of spawn.
And that's where the communications is on point, because last week it was Optic Texas leaving Shawnee alive, not accounting for everyone, but this time they were not going to allow that to happen. They take care of Ghosty, who was the farthest player pushed up. Now you know everyone else is all spawned for LA. And with only 5 seconds remaining in this round, Optic again are going to stand strong on the defensive side. They put the slaying back in their favor. And now going into this next attacking round, you complete B, you guarantee yourself round 5 defense.
Yep, that's exactly the case. The task now falls onto the shoulders of the Thieves to be better defensively, which is not easy to do, especially over the top of the B zone with the amount of success that every team in the league has pretty much found over the course of that B capture point. So it's one of those things that for Thieves, do you play for it, or do you just take a little bit of, success out of what Toronto was able to do in their series previously? Like, well, If we don't get it, we don't get it. Let's not do anything crazy.
They need to come out here and they need to try to get a shutout round here. Only allow 2 segments to get away from them and keep the slaying, or at least pull the slaying towards their favor. Because you don't want to allow Optic Texas to guarantee themselves defense early into this round. Especially if they can earn a couple streaks. So you're going to contest this all the way down to the very end. And they're finding every single kill in the feed. Shotzzy, the last player up. You take care of him. You have them in the trap.
Easier said than done, though. The self-stun works out. Pistol out. Also the prediction.
Oh, my God.
And Shotzi's found 3. Here come the rest of the green wall behind him. And he's going to take space to make sure that Thieves defensively don't have much of a look from the front to contest this. Although, that told, Jodasievs gets 1. Shotzi's still called upon to make a play, and he will be shut down on 4 in a row. Cramp Nasty trying to work this thing back together as the first tick is locked. Second on the way, and as Cramp drops and Nasty is red, this looks like the B zone will likely be captured.
Yeah, and that just goes back to the play of Shotzi finding 3 when it's a 1v4 scenario. Everyone else coming all spawn. You had one player work his way all the way up through Water Street, was ready for the spawn trap, but when Shotzi makes those kind of plays, that allows Optic another lifeline over towards B. That 3rd segment is about to get complete. Time is now extended. So Optic guaranteed themselves Ryan Fallon defense, even if they fall short here.
Yeah. 20 plays 22. Thieves on the exit. Good for the eliminations needed to make sure the defense at least holds strong to see a 5th round for now. Still tons of time on the clock, though. 1:45 to muster. And look at these. Trying to catch some gunfights over towards B Street. You win those, you got the spawn trap in play. First couple of kills are decent. Shotzi again, though. The sole creator of time and space. It feels like he could bend it like a man of the universe, but not to happen here. Quick shutdown out, and Thieves will hold strong defensively with a pretty far forward setup.
Oh, great shots right there to Dashy to shut down Cramp. Now you can slowly try to work your way up through mid-courtyard. You take care of the player watching the overextension and Nasty, but now a couple players falling from LA. You're forced to change your defensive look. Openings are now there for Optic Texas, and they take full advantage of it as they have a lot of map control. LAT now have to iron up.
And it's right off spawn that the contest is going to come through on. Shotzi tagged up, but stays alive. Such a hard kill to tally, and Thieves are fully realizing it off the regen. Couple of kills come through, now Thieves can start to swarm. Pred through backside rugs, trying to clear out Laundry. That will work out nicely. It's just really nasty inside the point. The only one to stay alive. Look at the spawns for Thieves. They're deep over towards blue. Opportunity here for Optic to try to make their way on towards A, but off spawn, Jodasievs able to tally 1. Nasty still tucked in a corner over towards A, finds a 2nd, and Thieves defensively can start to get some more numbers here.
Yeah, now there's only 30 seconds left, and Jodasievs makes the play. Works his way up through that mid-side courtyard, finds a 2-piece over towards the street side. Basically shuts down that final push coming in from LA. There's only 15 seconds left. All of Optic working that overextension, but a couple kills are going in their favor. They still have another opportunity here.
Sure do. It's about can they get here to touch, though. Lots of focus for the team.
Oh, my God.
They miss Shotzi around the back. He's done his job. He gets
oh, my God.
3.5 on the clock. The stack is in. Shotzi's position forces Thieves to spawn all the way out in Egypt. And I don't even know if they're going to get a chance to get here in time. Not with Shotzi cutting him off a rotation. Right back into Laundry. Shotzi dealt with. Here comes the contest. Jodasievs finds a couple. Just down to Pred, and it's 4 in the feed. Thieves will barely hang on to see a 5th round.
I thought LA was going to break down the same way we watched New York in that last series in the final 10 seconds on the defensive side, but they're at least able to reinforce their way back into the point. You give up a couple segments, but who cares? You knew that you were guaranteed attack in that round number 5. You stay alive a little longer to now force round number 5, but now you have to find some kind of success on attack. You're now 0-9 with 0 segments complete at A. You probably need a little bit of a different start. Let's go back to LAT stage.
I like that call. See if we can catch Optic a bit off guard.
He's just spitting image of you. Jesus.
Taking your tip into accord here. It's such a hard call, though. I mean, if you lose that one out, you're going to be stuck in a bit of a spawn.
Y'all having fun today?
Like Thieves will not do anything too cute. Trophy system down, focus over towards B. Shotzi predicted, seen, couple of shots are in, and wow, Shotzi still takes that gunfight. I mean, I think he's feeling himself. A little heat check right there. Does get punished for the overextension.
I'll probably be on for a while. I'm just waiting for these matches to get done.
And I love the way that Ghosty is playing this, making sure no one's going to hit through mid-dark, go for a pinch, or no one trying to put themselves in a position to put LAT in a spawn trap over towards water side. And he gives his teammates a free B capture. Now time extended. Prep already finds himself in towards back cast, but the rest of his teammates are falling around the middle of the map, so you can't try to be Superman in this play.
And you can see Pred has already turned around. I think they know that Kremp may have slipped through in some form. Dashy, though, dealt with. Shots towards Pred are good. He has to take cover inside a cafe. There's a wide open water street here for Thieves to use. And Kremp will give up his position at gas to stop the clock and put some early pressure over towards this A zone. Shots and kills from
After
Texas,
the
looking
matches,
pretty
yeah.
decent. Jodeci's on the hunt for Dashy, who has slipped away. And now finally gets the tally, finds the kill. But the response over from Texas at the deep side of Water Street will work out,
Just
and they've
watching these
simultaneously dealt
matches,
with that
I'm gonna
deep
hop
pressure
on
from
for a little bit.
Defense set up, only a half tick of progress has been earned to this point.
We had
First push
Mother's
already
Day
shut down.
lunch.
Now you best believe someone from Optic are going to put themselves in towards that point to make sure they work down that first segment. Time is continuously driving its way on down. Fred does fall on the overextension, so it has a little bit of time for LAT to work their way around the deep pitch.
And Thieves, they've got some isolation here towards these two Optic
All right,
members.
tell what
playing
you said.
forward.
Happy
Kenny
Mother's
trying to
Day.
get dealt with by Kremp. Tough battle as both players were tagged up, and Kenny
All
avoids
right.
the trade as well. This is such great finesse from
All right,
him.
peace.
The problem is, he's the last one standing. Shotzi's trying to deal with the player deep and goes, oh! So now it's just down to Kenny. Tries to step in, and Thieves have pushed the spawns away from Texas. 2 members on. First tick done. Pred trying to cut off a reinforcement. Clean towards Kremp, but you gotta go. You gotta get over towards the zone. Second tick of progress is in. There's still tons of time keep in the back of your mind. So Pred needs to clear it and then also stay alive, and Kenny will be the savior for now. But as previously mentioned, minute 10 on the clock. LA Thieves coming out of spawn quickly.
Still a lot of opportunities here for LA. You just have to work your way out the overextension. When Kremp finding a double to the map, everyone all spawn is jumping with their hands up in the air saying we have another shot. Just gotta try to get past the players coming off spawn now for Optic. All out fights through the middle of the map. Ghosty and Nasty at least find 2. So Pred now in a position where you just gotta play a kill.
Yeah. You have to play your life. Jodeci's also shut down from behind at Ruggs. Good team shots with Dashy. Cuts down the rotation from Thieves. 14 plays 12. Small advantage for Thieves, but the clock, the biggest opponent right now for the offense. 33 seconds on the clock, and Pred, while stunned, takes care of Nasty. That will hold off this Thieves approach a little while longer.
And now with 25 seconds left, this is going to be your last push. You have to try to figure out how Optic are playing. Jodeci at least finds the first. The trade is going to be there on to Pred. You have one player in the point. Now where the hell's the last guy?
Yeah, this is all about finding Shotzi, and he has stayed completely concealed in and out of Ruggs. But the player on the zone has fallen. Trades from Jodeci's on 3 in a row. He's got to be the one to touch the zone, though. Pistol out, has Pred at range. Oh, what a win from Pred. First couple of shots were good. Follow-up from Ghosty, decent. He's in at 0.0, but can't keep his life. And the round 5 defense will stay strong enough, if only just barely.
Woo. That one got scary. I don't know what it is about round 5 defense. You think you have them locked up, but the last series showed us that anything is possible. Even with 10 seconds left, LA almost were able to squeeze that victory out. It started with the great play from Ghosty. He works his way all the way through the overextension, finds himself behind enemy lines, is able to find a double, and then leads to a triple. That was the opportunity that LA were looking for, but Optic Texas able to reinforce quickly. Even not having to worry about the segments is the biggest thing, because you're probably thinking if we give up segments, especially in an early round, we would have round 5 offense. But since you're already on the defensive side, all you have to do is just get one successful break in, and that's all it really came down to, as they were just consistently not dropping together. That's the biggest thing about control of this game, is that if you go 2 to 3 dead, if that 4th person drops as well, then that's when you have to start being nervous in those situations. But every single time where we thought Optic were on the back foot, Shotzi makes the play. He finds a triple. Pred makes a play, finds a double. And even Kenny had his moments where finding one kill and simply not getting traded immediately was such valuable plays right there for Optic Texas. You only played it one time in this stage. It was a hiccup versus Boston, but at least you feel a little bit better getting this victory the way that you did here.
100%. I mean, it legitimately comes down to the wire a couple of different times through. And this is almost where it kind of starts. Like you mentioned, Ghosty on the back. You think that's enough for everything to get going, and it absolutely is. But it's just the recovery of the individuals, that last guy standing, to give Optic a chance to come off of the very deep spawns and have a chance to save the round. And boy, did they do it a couple of times over. I will say, honestly, that stun kill from Pred was another major small difference maker. He drops in Cafe, that's also Laundry gone. And you're completely split up if you're Optic's defense. So heroic individual gunfights, and all Kenny can do is kind of say,
Map 1 was a little bit easy. You showed fight in that search and destroy, but you eventually fell short. And then when you get to an invasion control, where they used to be one of the best teams in the game at it, just now they know going into Major 3, we have to make sure we're playing, getting reps on this map, because when we square up against Atlanta FaZe, or we square up against Toronto, or even New York, we're most likely going to have to play some invasions. So you just want to make sure it's still up to par with the top teams. They find themselves up 2-1 in the series, and now they're going into a Vista where they're feeling pretty damn good, because the team that they went up against in Miami were able to beat the hell out of Toronto on this map. And they beat the hell out of Miami on this map. So Optic, they're loving the new map so far.
Yeah, at least off the one time they've played it, right? Because on the other front of things, you look at the overall record for Thieves and you see 2-2. Wow, that's just okay. But one of the losses was a 3-point loss to Vegas in heroic comeback form. And then the other was Seattle Surge, where they lost by 100, but Surge played the map incredibly well. It just did not allow Thieves to find any success anywhere in the middle of the map. And you have to imagine that they've gone back, re-looked at that, and reestablished what they could do. But when you take a look at how things have gone and when Optic get going, boy, do they ever. 19-12 in map number 1s, where they barely win out if they do, but map 4 is often where they come and close out series. They don't often see a lot of map 5s, and the 17-5 record of map 4 has been a major reason of why.
Yeah, because when you go through the first couple of maps, it's all about the warm-ups. Obviously, at map 1, you're getting a feel out, but when you get to the map 4, you're already locked into the series, so guns are already firing on all cylinders, and this is where Optic usually find themselves in the advantage. I love myself some Vista because of how fast this map can play out, but we saw it in that last series. It's simply all about this rotation. From P1 to P2, from P3 to P4, you just want to have backside burger over towards Fountainside, because that is where you're going to be able to dominate and control majority the map for some great time.
Indeed the case, and here's a look at more of the breakdown statistics. Again, talking about Optic's one time playing it, they were really fluid in terms of how they rotated around the map. Well, that had not been necessarily a success point for Thieves in their most recent matchup, which is why their rotation percentages really hit a lot. But when they do get there, their hold percentages have been great. So it feels like a pretty even square up based on the small sample size that we have. So let's have some fun, friends. Lock on in as Texas will start us off with the first 3 kills.
Oh, that is a perfect break-off for Optic. You find every single kill in the feed, and now you know that you are securing those spawns. Just in case it gets a little bit scary, Kenny is looking at that angle to make sure no one is going to come behind enemy lines. But that is just the perfect start if you are Optic Texas, continuing to have those guns firing on all cylinders into this P1.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Good trade backs, though, for Thieves. Neutralize the last 20 and allows a chance for them to even earn a little bit of time of their own. Pred, whoa, we think he's feeling the hot hand. He is all over it right now. Jump up over towards the backside bridge. Denied by Joe Deceive, so it has to come down to the ARs trying to clear things out, and that's more than fine for Kenny Adashi as they'll go 3 for 2. Last one standing is Ghosty, and whoa, makes good on that. 3 kills for him. Nearly gets the full team wipe, but Pred will keep one last little bit of contest and keep the Thieves interested on P1 while the rest of the green wall rotates over towards 2.
Yeah, they're already going to be over towards the next HP. But you at least have a couple players from LAT taking a lot of ground. Joe Deceives works his way up through top burger, able to eliminate that first player, find the second as well. But the spawns have not yet flipped. LA is successful on the break. But you're more focused on finding these kills and chaining it to that rotation as well.
Trent, eyes on a number of different places he could be contested from. Not a lot of support here yet for Thieves. Good bounce up, though. Finds himself a 1-for-1. Preddo on 3 in a row. And Nasty trying to play oversight on the backside of the hill will be also denied. So 4 kills, a full team wipe, all of it going the Aussies' way. 7-4 start, and Optic looking good for the scrap time.
And I love how LAT on your minimap, but just everyone cutting their losses. Everyone hitting that rotation over towards the next, but you have to make it count. The initial gunfights have to go in your favor, and Optic Texas already have a read on it, that they are applying pressure through the back end. Dashy's able to find a double. Kenny finds the farthest player pushed up in Cramp. And this is going to be a rotation won by Optic. You just have to eliminate these final 2 players.
And again, it just feels like the same things that we saw in map number 1 for LA. First on rotation, not able to find the opening gunfights. Is also reminiscent of when they played Seattle. A lot of the same things were occurring. So now you have to hold this thing essentially from the front if you're LA. First couple of kills are decent. Trophy system also keeps this relatively safe, but they don't expect Predator. Just walks up, finds kill number 6 for the Crews. Not able to take the 7th, but again, Optic with the proximal spawns get here so damn quick.
Yeah, but that spawn right there to Pred, he's now going to know that the pressure's coming in through the back. He only is able to find 1 kill, but once he drops the Cramp, now someone is going to put themselves in a position to contest him, and it's none other than Shotzi, who's sitting at 5 in a row trying to get the 6, but Joe Deceives is able to take care of him. But you will take this if you are LA. You are at least able to flip those spawns. You can potentially stop that bleeding over towards the next HP.
But you still have to hold on to these spawns.
Yeah.
Deceives will spawn up. Pred, Shotsy getting to work through the old time. A little bit of a deeper spawn for Ghosty, but he can reforce, and then there's the block. Kremp will spawn all the way out. Kenny hitting the route around the back. Joe Deceives completely caught unawares, and now it's on Ghosty. He just has to stay alive, and he's not able to find any sanctuary anywhere around the hill. Optic will flip the spawns and take the hard point simultaneously.
Oh, man, it's just a slow start right here for a couple players on the side of LAT. Nasty, who's been having a phenomenal stage so far, sitting at 2 and 12. You need your ARs to be shooting, especially on those long-distance gunfights. But he is just falling short every single time. Kenny with the double, now finds himself on 4 in a row. You know exactly where LAT are trying to execute a break from, and that's all through the front.
And it just feels like, again, we've seen this when they were playing up against Seattle. The ARs just keep getting caught in these very close and quartered battles with SMGs. And you look at the stat lines, it's 16 and 8 from Pred. He is all over the place. Kenny also dealing damage at 12 and 6. And Shotsy just getting to work, roaming around the map, doing Shotsy things. A little bit of scrap time earned for Thieves, and they get the read on the deep player in Shotsy. But Kenny's on the hunt, finds Nasty by the gondola, and that will be a chance maybe for Optic to flip the spawns around again.
Yeah, and they will take that because they're also maintaining a lot of mid-map control around that P1 area. So all of LA trying to break through that bar side. Shotsy already being a nuisance up in your face, is only able to take down one, but gives the info to his teammates that that's where they're spawning. Just have to read the pressure consistently, just stay down on the hill and soak this time.
3 for 1 though, Thieves. Open up a little bit, but Shotsy off the off spawn. Comes through unpredicted and reduces it just down to Joe Deceives. Semtex toss, but Shotsy slides away. Pistol out, help from Pred. Oh man, it's just like you called from earlier, Jay. You don't deal with all 4 of them. Optic are going to come back with the fury, and boy have they ever. 140 to 62, scrap time looking good, and Thieves also getting tested at mid-map, trying to rotate back into P1.
Yeah, and this gets scary because LAT do not have the preferred spawns, and this can lead to a perfect chain out of Optic Texas. They can find a couple kills around the map. It's been a full 60 hold here at the Bridge Hill, but now just in case it gets a little bit scary, you have 2 cruise missiles in the back pocket, but screw the cruises because the guns are still firing. So on a different level right now, everyone is less than 10 deaths. These guys are playing perfect hardpoint right now.
Absolutely the case, double for
Oh my God!
Not going to be able to finish off the final shot to Joe Deceives, but without the heroic and maybe the Reddit clip, it's still a great moment here from Optic Texas. Growing it to well above 100-point cushion. Thieves having to find a way to break on in. Shotsy there waiting for him. He gets 2 of the 3. It just feels like there's just not enough convincing trades for Thieves in the moments that they matter the most.
And they're just playing catch-up the majority of this game, and every single time they need a 2-piece to go in their favor, it's Optic Texas flying right into their face, getting it done with either the Rival 9 or the MCW, but they're currently into these P1. Ghosty finds a double. Hopefully that's a spark to trying to turn this game around, but Optic Texas still with 2 cruise missiles in their back pocket. Another rotation, 1 out of them. Oh, you might not want to play them on this map. They are just everywhere.
No, it definitely feels that way. I mean, I think it's one of those things that, again, it's just the Thieves are being left without anything to work with. Long rotations where Shotsy's getting reads. I mean, what do you do against this? What do you do against this? Kremp gives us an offer. 2 kills for him, but Optic going to get past the 200-point threshold. The ARs are also there waiting for the follow pit from the Thieves. And even though there was a heroic comeback effort for Thieves when they played this map initially versus Vegas, this one looks well too out of reach.
Yeah, this one's definitely out of reach because just in case it gets a little bit scary for Optic Texas, you can call in the cruise missile to execute a break or even a better hold. But just the way that they are shooting now, that's another 4 dead in the feed. LAC just got to slow down, but you got to get a team push because you are getting picked apart one by one by one. Just simply not giving yourself an opportunity back into this game. Optic only need 20 points to call serious.
It's just everything is being watched by Optic, and again, more often than not, save maybe this moment right here, it's still in 2 for 2, 3 for 1 form. So Optic never fully get flipped. Moment of pressure here for Thieves, so Pred will say, I can't bring this into the next map, so I may as well use it now. Kremp will fall to it. Optic still struggling to get back into the hard point, but all the pickup on the routes have been dealt with, plus the follow-up on the players ducking for cover, and Optic are just a couple of points away from putting Thieves in the 100-point club. What a statement here on map number 4. Optic clean, calm, and collected on a map they really have not shown us too much of in these Major 3 qualifiers.
But you could just tell in practice that map has been treating them really, really well if you're coming out playing like that. Your SMG's taking a lot of ground, being nuisances when they need to, just being super annoying around the map. LAT just could not find any ground to stand on as soon as they spawned into that one. Right off the rip, you go 4 day. And then everything after that has all a chain effect. But I'm pretty sure that's actually going to be our second 100-point club on the year. LAT were the team that got it done the first time, but now, unfortunately for them, they're on the backside of that. As Optic Texas now put themselves at 6-1 in the stage. I don't know if that's going to put them up a seed. No, that's going to guarantee them that 3rd seed. But the play maps that you haven't played in quite some time, at least in the first 2, you come out on the business. You only played once throughout this stage, and you look absolutely stunning from start to finish. LAT just didn't have a response. Optic Texas, the better squad today.
Bro, production's out of left field with this music, by the way. I mean, what? Someone call an adult because production needs one badly. That is too much. It's too much. But for Thieves, this whole matchup was too much. Oh, goodness. That is going to be memed forever. I don't know who gets credit for that. I don't know if you want credit for that. But well done, production. Well done. 250-86, the call. And with that, like you mentioned, in a battle for the 3rd seed, Texas will take it. So we know who our top 3 will look like overall. And after what was a very tight series, again, I got to give credit to the Thieves for putting up a hell of a fight on the sub-base hardpoint, even though, again, trends were going against them. Same thing can be told with the heroic effort on the evasion control, but not finding a way to take either of those maps sees us lacking of the Karachi search and destroy, which I think Texas fans would have been fine to see for what it's worth. And overall, I think, Jay, that's a hell of a statement. And I think, again, from the listen-in from map number 1, plus the all gas, no breaks map number 4, Optic is taking everyone very seriously this major.
Yeah, they're taking everyone very seriously, but they're more focused on taking that one team who has been beating them for the last couple of months, and that's been Atlanta FaZe. So they come out swinging, but that's enough from us. Enough for the qualifiers. Let's get ready for that tournament. Back to the desk we go.
Did that tomato just throw shade at my audio guy? I think you're an adult, Nick, by the way. Welcome to the 100-point club, LA Thieves. Optic closes out Major 3 qualifiers.
I want to know whose vocals that is. Where did we even find that?
We have very talented people behind the scenes, and we can't leak it because you'll see it on someone else's broadcast here. Nameless, can we talk about this game, though?
Yes, let's talk about
Texas. What happened here?
I mean, unbelievable performance, right? Like, Fred had himself a day. The man was going off. But they took turns. I mean, you saw Shotzi also in the control dropping 7,000 damage. That is absolutely disgusting.
Is that good for an SMG?
They get a little dicey. I love what Optic did here. Obviously, we see sub base, which we haven't seen in a while out of them. Making sure it's polished when we get over towards that major. Now 5-0 on the season on that map, and you see why. Punishing them, putting them in that P3 spawn, securing the rest of the map from there, and then a masterclass on Vista, sort of having this one in that back pocket. That now puts 3 maps out of the 5 in the rotation where Optic haven't ever lost this entire season.
That's incredible.
They got a lot of reps on them too.
Question
so
is,
looking good.
Who else is at their level when it comes to hardpoint? Is it just Atlanta?
And Toronto. Yes, those 3 are the best hardpoint teams.
Absolutely. And I do want to take kind of like the devil's advocate angle here. Of obviously, LA Thieves wasn't able to give us too much in that final map, but it was a decent showing. They are able to steal that search and destroy, which is kind of a testament to how good that game mode have been for them, and it's been their strongest. And even in the sub base, like, they were getting outplayed extremely heavily, and they were only down about a little bit over a hill. So still proving that they can at least hang with some top teams, but a lot of work to be done until they can win a series.
All right, our scuff play of the game belongs to Optic Texas, and we give it to the whole squad. It's winning the swing game 3. It got a little bit murky in the 5th round, but Optic pulled it out. Walk me through it.
Yeah, Jonas Thieves and Ghosty get over towards the point, and they were making plays, man. They were finding a lot of kills, but you see the pinch ends up coming in. I believe it's Pred. He finds one here on Water Street, gets that first kill, and then allows the teammates through gas and Mannequin to set up that slow pinch. They have to identify that guy back gas, which they do, and they find that kill, and then from there, it's just a sandwich onto the point. So if that guy Water was able to take his time, kill Pred, they probably win that round, but unfortunately, Pred makes a heads-up play.
I feel like that part of the map has the most clutch moments that we're seeing currently on a regular basis. So we're going to see more of that coming up next week in Toronto, but it's Optic with your play of the game from Scuff tonight. And, Allie, we got to kind of wrap up qualifiers so far. What have you seen from all 12 of our teams? Any big storylines going into the event?
Well, for me, it's just the fact that the top 4 teams kind of look back to being the top 4. It was a really rough start, and seeing them all iron it out, having new spawns, having new maps, it's been a really good time.
All right, we now have our interview ready. It's your Monster Winner Spotlight. Pred joins us live from the Optic Texas camp. Congratulations on another win. And Pred, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can do.
Do you know how many kills you dropped total in that series?
No, I actually have no idea. I'm not even joking.
Not enough.
What was it?
I'm just kidding. It was a ridiculous amount. Production is still adding it up on their calculator. But
97.
They said you're averaging almost 100
Most
for
in
this
the
series,
lobby.
4 games.
Oh my god, that's good. That's good name.
Fred, how did it feel playing against LA Thieves today? It looked like you were playing with crazy confidence.
Yeah, you know the majors are around the corner, so we're just trying to just make that final push and just get ready for the tournament. So yeah, man, we just took this match really seriously and just not that we don't take other ones seriously, but like it's just like the match before the tournament. So it was just that type of vibe.
Listen, Pred, you're gonna give me some like basic answers. So can you put the headset on Karma behind you real quick? Let me get Damon.
Do you actually want Damon?
Yeah, I want to ask Damon a question.
David, they want to ask you a question.
They want to ask me a question?
Yo,
what's up, guys?
What up, Damon? You're finally whipping these guys into shape, dude. The search is getting a lot better. Talk to me about the improvements in the search and destroy, because I was noticing you guys #1 in retake, #1 in rounds with plant. The fundies are on point. How did you guys get there?
I mean, it's just one thing we've really been working on recently, and the biggest thing for that map, honestly, which kind of sucked for us, is that was our first real rep since we played it against Atlanta. And to be honest, like, I think we're pretty good at that map. Obviously, that's our last showing. I think we're 2-2 now on it. But we started down 0-5, and honestly, I think it was just because it's been so long since we've actually played a real rep on that map.
Yeah.
But I still think it's a good map for us.
Do you think it comes down to S&D this weekend? That's what's gonna get it done for you guys to get that chip?
I mean, I think it's going to be huge, but I think a lot of it comes down to us just being consistent in respawns, and we've been working on a lot of things, and I think the biggest thing is just tightening up our gameplay and making really the respawns more consistent.
All right, you can give it back to Pred. Thanks, Damon. Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
That's fine. I didn't want to ask Damon a question or anything, guys. It's cool. You just pass it back.
Oh, we're just taking Fred's spotlight.
Okay.
Come on.
No, I'm sorry. Fred, listen, I actually do want to focus on you. I'm glad we got to talk to you again, because it feels like, you had a little bit of a slower start during this qualifiers, and the past couple of games, you have been in absolute takeover mode in these hard points. What kind of work have you been putting in as a player, and tell the fans kind of what the change has been like for you?
Honestly, man, just trying to, just elevate our game, because, we're a new team, so obviously we've been playing for a couple months now, so we're just basically trying to find all the pacings, because obviously the game changed a bit after the Major 2, so we're really just trying to honestly focus up on just, just getting the pacing and the gameplay right, man, just making sure that we can all play to our strengths. So that's something that we've been working on, and yeah, that's basically it, man.
Fred, I see Kenny in the background flexing. Who benches more?
I actually don't know. Maybe I actually don't know. Honestly, I think I do. Honestly.
I'm gonna go Australian on this one. Yeah, sorry, Kenny. All right, any final thoughts here, Alley Cat?
No.
We cut you off twice. I'm sorry, Alley. Fred, we love you. The fans in the chat clearly love you as well, and we can't wait to see you on land in Toronto next week. Anything you want to say to the people who will be in that front row?
Shout out to Green Wall, man. Hope to see you guys there. Making sure that we can, use your guys' help to win the tournament, man. That's the main thing.
Awesome stuff, man. Can't wait to see you in person once again. That is Pred. That's Optic Texas with the final win of the qualifiers. And we got to recap the whole day, because now we got to announce the schedule. We got to revisit
and the bracket.
How we got there.
Let's get it.
The bracket's still to
so
come.
Much stuff.
But first, back to the start of the show. Nameless, where did we see you get your first prediction correct on the day?
Listen, it was an easy call. We had the Miami Heretics, and Real showed me that he is the Real deal with the cheese, too. He was frying the entire series, man. This guy, especially the map 1, it was flawless rotations on the Miami Heretics. On that second rotation in P1, they put them in a super blend where he went on a nasty streak. And from then on out, man, that confidence, they used it in the rest of the series, which was pretty much flawless as well.
You know what's hilarious is that when we went to do our pickles in this, you were like, we'll give you a chance to pick Heretics. So if you truly meant that pick, I don't know. I guess that's up to everybody else to decide. But Miami, an extremely strong series out of them versus the LAG. Secure that upper bracket heading into the Toronto Major. Not only that, Real, I'm so excited to see him spot in on land for the first time, and his teammates seem to be gassing him up. So I hope Miami Heretics be able to put on a show.
Miami has been blown out on land. That is at Major 1 and Major 2. Looking to change things up with the new stud in the lineup. Miami gets their win, and they're in the winner's bracket. LAG not picking up a map leads to an 11th seed, and you can see.
My bad, LAG.
Yeah, sorry guys.
Yo!
Firing range?
Okay.
Brutal! All right, here's a look at another guy who looked like he was shooting people in the firing range. Scrap had so much confidence taking on anyone who is willing to square up.
I love this matchup because in the head-to-head, Scrap has a 1.27 in this series historically, and now they take the edge versus New York Southliners because they were 1-1 tied on the series. Now Toronto Ultra leads them in 2-1, and it was in a very confident fashion, right? Like that Vista was unreal. Maybe one of the biggest comebacks we've seen so far, at least in this year. And then we moved to the Search and Destroy. New York Subliners able to pull off something special, and then we moved to round 5. Scrap almost drops 40 versus New York Subliners.
And we talked about the crucialness of Subliners picking up at least one map in this series. If they got one map, it would be the 5th seed going into Toronto. If not, it would be the 6th seed. They're coming in with 5. They dodge having to play Toronto in that first round.
Yeah, they definitely dodged that. And now they draw the LA Thieves, who are coming off of a loss. Not an easy game, but better than playing Toronto. And look at that bracket, man. We got some bangers.
So sorry.
We open it up. Atlanta FaZe takes on Miami Heretics. LA Thieves will fight the New York Subliners. Toronto Ultra takes on Seattle Surge. And Optic faces off against Royal Ravens. If you're wondering about your teams in the bottom bracket there, the elimination bracket, they will play the loser of those matches. They'll respectively drop straight down to that same position.
I love majors.
That Optic versus Carolina Royal Ravens is going to be an absolute show.
And here is a look at the schedule. Lock it in. 6 p.m. We close it out with Optic Texas versus Clay in the Carolina Royal Ravens. Before that, Toronto takes on Seattle. Atlanta takes on Miami. And we open it up with a banger at 1:30 p.m. Eastern with LA Thieves taking on the New York Subliners. As we wrap up the qualifiers, we got to revisit the numbers, Allie. Who tops our KD leaderboards?
I'm honestly not even shocked anymore. It is always Celium on that left, sitting at number 1, averaging a 1.3 right now. But Scrap and Pred close behind.
Any surprises on this top 8?
Just look at the gap though. 1.3 and then 1.18. Like Celium is different.
The only difference as well is he didn't drop a series. Scrap got dropped on by him. Sorry. We'll have to see how it goes down on land. Thank you all for tuning in. Before we get in trouble, we want to remind you all, pick up your tickets. We start bright and early, 1 o'clock with the headquarters show. Thursday. It's going to be great.
See you then.
See you then.
Today, I'm going to share 3 progressively more disturbing stories, and at the end of each of them, I will share the photo that is famously associated with that story. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please offer to give the like button acupuncture, but then, after you put in all the needles in their back, and you stick the moxa to the end of the needles, and you light those, just leave. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories. Just after 6 p.m. on December 27th, 2015, a woman named Sarah Robinson was getting ready inside of her cabin on the 7th floor of a massive cruise ship. She and her boyfriend were going to dinner that night with Sarah's parents in one of the restaurants on board the ship. And in fact, this entire trip, this whole vacation, was actually a big gift from Sarah's parents to Sarah and her boyfriend. And so far, the trip had been totally amazing. I mean, all 4 of them, Sarah, her boyfriend, and Sarah's parents, had got to go swimming and drink great drinks and have great food, and it was just like a total dream. But now, they only had 1 night left, tonight, and they wanted to make the most of it. And their plan was to go to the big buffet that the ship offered, and just totally indulge on the amazing food, and just have some laughs, share stories, and then the next day they'd wake up in the Florida port that they left from, and the trip would be over. But for now, they had this 1 dinner left. And so, after Sarah and her boyfriend were all ready, they left their cabin, and they met Sarah's parents out in the hallway, and then Sarah led the way towards the stairwell that would bring them up to the 10th floor where the restaurant was that they were going to. Once they reached the 10th floor, Sarah could see right in front of her the entrance to this restaurant. And so she, her boyfriend, and her parents, all behind her, began walking towards the restaurant. And to get there, they would have to walk past this sort of lobby right in front of the restaurant, where there was this elevator bank that would go down to the lobby and all the other floors. And so, Sarah and her family, they walked past these elevators, and as they did, Sarah began to hear what sounded like rain hitting the outside of the ship. But that didn't make any sense, because that whole day the weather had been beautiful and clear, and Sarah, when she heard this sound, she instinctively kind of looked around the corner out one of the windows, and she looked out into the night, and it was still clear and beautiful out, so this could not be rain. And so Sarah, she turned around and she looked at her boyfriend and her parents with a sort of quizzical look, being like, "Do you hear this? Like, what is that sound?" And they clearly had heard it too, and were looking back at her like, "I don't know." But before they could even start to discuss whatever this was, a woman who they didn't know, who was standing near these elevators as well, began to scream. It would turn out, just a few minutes before this woman began to scream, the cruise ship's chief electrician, 66-year-old Jose Sandoval Opazo, had begun doing routine maintenance on the elevators that were located a few floors below the 10th floor, but still within that same elevator bank that could bring you up to the 10th floor where that restaurant was. And while Jose was performing this very routine and quick maintenance on the elevator, something strange happened. But to understand why this happened, you need to understand a little bit about Jose and the other electricians on board this cruise ship. So there was oftentimes a lot of very quick and easy maintenance that would need to get done on these elevators, which would involve going into the elevator shaft to do it. But again, these are very short bursts, in and out, very easy to do. All the electricians know how to do it. And the procedure was to actually fully shut down that elevator, like completely, and then go inside and do the maintenance, and then go through the process of starting the elevator all over again. But that was so disruptive to the flow of traffic on the ship each day, and it was just kind of a hassle. And so Jose and the other electricians had come up with this sort of workaround that didn't require them to shut down the elevator, because again, that was just a huge pain, and they didn't want to do it. And so what they would do is they would wait until the elevator car within the shaft they needed to do maintenance on was at some other level, like on floor 2, and they would go into the elevator on like floor 8, and then quickly do the maintenance on the inside of the shaft or whatever it is they had to do. Or sometimes they would actually have to do repairs on the elevator car itself, in which case they would just kind of go in real quick, do the repairs, get out again. But all of it was predicated on just kind of knowing where the elevator car was in the shaft and being really quick, in and out. And so Jose and the other electricians had done this many times, and there was no issues. But on this day, Jose, he got into the elevator shaft to make these simple repairs, and so he actually was standing inside of the shaft on top of the elevator car that was down, a few levels down from 10, and he began making these repairs, and suddenly the car lurched into action because a guest unknowingly had walked into the elevator car and pressed floor 10. And so Jose is on this elevator car that starts moving, and before he can even figure out what's going on, the little opening that he used, the kind of service entrance into the shaft, had been covered up by the elevator car. And so his exit was now gone, and he was now relatively slowly moving up the shaft. Now, Jose would have no idea when this car was going to stop, but if it went to the top, he'd get crushed, and he knew it. And so in kind of a moment of panic, Jose attempted to step to the side to somehow go between the wall and the elevator. It was like he had nowhere to go, and he knew it, and he just took that path. But there was an inch of space between the wall and the car. And so the second he did that, the car kept going, and it sucked him down into that space and just destroyed him. And so by the time this elevator car reached its destination, the 10th floor, and that guest got off the elevator car, by this point, Jose's body had been totally destroyed, and all of his blood was dripping down the elevator shaft, splattering into the walls and hitting the ground, and it sounded like rain hitting the outside of the ship. And so that's what Sarah and her family were hearing, and then the reason that woman started screaming is she was the first one who turned and saw all this blood coming down the front of the elevator doors. Medics would arrive quickly on the scene, but there was nothing they could do. Jose was deceased. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring today's video. Back in 2017, I was really struggling with my mental health. I had just left the military after almost a decade of service, and I was just really struggling to reintegrate into society, and it was making me totally depressed. Now, I had a great support system around me. I had my wife, my kids, my parents, my siblings, friends, but I had such dark thoughts and feelings. I just didn't feel comfortable sharing them with people I loved. I was worried it would kind of upset them, and they'd also view me differently in a negative way, which, by the way, this is a very common train of thought amongst people who are feeling depressed. So I didn't realize how common it was, but there you go. Lots of people feel this way, and I did too. However, even though I didn't tell my family or friends anything, they eventually picked up that something was wrong with me, and they actually approached me and said, look, I really think you need to see someone. I think you need to see a therapist. And honestly, I was ready for that help, and so I did seek out a therapist. And my goodness, unburdening myself of all that horrible darkness inside of me to a trained, neutral third party was so cathartic. And of course, therapy is not a one-size-fits-all solution, but if you're really struggling right now and you're kind of holding it all in, you really ought to give therapy a try. And a really easy entry into therapy is BetterHelp. BetterHelp is a highly reviewed online therapy platform, which means you can get the help you need right from the comfort of your own home. All you have to do is fill out a short survey online, and then within about 48 hours, you get paired up with a licensed therapist, and then it's up to you how you communicate and how often. Also, you can change your therapist at any time for no additional cost. Let BetterHelp connect you with a therapist who can support you all from the comfort of your own home. Visit betterhelp.com/MrBallin or select Mr. Ballin during sign-up and enjoy a special discount on your first month. At around 2 p.m. on September 24th, 2017, a 17-year-old college student named Sanjay climbed up onto this boulder that was right off to the side of this hiking trail he was on. Sanjay was on a day trip with about 20 of his friends from college, and they were in this part of southern India that was really famous for its long, winding trails and all these boulders that kind of sat off to the side of the trails. And then at the end of these trails that are in this part of India is this beautiful ancient Hindu temple that a lot of people will go and take pictures in front of and go inside of. And so that was where Sanjay and his friends were ultimately headed, was this temple. And from the boulder that Sanjay had just climbed up on, he looked up the trail, and from his view now, which was now slightly higher, he could actually see just barely the top of this temple. And so he was really excited about going to see it, and he couldn't believe how close they were. But as he was standing on this boulder, staring at the top of the temple, he also realized that kind of off to the side of the temple, basically right next to it, was this beautiful pool of water with a big wall around it and cement steps leading into it. I mean, it kind of looked like a swimming pool. And so because Sanjay and his friends had been hiking all day to this point, and it was really hot out, Sanjay really liked the idea of going swimming. And so he actually jumped off the boulder and just started running towards the temple and this pool. And he was yelling to his friends as he did, like, hey, I'm going to go swimming. And so he ran, not to the temple, but to this random pool of water that was next to it. And he got to the steps, and he immediately took off his shirt, and he pulled his phone out of his pocket, and he put it on the steps. And then he walked his way into the water and turned around, hoping to see his friends coming after him. And sure enough, all of his friends were smiling and laughing and running after him, ripping their shirts off, putting their phones down, and jumping in too. And so pretty soon, this very quiet, peaceful pool next to this temple was packed full of very rowdy and crazy college kids. Now, to be clear, this pool of water was not intended to be a swimming area. It was dug about 300 years earlier for this temple, and many people began to view this pool of water as sacred because they believed it could cure diseases. And so what Sanjay and his friends were doing was totally taboo and not allowed. But I can promise you, Sanjay and his friends did not care. They were having a great time. And in fact, Sanjay was having such a great time that when he turned around and looked back up the steps they'd all charged in on, he saw one of his friends, whose name was Vishwas, was standing up out of the water reading what looked like a plaque about this pool of water. And Sanjay hated the idea of one of their buddies not getting to experience this fun. And so Sanjay, a little out of pocket, yelled out to Vishwas, like, hey, stop reading that and get in the water. Let's go. What are you doing? And Vishwas was obviously kind of embarrassed to be called out so publicly in front of the, 19 other kids that were there. They're all looking up at him expectantly now, like, yeah, get in here, man. And Vishwas, he's like, Okay, fine. And so he took off his shirt, put his phone down as well, and he got in the water with all of them. And very shortly after he did that, Sanjay kind of forgot about him and decided, hey, this would be a great time to take a photo of everybody here, memorialize this amazing trip. And so Sanjay, he waded over to the steps, he grabbed his phone, he came back towards the group, and, he's looking at this big rowdy crowd of his friends who were totally not paying attention to him. And he's saying, hey guys, come over here. I want to take your photo. Gather up. I'll take a photo of all of us. And so it took a couple of minutes, but eventually, all these kids got in frame, and Sanjay, he held the phone out, made sure everybody was there, and they all smiled, and he took a picture. And then after he took the picture, Sanjay put his phone back on the steps and returned to just splashing and goofing around with his friends. About an hour later, Sanjay and his friends had left the pool and were now in the temple and were just walking around exploring. But eventually, Sanjay just got tired of looking inside the temple. It was not very interesting to him. And so he eventually just went outside again and sat down on this low wall that was right outside the temple. And because he knew his friends would not be done for at least, 15 or 20 minutes or so, he just pulled out his phone and began kind of scrolling through social media and, doing what we all do on our phones. But eventually, Sanjay opened up his photo album to look at all the photos he had taken during the hike in, and then also that picture in the pool, and then also some pictures he took inside of the temple. And so he pulls up his pictures and just kind of starts scrolling through them, and he eventually reaches the photo that he took, selfie style, in the pool with all of his friends together. And so he opens that picture up, and he looks at it, and he smiles, because it definitely was the best picture he took. He got all his buddies in frame. Everybody seemed so happy. But as Sanjay was looking at this photo, he realized there was something odd about it. There was just something in this photo that just seemed like it shouldn't be. And as he looked more closely at it, the smile on his face faded, and he began to panic just a little bit. He didn't know if what he was looking at was real or not, but he knew he had to go find out. And so Sanjay put his phone away, and he looked up and began looking around outside the temple at all the other people who had left, and many of them included his friends. And they were walking around, talking in groups or whatever. And Sanjay, he began looking at all of his friends, and he would stare at their faces. He was looking for something, but he didn't see what he was looking for. And so after scanning the entire outside and not feeling satisfied, Sanjay got up and speed-walked back into the temple and began going into each and every room, looking at every single person he encountered, and when he would find one of his friends, he would stare at their face, and when he didn't find what he was looking for, he just kept on going to every single room, until finally he reached the last room of the temple, and he found the last of his friends, and he looked at their faces, and still he did not see what he was looking for. And so now Sanjay is truly panicked. He's actually horrified at this point. He runs back outside and he finds their college professor who had come along to sort of chaperone the trip. And he ran up to this professor and he pulled out his phone. He opened up that photo of them in the pool and he showed the professor what he had found. And Sanjay pointed out the strange thing about this photo. And so the professor, he began looking at the photo too, and right away he also could see this very strange thing that seemed very out of place. And so the professor asked Sanjay a few follow-up questions, about like what Sanjay had done since discovering this. And after Sanjay said, I've been all over the temple, I still can't figure it out. And so the professor knew the police would have to get involved. And so the professor got in touch with police, and so the police came out to the temple not long after that. And the students, so Sanjay and all of his friends, had been instructed to stay right by the temple. Do not go down to the pool, stay up here, let the police handle it. And so when the police came in, they came running by the group, and Sanjay and his friends were just kind of watching anxiously, waiting to see what happens. And then as the officers went down to the pool, from where Sanjay and his friends were standing, they actually did not have a clear view. The temple itself blocked their view, so they could not see the pool. But they could hear what the officers were doing. And at first, as Sanjay and his friends are standing there really nervously, they don't hear anything down at the pool. But then they hear one of the officers shout something out, like he's found something. And then Sanjay and his friends heard all this splashing as clearly officers were jumping into the pool. And it was at this moment, when Sanjay heard that splashing, that he knew the thing he saw in this photo, it had to be real. As horrible as that was, it had to be real. The reason why Sanjay's friend, Vishwas, was not in the water with everybody else, why he was up reading that plaque about the history of this pool, was because Vishwas did not know how to swim, but he didn't tell anyone. Nobody knew this. And so he was probably kind of embarrassed about it, and so maybe was reading this plaque as sort of a way to, act distracted, like the plaque is the reason he's not swimming. But then when Sanjay, who meant no harm by this, but he yelled out to Vishwas, "Hey, come on, dude, get in here, come swimming with us." Because he did it so publicly in front of all the other friends, it seems like Vishwas felt very pressured into getting into the water. And that's what he did. Instead of telling anybody that he could not swim, he just kind of shrugged, took off his shirt, pulled his phone out of his pocket, put it on the ground, and waded into the water. And as soon as he did, the entire group just kind of went back to goofing around and splashing and being totally chaotic. And then when Sanjay was like, "Hey, let's take that photo," he really did manage to get all of his friends in frame somehow. Except one of them was Vishwas, and you can only see the top of his head. It's because he was drowning in the background of that photo, just nobody knew it. And so obviously, an hour later, when Sanjay's looking at this photo, he sees the top of Vishwas's head, and he's like, wait a minute, is he goofing around, or is he drowning? And then he ran all around the temple looking for Vishwas. He wanted to prove that he was not in the pool still, that he was up here. But then after searching the entire area and not finding Vishwas, he went to his professor, they called the police, and the discovery was made. And unfortunately, by the time police pulled Vishwas out of the water, he was already deceased. Late on the morning of June 27th, 1957, a 25-year-old Austrian mountain climber named Kurt Diemberger plunged his ice axe into the deep snow ahead of him, and then used the axe to pull himself up and over a big ice clump. Kurt was totally physically and mentally exhausted by this point, and only wanted to stop for like 2 seconds just to catch his breath. But he knew that was just not an option. Kurt and his climbing partner, a 32-year-old man named Herman Buell, were climbing one of the tallest mountains in the world, called Chogolisa, which is located in northern Pakistan. And they were doing this climb all alone. It was just those two, and they had virtually no safety equipment. Now, for reference, this was not normal. Anybody who climbed Chogolisa did so with Sherpas and guides and oxygen masks. I mean, this was a dangerous climb, and so serious measures had to be taken to ensure it was safe. But Kurt and Herman felt like, that takes all the fun out of mountain climbing. There has to be, like real risk here for this to be worth doing. And also, critically, Kurt and Herman were well aware of the fact that if they successfully climbed Chogolisa with no safety equipment, so what they were planning to do, that would be a new world record, because nobody had ever done that before on this mountain. And so that felt like a really cool reason to go for this. And when they began their journey a few days earlier, when they began the climb, it had still felt like a great idea, because the weather forecast was perfect for the rest of the time they expected to be on the mountain. However, earlier that morning, Kurt had turned around to talk to Herman, and he noticed off to the south was a kind of ominous dark cloud making its way toward them. Now, obviously, when you're on the ground and you look up and you see a dark cloud, you think, okay, it might storm, or it's actively storming. Maybe it's rain, maybe it's snow, but, it's probably not a big deal unless it's like a tsunami or a hurricane or something, but dark clouds are just not really a big deal. But when you are 4 miles up one of the most treacherous mountains in the world, you got no other people with you, you got no safety equipment, and you see a dark cloud coming your way, yeah, that's terrifying. Because storms have been killing mountain climbers basically for as long as mountain climbing has been a thing. And so when Kurt and Herman saw this cloud, even though the weather forecast had been good, they knew that there was a real chance a storm was going to hit them before they reached the summit. And so they had to make a choice. Abort the mission now, go back to camp, and potentially give up on this climb altogether, thereby not getting the world record. Or they could risk it and just try to speed their way up to the summit before the storm arrived. And because Kurt and Herman were actually within about 1,000 feet to the summit when Kurt noticed this dark cloud, they decided, you know what, let's just risk it. We can get up there to the summit, get this thing done before this cloud ever gets to us. And so that was the decision they made, and it was also why Kurt and Herman knew there was no way they could slow down even for a second, because basically this was a sprint to the top, and if they slowed down, they might die. And so, panting and exhausted with the wind whipping up like mad, Kurt and Herman just kept moving up that mountain as fast as they possibly could. But when they got about maybe 500 feet away from the summit, so they're really close at this point, something changed. As Kurt was about to bring his axe back down into the snow to, pull himself up one more step, he suddenly realized he couldn't see the mountain in front of him. Like, there was nothing. It was just pure white all around him. He couldn't even see the sky. It was like he was just in this void all of a sudden. And the reason for this is because that dark cloud had caught up to them. They were literally inside of the cloud. That's why they couldn't see anything. And so from behind Kurt, even though he can't see anything, he could hear Herman desperately screaming up to him, "Hey, we've got to turn around right now!" And Kurt obviously knew, yeah, it's too late. We are not going to make the summit. We got to go. Kurt knew Herman was right. I mean, this is an absolute crisis. If the storm that's basically brewing all around them didn't kill them, certainly the result of the storm would. I mean, all the snow that's going to land is going to fill in their tracks, and it would be nearly impossible to find your way back down again. And so this was like, we totally miscalculated. Turn around and get out of here as fast as possible. And so that's what Kurt and Herman began to do. As fast as they could, they began going down the mountain, following along their tracks they had left on the way up. And pretty quickly, Kurt and Herman began making serious progress, and so Kurt was starting to feel optimistic that, maybe they had managed to escape this just in time. But right at that moment, the ground underneath Kurt began to vibrate. Then Kurt looked down, and even though his visibility was basically nothing, he could tell from his legs that the ground was basically shifting underneath him. And then suddenly Kurt felt this feeling that you get when you're on like a carnival ride and you're dropped, that feeling in your stomach that you're falling. He got that because the ground underneath him just gave way. It was an avalanche. And so in absolute desperation, Kurt, who knows he's about to be sucked into an avalanche, he just jumped, like as far away from the mountain as he possibly could, kind of at an angle to the right, like he was leaping up and out of the avalanche and over to the right. But you got to remember, he's on this really steep slope. This is not like jumping on flat ground where you jump up and just return to where you jumped from. He's on a slope. So when he jumped out and to the right, it was like he was jumping off a building. He fell something like 30 or so feet before he hit the ground again. But when Kurt hit the ground, he kind of expected to be gobbled up by the snow and keep being sucked down the mountain. But he wasn't. He hit the ground and didn't move. And then he kind of sat up and he looked around and he realized he had successfully jumped out of the avalanche. He had done it. He saved himself. And so he began looking around. The visibility is still terrible, but it's a little bit better because now the avalanche has basically gone down the mountain. The storm is kind of passing, and so the visibility is decent. And, Kurt, he's looking around, screaming out for Herman. He doesn't see him. And then it's like suddenly the visibility just opened up. And Kurt was able to look to his left where the avalanche had gone. And as he was looking, he saw what looked impossible. Basically, the land where they had been walking down this mountain was gone. It was like the avalanche had removed that part of the mountain. And so Kurt is basically laying in the snow on the edge of a new cliff where the avalanche had basically broken away the mountain. And so he's looking into this crevasse where the avalanche went and thinking, I can't believe how lucky I am, but I got to go find Herman. And so Kurt stands up, and he's pretty battered from this 30-foot fall, but he's got adrenaline pumping through him, so he feels pretty good. And he scrambles his way 30 feet back up the mountain to this ridgeline where he originally jumped out of the avalanche, hoping when he got up there that he might find some sign of where Herman went to, because they were pretty close together when the avalanche started. But when he got up there was no sign of Herman, and, he turned around and looked back down the mountain, and he couldn't see Herman anywhere. But when he turned back around, looking now back up the mountain, so in the direction of where they had originally intended to hike, and then where they had to come back down from when they were in the cloud, he noticed that he could see very easily their tracks, he and Herman's tracks. And so with his eyes, he just kind of tracked these tracks all the way down the mountain to where he was. And as he did this, he noticed something. At first, it was like his brain couldn't compute what he was seeing. But after a moment, he knew. Here is a photo of what Kurt would have seen. However, keep in mind, this was not a photo Kurt took, and it's also from a slightly farther away perspective. But conceptually, this really is what Kurt saw that told him what happened to Herman. So in this photo, you can see the mountain and the summit's at the top, and there's a trail that goes straight down and then appears to diverge, where there's tracks that go to the left from our perspective, the viewer's perspective. They go to the left around that cliff line, and the other set of footprints that disappear off the cliff. Well, if you haven't figured it out yet, the footprints that go to the left are Kurt's footprints. He just magically jumped and landed on the absolute edge of where this avalanche was going to happen. And Herman is the other set of prints. And so when that avalanche started, there was nowhere for Herman to go. He was sucked into that avalanche and dragged over 1,000 feet down the mountain. His body was never recovered. Hey everybody, if you haven't heard yet, we announced some really big news recently. We are putting out a book, and it's amazing. It's called Mr. Ballin Presents Strange, Dark, and Mysterious, The Graphic Stories, and it's an amazing graphic novel we have been working on for over a year. And it's our very first book, so we're all very proud of this. We think it's going to be so amazing. So in this book, there are 9 stories, 5 of which are of the old variety, so you've heard them on YouTube, and they've been remastered and put into this book. And then you have 4 full-length, brand new stories, which are amazing, that have also been put inside of this book. And the way we made those 4 new stories is to have them replicate the feel of YouTube. In fact, I would say this whole book is like the written version of our YouTube channel. It's totally a throwback to our OG fans who found us on YouTube. This is the book for you. It's going to be so good. The book's not coming out until my birthday, October 1st, but you can pre-order it right now by going to book.ballinstudios.com. And also, after you pre-order, be sure to follow me on social media and all the other places that we put out content, because we're going to be teasing stuff about this book before release. Things like, sneak peeks into the book and some pieces of artwork and some behind-the-scenes stuff. So there's a lot of stuff going on, but it all starts with pre-ordering that book. So again, go to book.ballinstudios.com and pre-order our first ever official book. It's going to be great. Enjoy. So that's going to do it. If you enjoyed today's stories and you want to hear more like it, be sure to check out the Mr. Ballin podcast, which is available on all podcast platforms. It has hundreds of stories, and many of them are only available on podcast. So if you're consuming this content only on YouTube, there is a whole world over in the podcast side of the house that you should go check out. Again, it's called the Mr. Ballin podcast, and it's available everywhere. Wait, don't go anywhere. If you're looking for more strange, dark, and mysterious videos, click here.
I thought she was talking to him.
Today's story includes several very distressing and at times graphic segments. And also at the end of the story, we show several pictures that on the surface may seem fairly benign, but once you understand their context, they are quite disturbing and haunting. So viewer discretion is advised. On February 12th, 1999, 42 Carol Sund, along with her 15-year-old daughter Julie and Julie's longtime friend Silvina Peloso, who was 16 years old, boarded a plane in Eureka, California. After a quick 1-hour-long flight, they landed in San Francisco and then got their bags from baggage claim and then walked over to the airport's car rental center. After Carol signed some rental agreement paperwork with the person at the front desk, they were given car keys, and then the 3 women walked out of the airport into the parking lot where they saw their car. It was a 1999 red Pontiac Grand Prix sedan. After the women had put their luggage in the trunk, they all climbed inside, and then Carol began driving east towards the University of the Pacific in Stockton, California. Julie was competing in a cheerleading competition the following day at that university, and Julie was considering going to this school after she graduated high school, and so this cheerleading competition was a great excuse for her and her mom to check out the campus, and since Silvina was already visiting Julie at her home in Eureka, she just tagged along for the trip. After an hour-and-a-half-long drive, the trio arrived in Stockton, California, and they checked into a hotel, and then the next day, which was the 13th, Julie competed in this cheerleading competition, and then afterwards, her mom, and Silvina spent the rest of the day checking out the campus and the surrounding town. Early the next morning, which was the 14th, the women checked out of their hotel and then drove 3 hours southeast to the sprawling motel complex called Cedar Lodge that was located just outside of Yosemite National Park's western entrance. Their plan was to spend a couple of days sightseeing inside of Yosemite before heading back to the San Francisco airport, where they were going to meet Carol's husband and Julie's father, Jens, and then the four of them would continue their journey and fly to Arizona, where they would explore the Grand Canyon before finally heading back home to Eureka, California. So midday on the 14th, these three women arrive at the Cedar Lodge, and the lot would have been nearly empty because it was the wintertime and not that many people were visiting the park at that time. So they pull into the lot, they park their car, they go into the front desk where they checked in and they got their keys, and then they left the office and walked along the row of first floor rooms all the way to the very corner of the building to room 509, which was their room. Carol used her key, she opened the door, they went inside and dropped their luggage, and then they decided that they were just too tired to actually go in the park and go sightseeing that day. So instead, they kind of had a low-key afternoon and evening, mostly in their hotel room. The next morning, which was the 15th, the women got up early, they hopped in their red rental car, and they drove to the western entrance of Yosemite. They went inside, they parked their car, and they have this wonderful day looking at these astonishing cliff sides and snow-covered mountains, and these huge sequoia trees, and these beautiful meadows that stretched out in front of them. And then towards the end of the day, Julie and Sylvina actually went ice skating on a frozen pond. So it was just this totally magical day at the park. And then finally, as the sun was starting to go down, the trio finally left the park, got in their rental car, and drove back to the Cedar Lodge. There, they ate dinner at the lodge's 1950s-style diner. They ate hamburgers, and then afterwards, they swung by the front desk and rented some VHS movie tapes that they brought back to their room. Once they were inside room 509, the women changed into their pajamas and then sat on the bed and watched one of their movies, and then when it was over, they brushed their teeth, and then they got in bed, turned out the light, and tried to go to sleep. But a few minutes after their lights were out, they heard a knock on their door. The following day, which was the 16th, Jens, Carol's husband and Julie's father, was anxiously waiting at the San Francisco airport for his wife and his daughter and his daughter's friend. And he's looking at his watch, and he knows they don't have that much time before their flight is going to take off, and he's just hoping they're going to come running around a corner and they're going to barely make this flight. But they don't. And finally, Jens, who does not have a cell phone, and neither does Carol, he decides there must have been some sort of miscommunication and that Carol and the girls must have flown on ahead. And so he decides at the last minute to just board the flight himself and fly to Arizona and hopes his family will be there. But when he touches down in Arizona, his family is not there. And so he rushed to the hotel hoping that maybe they were there. They weren't. He spoke to the hotel's front desk and said, hey, has my wife Carol contacted you? And they said, no, she hasn't contacted us, and we have no record of her being here. And so Jens is obviously very upset. He's very worried, and he spends the rest of the day calling around to friends and family and acquaintances and anybody who might know where Carol and the girls are. But nobody has heard from them, and nobody knows where they are. And so that night, as Jens is about to go to bed, he convinces himself that they are probably just fine. This is just some screw up. Carol is an unbelievably fierce woman. She's incredibly competent. She will take care of those girls, and I'm sure I will see them tomorrow morning. But when he woke up the next morning and Carol had not made any contact with the hotel or reached out to him in any way, and there was just no sign of her or the girls, Jens finally contacted police. That day, after the police spoke with Jens, the first call they made was to the Cedar Lodge, which is the last place they knew Carol, Julie, and Sylvina had been. The manager of the lodge would tell police that he had not seen Carol or the girls on the day they were supposed to check out, which was the 16th. But Carol had checked out in advance, so the manager would not have seen her anyways. She would not have had to go by the front desk on the way out, so that was not an anomaly. The manager also told police that on the 16th, after the three women should have been out of their room, the cleaners went by room 509, and when they went inside, it was vacant, and nothing seemed amiss. It was relatively clean, minus some wet towels that had been left on the floor of the bathroom. The keys to the room were left on the desk as they should be. It just looked like the women had left. And so the police reached out to the car rental company at the San Francisco airport to see if Carol had made it to the airport and dropped off her car. But when they spoke to the manager of this rental company, they would say, no, Carol has not dropped off her car, and she hasn't called about extending her lease, which is now overdue. Based on the information the police gathered from the lodge and from the rental car company, they began operating on the theory that the three women left their lodge motel room on the 16th, and then either got into a car accident somewhere and had just not been found yet, or they had driven somewhere, gotten out of their car, and gotten lost, perhaps inside of Yosemite National Park or some other trail somewhere, or they had fallen victim to some crime. But at this point, the police were not taking seriously the idea that foul play was involved. A massive search was launched in and around the Cedar Lodge complex, as well as around the western entrance of Yosemite, but absolutely nothing was found. A number of workers from Cedar Lodge were interviewed by police and subsequently cleared of any wrongdoing. Also, a number of friends and family of the three women were also interviewed by police and cleared as well. Then, a few days after this search has started, there was a break in the case. Carol's wallet, with her ID and credit cards inside of it, was found lying on the ground in Modesto, California, which was a suburb that was located about 2 hours west of Cedar Lodge. Some high school students saw it on the ground and gave it to a police officer. There was no reason for Carol and the girls to be in Modesto, California, and so this signaled to police that a third party had to have been involved in their disappearance. And so if that was the case, then almost certainly these three women had fallen victim to some sort of crime. Over the next several weeks, police continued to search the roads and trails in and around Cedar Lodge and the western entrance to Yosemite, and they looked all over Modesto. But besides this wallet being found, there were no further developments with the case. Then on March 18th, which is about a month after the three women originally went missing, a hiker was way off in the middle of this forest about 2 hours north of Cedar Lodge and about an hour and a half northeast of Modesto, California, when he turned onto this logging road that nobody really ever went down. And as he's walking down this road, he sees up ahead the skeleton of a car. It looks like a car had been set on fire. And so he calls it into police, not really knowing what he's looking at. The police come out and they're able to identify this car. This shell of a car is the red rental car that Carol and the girls had been using. When they searched the car, the inside, the main cabin of the car, there really was nothing left. There looked to be some remnants of some suitcases and maybe some clothing, but mostly it was just the frame of the car and some springs. But when they opened the trunk of the car, they made a grisly discovery. Inside were two very badly burned bodies with their hands still bound behind their backs. Using dental records, they were able to confirm the bodies belonged to Carol and Sylvina. But there was no sign of Carol's daughter, Julie, the 15-year-old. She was not in the car, around the car, or in the surrounding areas. And so there was this glimmer of hope that maybe if law enforcement acts fast enough, they can find Julie and save her before it's too late. But all hope was lost when just a couple of days into this search around the car, when they still hadn't found anything, the police received an anonymous handwritten letter. And on this letter was this crude map that showed this very specific spot overlooking a lake. It was Don Pedro Lake, which was located about an hour to the south of where the car was. And then on this note as well was a phrase. It just said, "We had fun with this one." Using this crude map, the police went to Don Pedro Lake. They went up to the overlook as marked on this map, and there they looked down and they saw the crumpled and badly decomposed remains of Julie. At this point, police already had several suspects they'd picked up in Modesto, California, that they believed were connected in some way to what happened to these three women. Of these suspects, two were of particular interest to the police. They were half-brothers Eugene Dykes and Michael Lorwick. They had been arrested shortly after Carol's wallet had been found for shooting at a Modesto police officer and for several drug charges and for violating their parole. Once these half-brothers were in custody, Eugene made several self-incriminating remarks, basically insinuating that he and Michael had been involved in what happened to these three women. And then after Carol, Sylvina, and Julie's bodies had been found, the synthetic fibers that were found all over Carol matched the synthetic fibers that were pulled off of Michael and Eugene on their clothing and from their vehicle when they were arrested. And so the police were very confident that they had their killers and they had them behind bars already. But they still needed to compile evidence before they could formally charge them and make their names public to the media. And so when the news broke about the women's bodies being found and the public began panicking about a killer or killers on the loose, the police came out and said, "Everybody calm down. We have the people responsible. We just can't tell you who they are yet. You need to be patient. We're building the case, but everybody's safe. There's nothing to worry about." But 4 months went by and the police still had not come out and publicly charged anyone with these murders. But they continued to assure the public that they had their killers behind bars, and so nobody has anything to worry about. On the afternoon of July 22nd, roughly 4 months after the discovery of the three bodies, Dr. Desmond Kidd, who was the medical director for Yosemite, had just finished a long 24-hour shift in the clinic, and he had just gotten back to his cabin, which was inside of Yosemite, when his pager went off. And so he went to a phone, he dialed the number that was on his pager, and the park dispatcher picked up and said, "Hey, Dr. Kidd, can you be a part of a search for a missing person?" And Dr. Kidd said, "Sure, I'd love to help." And then there was a pause, and the park dispatcher said, "Hey, just so you know, there are law enforcement implications with this one." And then before he could clarify, he hung up the phone. And so Dr. Kidd is really confused what he meant about these implications, because in the past 3 years he had worked at this park, he had unfortunately been involved in many searches for missing people in the park, but they were never tied to any sort of criminal activity. They were always because the person got lost or fell or something, which was fairly common inside of the park. And so as soon as this convoy of other Yosemite staff members that are part of the search rolled up in front of his cabin, Dr. Kidd ran outside, he hopped in one of the vehicles, and he asked the driver, "What's going on? What are these law enforcement implications with regards to this missing person?" And the driver would explain to him that, hey, 4 months earlier, we had those 3 Yosemite tourists go missing, Carol, Julie, and Sylvina, and they were found murdered outside of Yosemite. And while the police have said they have their killers behind bars, the police still have not come out and actually named who their killers are or charged anyone in their murders. And so that's made many of us think that maybe they don't have the killer or killers behind bars. Maybe there's a killer or killers still on the loose. And unfortunately, tonight, we have another person who's gone missing inside of the park. And she's gone missing under very mysterious circumstances, which has led many of us to think that it's possible, if there really is a killer out there, they've struck again tonight. Dr. Kidd was totally shocked at this news, but he was even more shocked when he discovered who it was that was missing. It was somebody he knew. Her name was Joey Armstrong, and she was a 26-year-old naturalist employed by Yosemite. A naturalist is like an expert tour guide that knows everything about the park. Dr. Kidd and the rest of the convoy of Yosemite staff that were going to be a part of the search sped around the corner and went down this unmarked road with huge trees on either side, and then eventually they came out of this heavily forested road and they entered into this unbelievably beautiful meadow. And on the very far end across this huge meadow is this one green cabin sitting at the base of this mountain with a forest on the other side of it. This totally secluded cabin in the middle of Yosemite was where Joey was living. As Dr. Kidd and the convoy went across this meadow and got closer to this cabin, Dr. Kidd could see park rangers walking around the perimeter of the cabin, marking it off with yellow police tape. When Dr. Kidd and his vehicle came to a stop right outside of the marked off area, they got out and they could see parked right next to the cabin was this white pickup truck. It was Joey's pickup truck, and inside of it was a bunch of luggage, and it looked like there was luggage that had spilled out onto the ground, and some of the doors were still open. And so it gave Dr. Kidd and the rest of the searchers the impression that Joey must have either been loading things into her truck or unloading things out of her truck at the time she went missing. Dr. Kidd and the rest of the searchers kind of huddled up with the park rangers, and the rangers explained that Joey's friends that were living in San Francisco were expecting Joey to arrive at their house the day before, but when she didn't and they couldn't get in touch with her, they had called it in, and that's why they were there looking for her. And so after talking about the circumstances of the case, they all decided they would break into 5 different search groups, and they would begin searching the immediate area. Dr. Kidd and 4 other searchers began walking behind the cabin towards the tree line, and then once they got into that forest, they started walking towards this creek. And as they walked up along this creek, they suddenly noticed a whole bunch of trampled ferns and saplings, and it looked like someone had come running through there, and perhaps the person who was running was Joey. And so they began following these tracks that go right alongside this creek, and then at some point, one of the searchers yells out, "Hey, what's that up there?" And about 10 feet ahead of them, where the ground kind of sloped down into a ditch out of view, right before the ditch, hanging on a little tree on the ground, was a set of car keys glinting in the sunlight. And so Dr. Kidd, who was at the front of his small search party, he began walking towards these keys, and as he got closer and closer, he began to be able to see down into this ditch right on the other side of these keys. And as soon as he could actually see what was at the bottom, he immediately began to gag, and he turned around and quickly walked away. The other 4 searchers, they walked up and they had a look down, and they too had a similar reaction. And before long, the group was running back to the cabin to tell the park rangers what they had just discovered. When the rangers heard about what was in the forest, they immediately contacted the police, and the police sent a police officer to Joey Armstrong's mother's house, which was just outside of San Francisco. When the mother opened the door, the officer told her that they had just gotten a call from Yosemite and they need her to call them. And then he handed her a piece of paper with a phone number on it. Joey's mother was immediately concerned and confused and tried to get more information from this officer, but the officer just said, look, you're just going to have to call that phone number. I really don't know anything. And so eventually she thanked him, she shut the door, and she went into the kitchen and she dials this number. After someone picked up, she introduced herself as Joey's mother, and at that point, the person who picked up quickly handed the phone off to someone who sounded much more senior, and this person asked Joey's mother, are you aware that your daughter is missing? So Joey's mother says, no, I was not aware of that. And then this person very delicately says, ma'am, we believe we found your daughter's body near her cabin. Joey's mother's reaction was instant. She said, well, did you check her hair? She has red hair. Can you confirm it's really her because she's got bright red hair? Can you make sure it's really her? And the person on the other side of the line hesitated for a minute and then just said, ma'am, we're not sure if she has red hair or not. We'll get back to you. And so after this call finally ended, Joey's mother was confused. How could they not know what color her daughter's hair was? That seems like such an easy way to potentially identify whether or not this was really her daughter. Why would they make her wait for something like that? And so she was horribly distraught. She didn't know what else to do. She was told to just kind of wait for more news, but she couldn't do that. And so she began planning a trip out to Yosemite to actually get out there and see what was going on. But the earliest flight she could possibly get was not until very early the next morning. And so she has this very restless night's sleep where she's just praying that this person was not actually her daughter. And then the next morning she gets up, she rushes to the airport, and as she's waiting to board her plane, she grabs a newspaper from a nearby kiosk, and the headline reads, "Naturalist Beheaded at Yosemite." And that's when she understood why that person could not tell her whether or not this was her daughter based on hair color. It's because this body did not have a head. But from the time she got that phone call to this headline running in the paper, these searchers had found the head. It was located 27 feet away under some brush, and they were able to confirm that it was the body of Joey Armstrong. Joey's death was immediately treated like a homicide, and right away, the public began to openly suggest that maybe Joey's murder is connected to the murders of Carol, Julie, and Sylvina from 4 months earlier, even though the police were still saying, we have our killers behind bars for those murders. Joey's murder is completely unconnected. Luckily, the public and the police did not have to argue for very long about who was right about this, because there was a break in Joey's case almost immediately. On the night that Joey went missing, another Yosemite staff member had happened to drive by her cabin, and they noticed a distinctive SUV parked outside of her cabin that they didn't recognize. It was a blue 1979 International Scout, and as it happened, there were only 2 of these particular types of vehicles registered in Yosemite Valley. And so within 24 hours, the police had tracked down one of these 2 vehicles. It was located about 12 miles away from the western entrance of Yosemite and was pulled off the side of this highway. The police pulled up alongside it and parked. They walked up. There was no one inside of this vehicle, but then down this embankment off the highway led down to this forest where there was a river kind of out of sight that people like to swim and fish in. And so these 2 officers decide to head down and see if maybe the driver is down there. So they make their way down, and sure enough, they come in contact with the driver. He was laying on this rock, completely nude, smoking marijuana. And so the 2 officers, they come up to him and announce themselves, and this very well-built, good-looking guy stands up, and he calmly covers himself, and he takes the marijuana out of his mouth, and he says, hey, what can I do for you guys? And so over the course of their conversation, the police would learn this guy's name was Kerry Stainer. He was 38 years old, and he was the handyman at Cedar Lodge Motel. He would tell police that he was not anywhere near Joey's cabin on the night she went missing, and the police ultimately bought it and said, okay, they confiscated his marijuana, and then they walked back up the hill, leaving him down there, and they took some pictures of his car and the tires on his car, and then they left. A couple of days later, some FBI investigators that had been called in for this case, they analyzed those pictures those officers had taken of the tires of Kerry's car, and they compared them to pictures of the tire tracks at Joey's cabin, and they determined they were a perfect match. So later that day, which was July 24th, police officers went back out and tracked Kerry down again. This time he was having lunch at one of his favorite spots. It was a nudist resort about 3 hours northwest of the Cedar Lodge. There he was arrested on the suspicion of murdering Joey Armstrong, and he was brought in for questioning. As soon as he was walked into the police station and was booked, Kerry dropped a bombshell. He confessed to not only murdering Joey Armstrong, but also he confessed to murdering Carol Sund, along with her daughter, Julie Sund, and Sylvina Peloso, the friend of Julie Sund. And he did all of this on his own. He had no other accomplices. Which means the police never had the killer or killers behind bars. It would turn out Eugene Dykes, who was one of their primary suspects, was lying when he made those self-incriminating remarks about he and his half-brother Michael. And as for those synthetic fibers that were found on Eugene and Michael, those fibers belonged to a very commonly sold blanket, and so they did not definitively tie Michael and Eugene to the crime. So for half a year in 1999, there really was a serial killer just roaming free in Yosemite National Park, just like many people who lived in that area and like some people in the media had speculated. Kerry would go on to give a very detailed and graphic 6-hour-long confession of how he went about killing all 4 women. This is his awful story. On February 14th, 1999, so the day that Carol, Julie, and Sylvina arrived at Cedar Lodge, Kerry was on his way to his girlfriend's house. His girlfriend, like Kerry, worked at the Cedar Lodge. She was a waitress at their 1950s-style diner. That night, as Kerry walked up her front walkway towards her front door, he made up his mind that he was going to act on a fantasy he had had since he was 7 years old. And that fantasy was to kill a young woman. And so his plan that night was he would go inside and he would not only kill his girlfriend, but he would also kill her 2 daughters, who were 10 and 11 years old at the time. But when he went inside the house and was about to carry out this plan, he noticed out one of their windows there was a man in their backyard. And he asked his girlfriend, "Who's that guy out there?" And she would say, "Oh, I hired someone to take care of our property. So he's going to be cutting the grass and, doing some things with our garden. He's going to be here for a little bit, but he'll stay outside." And so this totally screwed up Kerry's plan because he was not expecting there to be anybody there that night. And so for several hours, Kerry anxiously sat there constantly looking out the window, waiting for this guy to leave so he could kill these 3 people. But the worker was just taking a lot of time, and it didn't seem like he was even close to being done. And so finally, Kerry left without any explanation. Angry and frustrated, he began driving back to Cedar Lodge, where he had an apartment on the 2nd floor. And when he pulled into the parking lot, he noticed there was a car he had not seen earlier in the day. It was a 1999 red Pontiac Grand Prix. And suddenly, Kerry had this urge to find out who owned that car. And maybe, if he was lucky, it was a woman who owned that car, and she was potentially alone. And if that was the case, he could fulfill his fantasy on this woman and not worry about the fact that he couldn't kill his girlfriend and her 2 kids. And so Kerry parked his car a little bit a ways from this red car, and he walked over to the room that was right in front of this red car. And it was room 509, and he peeked behind one of the curtains into the room, which was all lit up, and he couldn't believe his luck. There were 3 women inside of this room. It was Carol, Julie, and Sylvina. And so Kerry stayed back and continued looking through the window just to make sure there wasn't a man inside of this room. And after a while of watching them go in and out of the bathroom and nobody coming into the room but these 3 women and no men coming into the room from the outside, he was certain they were alone. And so when Kerry finally turned around and left to go back to his room, he made the decision that he was going to come back the next day and kill them. The next day, which was February 15th, Kerry secretly followed the 3 women when they hopped in their rental and drove to Yosemite. He followed them to the parking lot, and then he waited in the parking lot until the women had finished going through the park and having this wonderful time. He trailed them from the parking lot back to the Cedar Lodge, and then he secretly followed them when they went to that diner and they had hamburgers for dinner. And he continued to follow them from a distance and watched them rent movies from the front desk. And he followed them all the way back to their room. And once he knew they were inside their room and he watched them long enough to confirm they were not going to leave again, he went back to his room and he got his toolbox. In his toolbox was rope, duct tape, a knife, and a gun. And then around 11 p.m., he left his apartment and went downstairs and walked all the way back over to that corner room, room 509, where the women were. And he looked in the window and it was totally dark inside, so he assumed they must be sleeping, and he knocked on the door. A few minutes later, Carol came to the door and very cautiously opened it up just a crack, leaving that chain link lock still attached. And so she looked through at Kerry and said, "Hi, can I help you?" And Kerry, who held up his handyman toolbox and pointed to his name tag that said he was the Cedar Lodge handyman, he said, "Hi, ma'am, sorry to disturb you so late, but there is a leak in the room right above yours, and I need to make sure the leak is not coming down into your room. So can I come in and just have a quick look, and then I'll be out of here?" And Carol apparently was just not buying it, and she said, "Look, I haven't seen any leaks in this room. I don't think there is one, but even if there is, can it please wait until tomorrow, because we're all trying to sleep." But Kerry was very persistent, and Kerry was known to be very charming and very disarming, and eventually he talked his way into the room. And And so he walks inside, he walks past the bed where the other two teen girls are still sleeping. He goes into the bathroom, and for a few minutes he kind of pretends to fiddle around inside of the bathroom while Carol is standing right outside looking in at him. And then at some point, Carrie reached into his toolbox, pulled out the gun, and he aimed it at Carol, and he said, "Stay calm, I'm not going to hurt you, this is just a robbery." Carol most likely believed their best chance at getting out of this situation was just to comply and do what he says. He'll rob us, and then he'll leave, and we'll be okay. And so Carol very dutifully went back into the room, and she quietly woke up her daughter and her daughter's friend, and before long, Carrie had tied up all three of them. He put the two teenagers in the bathroom and shut the door, and then he put Carol on the bed. And then he proceeded to assault Carol before strangling her to death with more rope. And then after she was dead, he carried her body outside of the motel room and put her in the trunk of her own rental car. And then after he shut the trunk, he went back inside the motel room. He went to the bathroom, he opened it up, he grabbed Sylvina, who was crying, and pulled her out, and he left Julie alone, cowering inside the bathroom by herself. He shut the door behind her, and then he brought Sylvina over to the bed, where he assaulted her before strangling her as well to death with some additional rope. And then after Sylvina was dead, he carried her body outside of the motel and put her in the trunk of the rental car along with Carol's body. And then after that, he went back inside the motel room, and then once again, he opened up the bathroom door, he grabbed Julie, pulled her out, and proceeded to assault her as well. But then afterwards, he did not strangle her to death. Instead, he walked her back into the bathroom and shut and locked the door. And while she was in there wondering what's going to happen to her, what happened to her mom, what happened to her friend, he proceeded to clean up the room and tidy it up, and he moved all of their luggage out of their room and put it into the rental car. And then after he was satisfied, he went back inside the motel room, he opened up the bathroom door, he pulled Julie out and had her stand right outside the bathroom, and then Carrie proceeded to clean up the bathroom but left a couple of wet towels on the ground to give the impression that the women had left in a bit of a hurry. And so after that, he grabbed Julie and he walked her out to the car and he sat her down in the front seat. She only had a blanket on at this point. Everything else had been taken off of her. And then Carrie hopped in the front seat and he began driving off. Julie must have been beyond terrified. She has no idea where her mom is. She has no idea where her friend is. She has no idea they're actually dead, locked in the trunk right behind her. And the man that had just assaulted her for hours is now driving her into the darkness. She has no idea where she's going, and all she's got is this blanket around her. It's just beyond brutal what's happening to this poor girl. And so for 2 hours, Carrie drove them west along the highway in the middle of the night, and the whole time he's trying to make small talk with this poor girl, trying to tell her that she's going to be okay and that her mom and her friend, they're going to be okay. And then finally, he pulls off the highway down some switchbacks into this big parking lot of the Don Pedro Lake. And then once he parks the car, there's no other cars around. It's still dark out. The sun hasn't come up. He gets out and he tells Julie to get out of the car. But Julie is so scared, she can't move, so she can't even get out of the car. And so Carrie gets out, he walks around to her side, he opens the door, and he scoops her up like you might hold a baby. And he walked with her up the trail all the way to this overlook that was well away from any prying eyes in the parking lot. And once he was out of sight, he took her blanket off and he laid it down, and then he proceeded to assault her again. And then as the sun began to come up over the lake, Carrie realized that he had to end his fantasy and begin to cover his tracks. And so Carrie stops what he's doing, he stands up, he reaches down and pulls Julie up to her feet, and so she's standing with her back to the lake, and as he's looking at her, he says, "I love you," and then he pulls out his knife and begins hacking her throat. And then he pushes her down the hillside where she tumbles and finally comes to a stop underneath some bushes where she dies. Carrie grabbed the blanket on the ground and he walked back to the rental car in the lot. There was nobody out there, so he hopped inside. He drove out of the lot and drove 1 hour north until he was well into this forest, and he pulled down a logging road where he abandoned this car. After he ditched it, he walked back up to the highway and caught a cab back to Cedar Lodge. He would come back to the car and torch it 2 days later. He would also make a special trip to Modesto, California, where he would drop Carol's wallet in the middle of the road near a high school in order to confuse investigators. A month later, when Carol and Sylvina's body were found in the back of the burned-out car, Carrie would send that handwritten note to police that had the map of where Julie's body was and that horrible message of, "We had fun with this one," referencing Julie. He sent that to police in order to further confuse them. He wanted them to believe that there really was more than one person perpetrating these murders, hence the "we." had fun with this one. Months would go by, and the police, despite questioning Carey along with the other Cedar Lodge staff members, never considered him a suspect. And that was because, one, they really thought he was just a nice, normal guy and couldn't be capable of committing violence against these three women. And two, probably most importantly, the police discovered when Carey was a child, his younger brother was kidnapped by a pedophile and held for 7 years. And although his brother was ultimately returned to the family alive, that experience was incredibly traumatic and devastating to Carey. And so the police figured there's no way this guy would ever abduct or harm other people because he knows how traumatic and awful that is for the victim and the victim's family. If anything, Carey seemed like the type of guy who would go out of his way to protect and save these three women from being abducted or from being harmed. In July of that year, so 4 months after the three women's bodies were discovered, Carey, who believed he had completely gotten away with murder, and to that point he really had, he was just driving around Yosemite, kind of reveling in the fact that he had gotten to live out this fantasy and not get punished for it, when he noticed there was this woman way off in the distance walking in and out of this cabin that was fairly isolated. And so he drove his 1979 International Scout blue SUV down this forested road, and he reaches this meadow, and he looks across this meadow, and now that this woman is even closer, he can tell she's clearly loading things into her truck. And she's going back and forth, and he's watching, wondering if there's anybody else helping her, because this cabin is very secluded, and he's thinking, if she's alone, I might be able to kill her too. And so after a while, when he only sees her loading things into her white pickup truck, he decides he's going to go kill her. And so he drives across the meadow, and he pulls up right next to her truck, and he gets out, and he introduces himself. And the woman is so completely caught off guard by this random strange man showing up in the middle of the night, suddenly acting so friendly, that kind of reflexively, in an effort not to be rude, she says, "Hi, I'm Joey Armstrong. Nice to meet you. What are you doing down here?" And Carey would proceed to spark up some small talk. He asked her if she believed in Bigfoot, and they kind of got on this tangent about Bigfoot. And then at some point, Carey drew a pistol, and he aimed it at her and said, "Go inside your cabin." And so Joey put her hands up, and she went inside the cabin like she was told, and Carey followed her inside, and then he bound her wrists and he bound her mouth with duct tape, and then he ordered her to get back inside of his SUV. And then once she was sitting inside the front passenger seat, Carey got in the driver's seat, and he began leaving the cabin, headed back out away towards that road he came in on. And as he's bombing across the meadow, Joey leaps head first out of the window of this moving car and smashes onto the ground, and she immediately jumps up and just starts running back towards the cabin. Carey jams on the brakes, he hops out, and he starts chasing after Joey, but Joey manages to get fairly close to that tree line right behind the cabin before Carey ultimately grabs her and tackles her to the ground. And then Joey is viciously trying to fight Carey off of her, and Carey, kind of in a panic, draws his knife, and he tries to slash at Joey, but Joey tucks her chin, protecting her neck from being stabbed. And so frustrated, Carey just stands up, and he grabs Joey by the hair, and he begins hauling her towards the forest behind her cabin. And the whole time, Joey's doing everything in her power to try to escape, but she just can't. And finally, they get inside the woods, and Carey drags her into this ditch. And once she's down at the bottom, he puts his foot on the top of her head and forces it back, forcibly exposing her throat. And then at that point, he pulls out his knife and he begins to cut. Afterwards, Carey considered keeping Joey's head, but ultimately he would try to hide it in some bushes nearby. After Carey attempted to cover up some of the blood in the area with some branches and leaves, he left the forest and went back to his SUV. He didn't even attempt to tidy up the scene. He left her truck as is. He left her cabin as is. He just hopped in his SUV and drove back to Cedar Lodge. Carey would tell police that as soon as he killed Joey Armstrong, all he wanted to do was go kill his girlfriend and her 2 young daughters, the 10 and 11-year-old. But police caught him before he could carry out the attack. Carey Stainer, who never showed any remorse for his victims, was ultimately sentenced to death and is currently awaiting execution in San Quentin Prison in Northern California. One of the more distressing aspects of this case was Carol's camera that was found intact near the burned out car in the woods. The police would develop the pictures on this camera in hopes there would be some clue as to who murdered them. But it would turn out there wasn't any usable evidence on the camera. It was just pictures of Carol, her daughter, and Sylvina having this wonderful time in Yosemite, and that was it. But after Carey confessed to what he did to these poor women, those pictures take on a whole new, much darker meaning. In the final 8 images of the camera roll, We know Carrie Stainer was either literally watching these women secretly at the time the picture was taken, or he was patiently waiting nearby for them to return. The final image that was taken on this camera was taken by Julie of her mother sitting on the bed and her friend Sylvina sitting on the other bed as they're getting ready to turn out the lights and go to sleep. That picture was taken just moments before Carrie knocked on their door. So that's going to do it, guys. If you got something out of today's episode and you haven't done this already, for the like button's next birthday, get them a gift certificate that looks fairly generic and tell them it's to Alfredo's Pizza Cafe. But in reality, it's to Pizza by Alfredo, a much lesser pizza establishment. In 1971, a 19-year-old Irishman named William began studying physics and computer science at a university in Belfast, Northern Ireland. While he was certainly smart enough to complete the 4-year degree, after 1 year of being in this school, he decided to drop out because he felt like this was not the path he wanted to be on. So he moved back home to a town about 30 minutes north of Belfast, where he got a job as a forklift driver and truck driver for the Guinness Beer Factory. And while he loved this job, he still felt like this was not the path for him. He needed to do something more with his life. And so he decided he would pursue what 2 of his siblings had gone on to do, which was to become a school teacher. He had always admired his school teachers growing up, and he idolized his 2 siblings that had become teachers, and so it felt like the right fit. And so William applied to a 4-year teaching college in Newcastle in England, and after he was accepted, he flew to England, he got set up, and then he began his studies. The first year was great. He loved what he was doing, he did feel like this is the right fit, and he was getting good grades, everything was going exactly to plan. But then year 2 happened and everything went off the rails. A requirement to graduate from this 4-year teaching college was all the aspiring teachers starting in their 2nd year had to go teach real students real lessons. They basically had to go to high schools and elementary schools and fill in for the real teacher and give a real lesson. And they were scored on their ability to do that. But all the aspiring teachers knew that when you gave these real lessons to real students, what really ended up happening was the students did not take the aspiring teachers seriously. They viewed them as kind of like substitute teachers, and so they didn't respect them, and they didn't listen to them. And so typically, these real teaching sessions just turned into the aspiring teachers desperately trying to calm down their pupils long enough to get them to listen to their lesson plan for just 1 second. But normally it didn't work out, and before long the day was over and nothing was really accomplished. So in William's 2nd year, when it was his turn to go over to a high school and administer his lesson plan, he went over there knowing what he was up against. He did not really expect it to go well. But he decided he would go in there with a positive attitude and he would try to do his best. But as soon as he walked into his classroom, he immediately could tell he was going to be overwhelmed. Everybody's standing up and talking amongst themselves, and they turn around and they see William walking in, and they have this moment of realization that their real teacher is not going to be teaching them that day. It's going to be this substitute, William, and they all kind of gleefully began laughing and joking, and they just turned their backs on William and kept talking amongst themselves. And so William goes inside, he puts his stuff on the desk, and he attempts to get the class to listen to him by saying, "Hey everyone, come on, sit down, time to listen up, I'm your new teacher for the day." But the kids just were not listening. And so finally, William, who was a really big guy, he was 6'4", he was in great shape, he kind of postured himself and then yelled at the class, "Sit down right now." And at this, the class did turn around and looked at William and kind of sized him up, and most of them decided, okay, it's time to sit down. And so 99% of the class goes quiet and sits down, except for one kid. It was this 15-year-old boy who was at the back of the room, and he was standing up, defiant, with his arms crossed, staring at William with a smirk on his face. And all around him, all his cronies were sitting down, looking up at him, laughing, and kind of looking up at William and laughing at him, knowing that a confrontation was about to ensue. And so William is staring at this kid, trying to get him to just sit without saying anything, and this kid is just mean-mugging him with his arms crossed, and nothing's happening. And so William walks right up to him and kind of leans over his shoulder and says, "You need to go out in the hallway right now. I will meet you out there." And then William turned around and started walking back towards the front of the room, expecting this to have worked, that this 15-year-old kid would have just followed right along and he'd walk right out to the hallway and that would be that. But when he turned back around again, the 15-year-old kid had not moved. He was still standing in the back of the classroom, arms crossed, staring up at William, basically saying, "Make me." And at this, William lost his mind. He was so mad and so frustrated at how unbelievably disrespectful this kid was being, and really the whole class was being to him, that he just kind of lost it. And he ran up to this kid in the back of the room and he gets right up in his face. And remember, William is 6'4". He's a big guy. And he gets right in the kid's face and he's like, "Get out in the hall right now." And this kid doesn't flinch. Instead, he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a knife and he holds it right up against William. And William, without any hesitation, just winds up and blasts this kid across the side of the head, sending him flying over a kid sitting at a desk. He goes flying over this kid and crumples into the corner. And then when he stands up, he drops the knife and puts his hands up and he's like, okay, I'll go out in the hall. And William's like, go out in the hall right now. And so the kid ran out of the classroom. He goes out into the hall and the whole class is totally silent. No one even wants to look up at William. They're all kind of just looking down at their desk, trying to be as quiet as possible. And William walks back to the front of the class and proceeds to teach the rest of the lesson. As soon as the high school learned that this aspiring teacher, William, had basically knocked out one of their students, even though it seemed like it might have been a little bit deserved, they immediately told the teacher's college, and the teacher's college immediately expelled William. And so now William is suddenly jobless and he's kind of lost again in the world. He doesn't know what he wants to do now because he really had committed to being a teacher. And so he goes back to his home in Northern Ireland and he begins thinking about, what is he going to do next? And he keeps having this thought that he should pursue this thing that he's always been interested in, but he had never taken seriously because it felt so risky. But now that basically everything in his life had fallen apart, he had nothing to lose. So he decided, what the heck, I will do the thing that I've always wanted to do. And that was stage acting. And so he went and auditioned with a local theater company in Belfast. He was accepted into the theater troupe. And then 4 years later, he was discovered performing on stage by a Hollywood filmmaker. And they cast him in a movie. And the rest, as they say, is history. William Neeson, better known as Liam Neeson, would go on to star in dozens of huge movies and TV shows. And he's probably best known for his epic role in the movie Taken, where he is this CIA operative with a particular set of skills, and in this movie, he punches a lot of people in the face, just like when he was a teacher. In 1963, when Tim Dick was just 10 years old, he went over to his friend's house and he snuck a bottle of whiskey from one of their shelves. He pulled it out and he poured himself a full glass to the brim with whiskey, and then he downed it in one huge gulp. Tim had grown up idolizing cowboys on TV, and every time he watched them, they would come galloping into some town, they would go into the saloon, and they would sit at the bar just throwing back shots of whiskey. And so Tim always assumed whiskey must be this totally amazing, refreshing drink for these guys to be drinking it out in the heat of the desert. But unfortunately for Tim, after he slugged this huge glass of whiskey, it was not refreshing. It tasted like gasoline, and his chest felt like it was on fire. But instead of being turned off by alcohol and waiting until he was older and of age to try it again, Tim instead thought, you know what? The next time I have whiskey, I just need to water it down a little bit. And so for the next year, Tim continued to periodically sneak whiskey out of his friends' cabinets, and he would drink this watered down whiskey. And then, when he turned 11 years old, his father, who he was very close with, died tragically in a car accident. And Tim really didn't have a good way to cope with the grief of losing his father, and so he turned to drinking even more than he already was. And before long, Tim was like this young kid who basically was an alcoholic. But he hid it extremely well. He graduated high school, he graduated college, and really nobody knew he was drinking as much as he was. But after he graduated college and he was living on his own in Michigan, there was no structure in place or person in place to stop Tim from going overboard with his substance abuse. And so not only did his drinking get completely out of control, but he began using and selling drugs, namely cocaine. In 1978, when Tim was 25 years old, he and his drug dealer dealing partner were scheduled to take part in the biggest drug deal of their careers. They would be selling about 1.5 pounds of cocaine to a guy named Michael Pfeiffer, and he'd be buying it for $42,000, which, when you adjust that for inflation, would be like buying it for $175,000 in 2021. Tim and his partner were very excited about all this money they were going to make, but they were equally worried about the transaction. A lot can go wrong. And so Tim decided, in order to mitigate their nerves and kind of make this a safer drug deal, he decided they would do the transaction inside of a public airport, because Tim had seen that done on TV and believed that would give them an additional layer of safety. And so on the day this deal is going to take place, Tim takes the 1.5 pounds of cocaine, he puts it inside of a brown Adidas gym bag, and he also throws a key lock inside of this bag. He zips it up, he walks outside, he dumps the bag in the back of his car, and he drives to the Kalamazoo International Airport in Michigan. When he gets there, he parks in the big parking lot right outside of the front doors, and as soon as he's parked, he goes around to the back of his car, he pulls out this brown Adidas bag, he throws it over his shoulder, shuts his trunk, and then he waits for his partner to show up. A couple of minutes later, right on time, his partner pulls into the lot, he parks nearby, and then the two of them very casually begin walking towards the front doors of this airport. They walk up the steps, they go in the front doors, and as soon as they're inside, they're looking around, and they find Michael Pfeiffer. He's standing up against the wall right in the area he had said he would be. And so without making any sort of contact with Michael, Tim and his partner turn the corner and they go into a nearby locker room. Once they're inside, Tim pulls the lock out of the brown bag, and then he puts the bag with the drugs in it inside of a locker. He shuts it and then uses the lock he had just pulled out to lock the locker. And then he and his partner leave the locker room. As soon as they go out into the main terminal, they start walking over towards Michael Pfeiffer. And as they get closer and closer, Tim's partner breaks off and goes to a bench on the other side of the terminal. And Tim continues walking on right up to Michael. And then when he reaches Michael, he very discreetly hands him the key to the lock on the locker. And he tells him which locker number the drugs are in. Michael doesn't say anything. He takes the key and he heads off to the locker room. Tim turns and he goes over to his partner and he sits down on the bench and waits. Meanwhile, Michael goes inside the locker room. He uses the key. He opens up the lock. He opens the locker up. He checks to make sure the drugs are still there. They are. As soon as that's confirmed, he takes the bag, he throws it over his shoulder, and he walks back out to the main terminal to meet up with Tim and his partner. Tim and his partner are sitting on the bench. They see Michael coming out of the locker room, and they're expecting Michael to walk over and basically hand them a bag full of $42,000. But instead, Michael walks up to them and draws a gun and points it at them and says, "I'm a police officer. You're under arrest." It would turn out this was a sting operation. Michael Pfeiffer, the undercover police officer, had been following around Tim and his partner for months. In Michigan at the time, if you were caught trying to sell 650 grams or more of cocaine, there was an automatic penalty of a life sentence. And Tim and his partner had just been arrested trying to sell more than 650 grams of cocaine. And so facing a life sentence, Tim took a deal that gave him a lesser sentence in exchange for information about other drug dealers. And so Tim would ultimately serve 2 years and 4 months in a federal penitentiary before he was released. Tim would say his time in prison was absolutely miserable, but it was necessary. It matured him in a major way, and it honed his sense of humor. Tim was always a very funny guy. He was always the class clown and the guy goofing around, but in prison, he found it a very difficult task to get these hardened prisoners and prison guards to laugh at his jokes. But eventually, with enough practice and repetition, he could get anybody in that prison to laugh at him. And so by the time he got out, he was like an amazing comedian. And so he decided, you know what, why don't I pursue a career in comedy? 4 years later, Tim Dick, better known as Tim Allen, landed the starring role on the hit TV show Home Improvement. And from there, he starred in dozens more movies and TV shows, but he's probably best known for his voice acting in the very popular movie series Toy Story, where he plays Buzz Lightyear. Today, Tim is sober and has been for decades. In 1964, during his final semester of college in Wisconsin, a 21-year-old man named Harry decided to take an acting class. He believed it would be an easy A, and he'd always been pretty shy, and so he figured this class might be able to help him get over that. But this class wound up having a much larger impact on Harry's life than he ever could have imagined. Not only did he meet his future wife in this class, but he also realized he loved acting, something he never thought he would like, and he decided after college that that was the thing he was going to pursue. And so after he graduates later that year, he and his girlfriend get married, and then they fly out to Hollywood, California, where Harry auditions for Columbia Pictures' New Talent Program, which is basically this program that's designed to help new actors and actresses get parts in Hollywood, because it's so hard to do that. And so he's accepted into this program. He signs a contract with them that pays him almost nothing. And right away, they start shopping him around for different parts in TV shows and movies, but nobody is interested in Harry. Nobody. The only roles he was getting were incredibly minor and usually non-speaking, and so it was really not advancing his career. Then, in 1966, so 2 years after he and his wife had arrived in Hollywood, Harry received what seemed like his first big break. He was offered a speaking role in a movie, although it was a very minor role. It was a 60-second bit where Harry basically walked on screen in this hotel, and he started calling out for a particular guest, and when he finds this guest, he walks up and gives him a piece of paper, and then he leaves. So it's a forgettable scene, but it's a real scene in a real movie, and so this was a big deal for Harry. And so after Harry goes over to the studio and he films this whole scene and it's all done, he goes back over to the headquarters of the New Talent Program at Columbia Pictures, and as soon as he goes inside, one of the producers that was in charge of this New Talent Program, who had apparently had a chance already to see this 60-second scene in this movie that Harry was in, he calls Harry over and asks him to go up to his office for a second. So the pair go up to his office, they both sit down, and the guy looks at him and says, "Look, I just gotta shoot you straight here. You're not gonna make it in Hollywood. You're not gonna be a movie star." When Tony Curtis was told to carry groceries across this room in one of his first movies, everybody knew right away, as he's carrying those groceries, that guy, he's going to be a movie star. You could see it in the scene, even though all he was doing was carrying groceries. And when you did your scene as the bellhop walking around the hotel, I just didn't see it. You don't have the X factor. You're not going to be a movie star. For reference, Tony Curtis, the guy this producer was referencing, was a huge movie star in the 1950s and 1960s. And so Harry, after getting this horrible comment made about him, he pauses for a second, and then he leans across the table and looks at this producer and squints his eyes and says, "You know, if Tony was such a good actor, shouldn't we have believed he was just a grocery delivery boy, not a movie star?" And at this totally smart aleck remark, the producer fired Harry on the spot. Harry would go on to sign a similar New Talent Program deal with Universal Studios, but again, he could not get a real part to save his life. And the feedback he finally got was, "Harry, you're just not pretty enough, and you're not really that talented." By the mid-1970s, Harry was in his mid-30s, and while he still aspired to be an actor and wanted to be an actor, he was making almost no money from acting. And so he decided, instead of acting, he was going to become a carpenter. That was going to be his full-time job, despite the fact he knew nothing about carpentry. And so he literally, just because he has this interest in carpentry, goes to the library and checks out all these how to be a carpenter books. And over the next couple of weeks, he studies these books and does a couple projects around his own house. And then finally, he just felt confident enough, or he was just desperate enough for money, that he began going around to his network and asking people in Hollywood if they needed some woodworking, if they needed help from a carpenter. And surprisingly, lots of people took him up on his offer, and they hired him to be their carpenter. And before long, Harry was dubbed the Carpenter to the Stars, which was kind of ironic because he actually was not a very good carpenter, and he was regularly seen on the job, literally holding a book, teaching him how to be a carpenter while doing the carpentry with his other hand. In 1976, Harry was a full-fledged carpenter and had been for about a year when one of his very close friends named Fred Roos, who was a casting director and film producer, gave him a call and told him he had a very unique opportunity for him. Now, at this point, Harry was not looking for any more acting roles. He kind of figured that ship has sailed, even though he wishes he could be an actor. At this point, he had a wife, he had 2 sons, and so he's thinking, I gotta just keep doing this carpentry thing because I gotta pay the bills. So he says to Fred, I appreciate the offer of whatever this is, but if it has to do with acting, I'm just not interested. And Fred, who was one of the very few people in Hollywood who fundamentally believed Harry was destined to be a star, told Harry, no, this is different. This is not a pure go out and try out for the part and hope for the best. This is like, put yourself in a good position, and maybe somebody will discover you're as talented as you really are. And so Harry's like, okay, tell me about this opportunity, I'm interested. And so Fred explained there was this really talented and eccentric film director who was trying to cast an upcoming movie. And the way he went about casting for movies was a little bit strange. Instead of having each of the actors and actresses show up and individually audition for their parts, he would group batches of actors and actresses, and he would have them audition as a group, because that way he could tell if there was chemistry amongst some of the actors and actresses, and he could gauge their individual talent. And so he had all these groups already planned out, but one of the groups was missing one male actor. Somebody had dropped out at the last minute and was not going to be there on the day of the audition. And so when Fred Roos heard through the grapevine that this director was going to be short this one person, he immediately reached out to the director and said, hey, I got your guy. There's this guy, Harry. He's done a little bit of acting. He's incredibly talented. You got to give him a chance. At the minimum, he can come in there and he can at least just read the lines and help you do this audition, but I know he's available that day and I know he would love to help. And so this director tells Fred, okay, thank you. I'd love to have him come down, but stress to him, he is not auditioning for any part in this movie. I'm not bringing in some person and just throwing them in. It takes me a long time to find people that I want to audition, and he is not one of them. He is just there to facilitate the audition. He's just going to read the lines so the other people in his group can do their audition. And so after Fred stopped explaining this situation, Harry was actually kind of annoyed. He was annoyed that Fred had basically already volunteered him, and so he couldn't really even say no without making Fred look bad, and he didn't like the idea that this was basically a waste of his time. He was being asked to go read lines, but not even try out. So how was this even an opportunity? But Fred told him, look, worst case scenario, you meet some pretty powerful people in Hollywood. This director's a big deal. The people there are going to be big deals in Hollywood. So you'll meet them and maybe they will recognize your talent. Or maybe you get some new clients for your carpentry business. So no matter what, you get something out of it. So finally, Harry says, okay, fine, I'll go do this thing. And so Harry goes to this audition, he's handed the script, and he's reminded repeatedly to not attempt to audition. Don't try to act, just read the lines. I don't care if you're monotone, you just read these lines because you're not auditioning. Everybody else is, you're not. Is that clear? And Harry's like, yes, I get it. I'm just reading the lines. And so Harry sits down and he starts reading the lines and he's trying to do what they told him to do, but the way he was actually feeling and his actual personality began seeping through. He started coming off as this really grumpy and sarcastic guy that just didn't care about anybody there. He was just totally bitter that he was in the situation he was in. And apparently, this is exactly what the director was looking for in one of the characters he was trying to cast. That kind of nonchalant, bravado, macho, alpha type guy who just didn't care about anybody. And so over the course of the day, as he's reading the script over and over again, not caring at all about how he's performing, he's just simply reading these lines and just being himself, he was actually doing this amazing job portraying one of the characters. And so they let Harry go the whole day. No one told him they were looking at him as a potential character. And then at the end of the day, when Harry was about to just throw the script in the trash and leave without talking to anyone, the film director, better known as George Lucas, walks up to Harry, better known as Harrison Ford, and says, wait a minute, I was wrong. You are perfect for this movie, Star Wars. You need to play Han Solo. And so Harrison Ford said, all right, I'll play Han Solo. And that role as Han Solo propelled Harrison Ford into the megastar that we know him as today. A few years after Harrison had starred in Star Wars and he was this total A-list celebrity, he was at a Hollywood studio in one of their restaurants when one of the waiters walked over to him with the silver tray, and on this silver tray was a single business card. So Harrison reaches over, he grabs the business card, the waiter walks away, and he looks at the card, and handwritten on it is the phrase, I missed my bet. And he flipped the card over, and it was the name of that producer from the new talent program that had called Harry into his office and said, you're never going to make it in Hollywood and you're fired. It was that guy, and he had apparently sent the waiter over to make amends because he was eating lunch in the same restaurant. And so Harrison would later say in interviews that at the time he got this card, and to this day that he was doing this interview, he said it gave him immense pleasure that when he looked up from this business card and he understood the situation, he knows this guy's in the room somewhere, as he looked around the room, he couldn't recognize the guy because he didn't know what he looked like. He was a nobody. And so instead of wasting any more time looking for this producer, he just looked at the card, chucked it, and went back to eating his lunch. If you got something out of today's episode and you haven't done this already, please replace the like button's Shroot Bucks with Stanley Nichols. Located in the far northwestern section of Canada is the aptly named Northwest Territories. It is a massive swath of land that virtually nobody lives inside of. To make that point crystal clear, consider the following. The country of Germany has a population of 83 million people, give or take. The Northwest Territories is 4 times as large as Germany, but only has a population of about 50,000 people. In addition to being this huge and mostly unoccupied space, the Northwest Territories are almost completely wild. Think dense forests, huge mountains, massive rivers and lakes, and lots of really big animals. Even for highly experienced outdoors men and women, the Northwest Territories can be a truly hazardous place. And within this truly hazardous place, there is one part that is the most hazardous, and it's right in the middle of the Northwest Territories. And it's this 11,000 square mile stretch of just pure wilderness that's called the Nahanni Valley. In 1976, the Nahanni Valley was made into a national park. But don't let that fool you. This is not some family park that anybody can go to. There are no tourist accommodations, so there's no hotels, there's really nothing inside of it. And there are no roads that lead into this park. The only way you can get inside this valley is by plane or by boat or by very stressful and difficult overland hike. But for those who are able and willing to make the effort to get inside of this valley, you have the opportunity to explore one of the most beautiful places on the planet, because this section of the world is almost completely untouched by man. It is really nature at its purest form. However, there's a catch. This valley is said to be haunted. Over the last 10,000 years, the handful of native tribes that have attempted to settle inside of the Nahanni Valley have all either suddenly disappeared without a trace, like the Naha tribe, that literally overnight just was gone, leaving behind their shelters, their food, their supplies, just gone. No one knows what happened to them. Or the tribes have abruptly fled, claiming they were being terrorized or stalked by creatures lurking in the forest, like these white demons and these large wolves they called wahilas. Now, of course, this just sounds like folklore, and it might very well be that that's all it is, folklore. But starting in the early 1900s, some very strange things started happening in the Nahanni Valley that were not folklore. These things happened, and they were horrifying. These were horrifying, real events. And they might, depending on your viewpoint, give credit to some of the theories that the native tribespeople have about this valley, which is there's something evil lurking out in this forest, but we just don't know what it is. In 1904, 3 brothers, Willie, Frank, and Charlie McLeod, who all lived in the Northwest Territories, decided they wanted to go looking for gold in the Nahanni Valley. They figured, because so few people had ever been inside of this valley, that if there was gold to be found, then certainly it had not been found yet. And so after a very long and arduous journey using sled dogs and trains and homemade boats, they finally slipped into the valley and found themselves on what's called the Flat River, which runs right through the center of the Nahanni Valley. Now, the Flat River is kind of ironically named because it's anything but flat. It's actually more like a rapid at certain points. But either way, the 3 brothers, they're on their boat, they're making their way up the Flat River, and at some point they pull off onto the riverbank and they set up camp. And then once their camp is set up, they go down to the river and they put their gold sluices in the water. A gold sluice is this long, skinny box that's usually made of wood, and it has a strainer on one side. And gold miners will put it in the water, submerged, and they will kind of shovel the sediment on the bottom of the water into this little funnel, and the big stuff will get stopped by the strainer, and the dirt and the water will just kind of flow out the side. And so the idea is you can trap gold nuggets inside of this sluice. And so the 3 brothers, they get their sluices up, and they start looking for gold, and right away they hit pay dirt. There is tons of gold in this river. And so all day, all night, they get all this gold. The next morning, they do the same thing. And by the time all their containers are literally filled to the brim with gold, they decide, hey, let's go back and turn this in, get some money for it, and then come back out here. And so they pack up their tent, they pack pack up all their supplies, and they put everything back in their boat. They get out onto Flat River, and at some point, very early on in their journey back, the boat capsizes, and the boat actually breaks apart from the strength of the rapids of Flat River. And so the boat actually just sinks, and much of their supplies sink, including all of their gold. But the three brothers are able to grab some of their supplies, like their rifle and some lumber and some of their mining supplies, and they swim it all to shore. They catch their breath. They're totally devastated at the loss of the gold, but they're alive. They have enough supplies to survive. And so they figure all they can do is maybe try to go back to their original site, try to get some more gold because they did still have a sluice, and then try to get out of there and then, regroup and come back another time. And so using some of the lumber they recovered from their broken boat, and then also by cutting down some trees, they literally fashioned another boat and then hopped back on the Flat River, and they went back up to that site where they had found gold earlier. They set up their sluice, they set up their camp again, and this time they didn't find any gold. So all day, this very disappointing day that they've already lost all their gold, now they're not finding any more gold. And so that night when they went to bed, they decided that the next day they were just going to leave. And so the next day they get up, they pack up, they hop back on the Flat River on this new boat they built, and they're able to make their way out of the valley and get back to their homes. As soon as they get back home, the two younger brothers, Willie and Frank, start talking about how they want to go back into Nahanni Valley and go get more gold, because now they know there's gold out there. It's not a question, yeah, we didn't find it that second time, but we know it's out there. Charlie, the older brother, he wanted to get the gold, but he felt like, hey, that was a close call with the boat flipping over. I don't know if it's a good idea, so I'm actually not going to go. You guys can go, I'm going to stay. And so several months goes by, and Frank and Willie have been doing all this preparation for this additional trip into the valley, and finally, in 1905, they're ready. And so Willie, Frank, and a third man called Robert Weir, who was a friend of theirs, he was going to replace Charlie, the three of them, they make their way up into the valley. Now, they didn't tell anyone how long they were going to be gone for, and so when they didn't send any word and no one had heard from them in weeks, Charlie was actually not that concerned because he knew there was lots of gold to be had out in the Nahanni Valley, and so he figured they must have struck it rich, and now they've decided to live out there long term, or at least maybe through the summer, or maybe the next year, and so he wasn't concerned, and because he wasn't concerned, nobody else was concerned about these three men. And so weeks turned into months, turned into a year, and still no one's heard from these three men. No one's heard from Willie, Frank, or from Robert, but still Charlie maintains that nothing can be wrong because there's three of them out there. They're incredibly experienced. There is a ton of gold out there. I'm sure they're just killing it, and they're just acquiring all this gold, and we're going to see them in the next couple of months maybe, and everything's going to be just fine. But a whole other year would go by, so they've been out there for 2 years, and no one has heard from them. And at this point, Charlie thinks to himself, okay, I have to go out and see if they're okay. And so he rounds up 4 other people from his town, and he mounts an expedition to head back into the Nahanni Valley to go find his 2 brothers and find Robert Weir. Charlie and his search party, eventually, after yet another long and arduous journey, they get into Nahanni Valley and they get onto the Flat River. And so they start making their way upstream along Flat River. So it must have been a very treacherous journey getting through the rapids of this river. And the whole time they're scanning the left and the right side, hoping to see some sign of life. They're looking for any indication that these 3 men are out here and just fine, but they didn't see any sign of them, and so they finally made their way all the way up to the very end of Flat River, or I should say the very beginning of Flat River, where it breaks off from a much larger river called the South Nahanni River. And once they turned onto the South Nahanni River, they began going downstream, and again, they're looking on either side for any sign of these 3 men. There's no sign of them, and then the river they're on takes a very sharp turn. It's actually called the Big Bend, and it's about a 45-degree turn, and as soon as you make that turn, it dumps you into this 10-mile stretch of river called Second Canyon. Now, along South Nahanni River, which is about 350 miles long, there are these 4 canyons that the water passes through, and they're labeled 4th Canyon, 3rd Canyon, 2nd Canyon, and 1st Canyon. And these canyons are massive. These sheer cliffs on either side of the river shoot up to 3,000 feet above the water, and in some parts, the water is actually just as deep, thousands of feet deep. And Second Canyon is unique because the cliff faces are as sheer as you're going to get, And the cliff faces almost butt up exactly up against the water. So there's really very little shoreline on either side. So once you're in this 10-mile stretch, you're basically boxed in. You have thousands of feet of water below you. You have these massive cliffs on either side, and there's really nowhere to go. You need to get through this section of the river before you can effectively get onto the shoreline and take a break from being in your boat. And along these cliffs are these openings you see high up all over the cliffs on both sides that are openings to these massive cave systems inside of these thousands of feet tall cliffs. And because of how difficult it is to not only get to Nahanni Valley, but also to get up to these different cave openings, nobody's gone inside of them. We don't know what's inside of these caves, save for the few that are down low enough that people can explore. So as you're passing through Second Canyon, it's almost like you're being watched because there's all these openings, but you can't see into them, and you're just forced to go down this 10-mile stretch, and you can't really go anywhere, and whatever's watching you, it's watching you. As soon as Charlie and his search party entered into Second Canyon, it would have immediately gotten darker, because that's another part of being in Second Canyon. These huge cliff walls of this canyon obscure the sunlight, and so they would have entered into this canyon, it would have gotten darker, and it's very windy inside of Second Canyon. So the winds would have picked up, so it's dark, very strange setting for them to be in, and they would have been looking on either side at these little strips of shoreline on either side, barely big enough for a boat to be. They would have been looking for any sign of life, but they didn't see anything. As they're making their way down this 10-mile stretch, as they're getting closer and closer to actually entering into First Canyon, which is the next canyon you would enter into, the sides of the river start to get slightly larger, where you could actually beach a boat. There's some trees, and on the left-hand side, right before exiting Second Canyon, they notice there is actually a tent perched within some trees. And so the search party naturally goes right over to the shoreline, they hop out, but as soon as they step foot on land and they have a clearer view of this tent and what's outside of it, they notice there is a body clearly lying on the ground outside of the tent. And so Charlie and the search party, they run over, and as soon as they're up close, they can tell this body is missing its head. And they see the clothes on this body are totally charred and burned, and whoever this was, they were reaching with their right arm when they died. And right outside of the reach of their right arm was a rifle that was propped up against a tree. And so they walk around this one body, and they go around towards the backside of the tent where the opening to this tent is, and they find another body, another very badly decomposed body, and it's positioned kind of halfway in the tent and halfway out of the tent. And there's a blanket kind of partially obscuring this person's body, and when they move the blanket, they see this body too is missing its head. So Charlie and the search party, they continue to search around the camp in hopes of finding the heads of these two people to try to figure out who they are, but they never find the heads. However, they do find some personal effects both in the pockets of these two bodies and then also inside the tent that would confirm these are Charlie's brothers. As for the third man that had been with them, Robert Weir, he was not at the campsite, and in fact, he would never actually be found officially. However, a little ways down the river, another partial skeleton would be found several months later that was attributed to Robert. However, that was not 100% confirmed to be Robert. The only other interesting thing that was found at this campsite was a carving in a nearby tree, and it just said, "We have found a fine prospect," indicating that Charlie's brothers had found gold. But there was no gold either on them or in their camp or in the river nearby, nothing. There was no gold. Charlie and his search party would leave the valley and get in touch with the mounted police, who would come out to the site where the brothers had been found. They would launch an investigation, and ultimately they would come to the conclusion that all three of these men, the two brothers and Robert, had starved to death, and then after they had perished, animals had taken them off, which is why Robert was found so far away and why the skulls were missing from the two brothers. Now, Charlie did not believe that. He believed they had been attacked by native tribes in the area, but the police were not buying that. They said this was a natural thing, this was an accident, and so that's that. When the story of these two decapitated men made the news, people went crazy about this. People were very divided about what they thought really happened. There was a percentage of people that believed that partial skeleton that was found, that was not Robert Weir. He had not died. He had murdered the two brothers, decapitated them, and then made off with their gold. The other percentage of people believed that all three men, the two brothers and Robert, had been attacked by a person, a group of people, an animal, a creature, something. There was some sort of attack. And that's why the two brothers were in those positions that indicated they had encountered something horrifying, with one brother reaching for the gun and the other appearing to have leapt from his bed before he ultimately died. But regardless of which side you fell on, pretty much everybody at the time who heard about the story became terrified of the Nahanni Valley. Specifically, they became terrified of that stretch in Second Canyon where the two brothers had been found. And so actually that stretch got renamed the Headless Valley, and from that point forward, that's all it was known as. And so even though there were obvious gold prospects in the Headless Valley and all along the South Nahanni River and the Flat River, people, after this story broke, were just not prepared to risk going in there and potentially becoming another victim. And so people kind of stayed away from Nahanni Valley. 8 years later, though, in 1913, a gold prospector named Martin Jorgensen decided, you know what, I'm not going to let some scary stories about some headless men and, ghosts and killers on the loose, I'm not going to let any of that get in the way of me taking gold out of Nahanni Valley. So, all on his own, Martin makes the arduous trek inside of Nahanni Valley. He makes his way up Flat River, and he finally finds a spot about 70 miles upstream of where Headless Valley was, and he actually built a one-room cabin because he was going to stay there through the winter, and then the plan was he would meet up with his partners the following summer. And so right after he got there, he set up his sluices and he started mining for gold, and apparently he found a lot of it because he sent word back to his partners outside of the valley that he had made it rich. And so his partners were really excited to meet up with him the following summer and see how much he got, because they planned on going back into the valley with him that summer. So that summer rolls around, his partners go to the meeting spot right outside the valley, but Martin doesn't show up. And so his partners, they stay outside at this meeting space for several days until finally, when he doesn't show up, they decide, we have to go in there and see if he is okay, because at this point he should have been here. There's no excuse. And so they end up going into the Nahanni Valley. They make their way up Flat River, and they go roughly to the area where they knew he was staying based on the message he had sent earlier. He had described where he was staying, and they actually found his cabin, or I should say they found what was left of his cabin. His cabin had been completely torched, burned to the ground, and laying on the ground next to the burned out cabin was the burned out remains of another headless corpse. And this corpse belonged to Martin Jorgensen. The police did a thorough investigation, but they were never able to determine what actually killed him. The police did not connect Martin's death with the two McLeod brothers' deaths, even though they were all decapitated. They were in roughly the same area, and it happened within a few years of each other, and they looked very, very similar. Even though that all was true, the police said, nope, these are totally separate. Martin died for some reason, and then animals took parts of him away, and that's why his skull is missing. Martin's skull was never located, and the gold that Martin claimed to have struck it rich with was also not at the cabin, not on him. There was no gold anywhere in the vicinity. When Martin's death made the news, people went crazy, and despite the police assuring everyone that his death was not connected to the McLeod brothers' deaths, even though the police were saying that, the public didn't see it that way. It was just too easy to connect one decapitation with two other decapitations that have happened close together in a relatively short time frame, and so a lot of people assumed there must be a killer on the loose somewhere in Nahanni Valley. 7 years later, in 1921, the rumors of a killer on the loose were still alive and well when gold prospector John O'Brien and his partner decided, you know what, despite the rumors of the so-called killer or whatever's going on in the Nahanni Valley, let's go into the Nahanni Valley and try our hand. Let's try to get some gold. And so the two of them made their way into the valley, and they set up camp in Headless Valley, not far from where the McLeod brothers had been found decapitated. So they set up their camp, and they're there for a couple of days. They're doing well. They're finding gold. And then at some point, John tells his partner that he's going to go out and check all of their traps along the river, and he'll be back in about 8 or 9 days. And so his partner waits 8 or 9 days, and John doesn't come back. A couple of days after that goes by, and now John's past due, and so the partner decides he has to go out looking for him. And so there was another gold prospector in the area, and so this partner contacted him, and the two of them went to the river and began walking upstream until they found John. And he had frozen to death, but But it was very interesting the way he was positioned. He was sitting in front of this obviously previously lit campfire. He wasn't hunched over. He didn't look like he was in pain. He looked like he was just enjoying the fire. There was nothing on his face that indicated discomfort or pain or fear. He was even holding the matchbook in his hand. It was like he was just sitting there enjoying the fire when something caused him to suddenly freeze. In fact, witnesses would say John looked like he had been flash frozen, as if it had happened in a matter of seconds, because it didn't look like he had reacted properly to freezing to death. And the police, when they came out, they would say, you know, this is odd. This is odd the way he's positioned, but ultimately he died because he froze to death, and so there's no foul play here, and so no further investigation is needed. 5 years later, in 1926, a hunting party that included a young woman named Annie Lafferty was camping out along the Flat River inside of Headless Valley. And so that night, they're all kind of joking around the fire, and then at some point they decide to all go to sleep. And then the next day, when everybody gets up, Annie is no longer in camp. And there's no sign of where she went. And so they begin by yelling out and walking around the immediate vicinity to see maybe if she stepped away for a minute, but Annie's just gone and no one knows where she went. And so the hunting party spends the rest of the day looking for Annie, but there's no sign of her. They ultimately leave the valley. They tell police. Police come out. There's this huge search, but Annie's never found. Several months later, a man named Charlie, who happened to have been out near Flat River, near this hunting party when they were out there, but Charlie himself was not in the hunting party. He didn't know Annie. He was just in the vicinity. He overheard someone talking about a member of that hunting party, specifically a woman, going missing. And when he heard that, he knew he had to tell police what he had seen that night out near Flat River. So he goes to police and he explains that that night when he knew there was this hunting party over there, he could hear them, he knew they were over there, he said at some point he went to bed and then he woke up when he heard the sound of rocks falling into the river in front of him. He was sleeping along the river's edge. So he sits up and he looks out across the river. It's totally dark, but there's some moonlight, and he's kind of looking around wondering what's causing the sound, but he can't see it, and then he hears it again, and he can tell it's off to his left. And these are not huge rocks. These are like medium to small size rocks, like rocks you could just pick up and throw. And so he's looking, and all of a sudden he sees, maybe a couple hundred yards away through some sparse trees, he sees a naked woman, a white naked woman, running on all fours up this mountainside. And as she's running up the mountainside, her feet and her hands are knocking little rocks into the river down below. She's right on the edge of this cliff. And as she's running up this hill, she stops and she turns and he gets a good look at her face. And Charlie would say he was so taken aback by her face. It looked like she was possessed. There was something wrong with her face. And so Charlie instinctively ducked down and chose not to follow her, even though he knew anybody running naked anywhere in the wilds is doomed. But he felt like he could not go near this woman. There was something wrong with this woman. And so the police, they take this story down and they say, hey, you know, this is what Annie looked like. And Charlie would say, I think that's her. I think that matches her description. And so universally it's believed this woman galloping up this hillside in the middle of the night naked was Annie. The police ultimately would not investigate Annie's disappearance any further because at the time Charlie was telling them this piece of information, she'd already been gone for months and the assumption was she was dead. 4 years later, in 1931, another gold prospector decides to try their luck in Headless Valley. A man named Phil Powers. He makes his way into the valley. He finds a spot off of Flat River. He builds a cabin. And then shortly thereafter, his cabin burns to the ground with him inside of it. Now, his skeleton was intact, but the strange thing about his death is based on the origin of the fire, which would have been on the roof. He should have had an opportunity to climb out of the cabin before it burned down, giving rise to the theory that he was actually dead before the fire started. However, the police said this was an accident caused by Phil doing something with the stovepipe that led to it catching on fire, and this was just all one big accident. But the vast majority of people that have followed along to this point with all of these strange deaths, they were just not buying it. 5 years later, in 1936, two more gold prospectors, William Epler and Joseph Mulholland, they entered the Headless Valley to try their luck, and shortly after arriving and getting set up, they went missing. A search party came out Today, we're going to look at 3 places you can't go and people who went there anyways. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, the next time the like button says they need to replace their tires on their Toyota Corolla, offer to do it for them and to pay for them, but make sure you replace their tires with enormous, oversized monster truck tires. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories. On the evening of March 22nd, 1994, a 40-year-old, very experienced airline pilot named Andrei Danilov walked into the cockpit of a huge airplane that he was about to fly out of Moscow. Once he was in the cockpit, he said hello to the 2 other pilots he'd be flying with that night, and then Andrei took a seat in the captain's chair. Now, this flight tonight was going to be a very routine 13-hour trip to Hong Kong, something Andrei and these other 2 pilots had done many times before. But this night, Andrei was totally dreading this trip because one of the pilots he'd be flying with that night was a guy that Andrei just could not stand. His name was Yaroslav Kudrinsky, and he was going to be the relief pilot that night. So Andrei is the captain and the primary pilot. He has a co-pilot or first officer who sits right next to him, and then behind those 2 would be Yaroslav, the relief pilot, who basically is just there in case the captain or first officer needed a break. And so basically, Andrei was going to be forced to interact with Yaroslav all night long. And so as passengers made their way onto the plane, and as Andrei went through his pre-check procedures to get ready for this flight, Yaroslav just started yapping away about how amazing he was and what a great dad he was because he brought his kids on this flight. You know, they hadn't done a big international flight before, and so he was letting them fly with him that night. And then also, Yaroslav began talking about this big surprise he had for his kids that was really going to show what an incredible father he really was. Now, Andrei and the first officer were listening to Yaroslav, but they were basically just completely ignoring him. They're not responding to him, they're not feeding into what he's saying, but Yaroslav didn't care. He just kept on rambling on and on and on about how amazing he was. And so finally, Andrei got clearance to take off, and so even though Yaroslav was totally annoying him, he was able to take off, and they went up to their cruising altitude, and they began making their way towards Hong Kong. And the whole time, Yaroslav's just going on and on and on. And finally, 5 hours into this trip, Yaroslav is still just going on and on and on. And Andrei has just had it. He cannot stand to be around this guy anymore. And so finally, Andrei turned around and just cut off Yaroslav, who was mid-sentence about some anecdote about how strong his son was and what a talented wrestler he was. And so Andrei just cuts him off and is like, Yaroslav, take over. I'm taking a break. I'm going to go sleep for a bit. And so Yaroslav would stop what he was doing. He would stand up. He would take his seat in the captain's chair, and he would take over flying the plane. And so Andrei got up. He left the cockpit. He went to the very back of the plane in the main cabin to this row of seats that was reserved for him and the other pilots. And he got in there, and he laid down, and he closed his eyes. But just a couple of minutes after closing his eyes, Andrei began to feel the plane begin to bank hard to one side. Now, Andrei couldn't really remember if this was the time they were supposed to be turning or not, but it just felt like this turn was more aggressive than anything he anticipated at any point in this journey. But Andrei knew this plane was brand new, and so if there were any kind of minor mistakes that Yaroslav was making flying the plane, well, the autopilot feature, which was state-of-the-art in this plane, would easily correct those small errors and keep the plane going towards its destination. And so, even though, again, they're still in this pretty sharp turn here, Andrei just closed his eyes again and tried to go to sleep. But a couple of minutes later, they were still banking, and in fact, the bank was starting to get even more aggressive, to the point where Andrei opened his eyes and he's thinking to himself, what is Yaroslav doing up there? Like, we're basically going in a circle at this point. We're spiraling midair. And so right as Andrei was about to get up and go see what the heck was going on, the plane began to shake really violently, and suddenly Andrei realized, oh my goodness, the plane could be stalling right now. There could be a real issue in the cockpit, and this is not some minor error. And so as passengers on the plane are starting to sense that something could be wrong here, I mean, the plane is like hard turned to the side and shaking, so people are starting to scream and cry, people are nervous. And so Andre, he begins to stand up to go to the cockpit, when suddenly the plane goes from just shaking and banking to basically rolling completely on its side. So all the windows are now on the ground, and everybody's on their side. Andre knew he could not go to the cockpit. There was no way to do that. And so all he could do was just hold on to his seat and pray they got out of this. And then just as quickly as all this started, it stopped. The plane kind of went back to level, it stopped shaking, and then Andre heard the sound of the twin engines out on the wings roar as if the plane was kind of getting back up to speed, and for a second, it seemed like everything was okay. And so Andre, sensing that this was his chance to get back to the cockpit and frankly just reassume command, because whatever was going on in there, it was not okay. And so Andre, he got up and began running down the aisle to get to the cockpit. But right as he was about to grab the door, the plane suddenly tilted upward and they began rocketing up into the sky, so strong that Andre was pinned to the carpet. And so for a couple of seconds, Andre couldn't do anything, but then he began to hear the sound of the actual frame of the plane beginning to crack from all the pressure of accelerating so quickly up into the sky. And so with all of his strength, Andre reached up, he's on his hands and knees, and he grabs the door handle to the cockpit and he opens it up, and the second he looks into the cockpit, he would have known exactly what was wrong. It would turn out Yaroslav's big surprise for his kids that he promised Andre and the first officer would demonstrate what an amazing father he was that he was going to let his kids fly the plane, just for a second. But these are untrained children that have no idea how to fly a plane. And so when Andre got up and went to go take a nap and Yaroslav took over, well, Yaroslav called up his kids who were in the main cabin, a teenage son and daughter, and they went into the cockpit and they sat down in the captain's chair and they began to fly the plane. And the daughter took the seat first in the captain's chair, and she was very careful not to touch any of the controls, even though Yaroslav was kind of encouraging her, to take the wheel and really see what it feels like. But she was nervous, and so she really didn't touch anything. But then Yaroslav's son, when he sat down in the captain's chair, he did grab the controls and he pulled on the wheel hard enough that he somehow disengaged the autopilot feature, and nobody noticed. And so as Yaroslav's son is yanking forward and backwards on the yoke, so the steering wheel of the plane began going in all these crazy directions because there was no autopilot to stop it. And by the time he had figured out what was wrong, it was too late, because the plane had entered into an unrecoverable stall and it crashed into the foothills of Siberia, killing all 75 people on board. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring today's video. Back in 2018, I was very depressed. I had just left the military and I was really struggling to re-assimilate back into civilian society, and it was making me depressed. And even though I was encouraged from a young age to open up and talk about my feelings when I was feeling down, as an adult, I just couldn't do it. I felt very insecure about it and was worried if I began talking about my problems that I would be viewed as kind of a weak person, or even worse, a complainer, something I was very worried about. But eventually I would go seek out a therapist because I became so miserable and it just had to happen. And I'm so glad I did, because as soon as I actually talked to a real therapist, I saw therapy is actually kind of great. As soon as you open up and kind of unburden yourself, a trained therapist can really help you work through your issues and come to terms with them, and over time, you'll get better. And so that's why today I want to talk to you about BetterHelp. BetterHelp is a highly reviewed online therapy platform, which means you can get the help you need right from the comfort of your own home. And then after filling out a brief survey online, BetterHelp will usually be able to match you with one of their licensed therapists within 24 hours. And then it's up to you how you communicate with your therapist. You can chat with your therapist on your phone, your computer, phone call, video call, messaging. It's totally up to you. So if you're struggling right now and you think therapy could help you too, think about giving BetterHelp a try. Let BetterHelp connect you with a therapist who can support you right from the comfort of your own home. Visit betterhelp.com/MrBallin, or just click Mr. Ballin during sign up to enjoy a special discount on your first month. On the morning of September 19th, 2013, a a man named Mark Casey sat with his girlfriend, Lynn Spalding, in the triage area of the emergency room at San Francisco General Hospital. A nurse took Lynn's temperature and her blood pressure, while Mark tried to explain what had been going on with Lynn over the past few weeks. Lynn, who was now 57, had been dealing with this really intense stomach pain. And so she had gone to the doctor, and she had been diagnosed with a urinary tract infection, and she was given antibiotics for it, but despite taking those antibiotics, it didn't get rid of the stomach pain. And in fact, her stomach pain was only getting worse, she was losing weight, and she just seemed really frail. But despite her condition obviously getting worse every single day, over the past few weeks, Lynn had basically refused to go back to the hospital, despite Mark saying, "We really gotta go, you're getting worse, we gotta have you looked at." But she just kept saying no. And then finally, when Mark noticed Lynn was now becoming somewhat despondent, like he would try to talk to her and her eyes would glaze over and she would look off into the distance like she didn't even hear him, Mark had just looked at Lynn and said, "You know what? I'm taking you to the hospital." And so he put her in the car, he brought her to the hospital, and now that he was here, he had to explain what was going on because Lynn was still despondent, just kind of staring off into space and very likely having no idea what was going on. And so after Mark gave all the information to the nurse said that, okay, Lynn needs to be admitted to the hospital. And so after a short wait, an orderly came over and pushed Lynn's wheelchair up to the 5th floor where she'd be staying, and Mark went with them. And then once in the room, Mark helped Lynn get settled in her bed. And again, Lynn is just kind of staring off into space, not really paying attention. And then a whole team of nurses and doctors came in and hooked Lynn up to IVs and different machines to make sure they could monitor her. And then at some point, one of the doctors pulled Mark aside and said, we think Lynn is dealing with some kind of infection, and so what we need to do is run some tests to figure out what this infection is, and then hopefully we can treat it. And so Mark said, okay, that sounds great. And then all day, Mark sat right next to Lynn and held her hand as the medical team came in and out of the room running all these tests. The following day, the medical team still didn't know what was wrong with Lynn. The tests they had run so far were inconclusive or were negative. Now, the biggest issue with Lynn was not trying to figure out what infection she had or how to cure her. Instead, it was, how do we keep Lynn in her hospital room? Because on this second day that Lynn was at the hospital, despite being very despondent still, any chance she got, she was getting out of her bed and trying to escape her room. And so the medical team, they kept having to go find her and bring her back to her room, and they tried to explain to her, like, Lynn, you're sick, that's why you're here, you need to stay in your room. But Lynn clearly was just not getting it. She was just not there. And she would just say to the team, I want to go home, I just want to go home, I want to go home. And they would say, well, Lynn, you got to get better first, and then you can go home. Now, Mark, like the medical staff, was also concerned about Lynn's behavior. It was not safe for her to get up and flee her hospital room. But Mark kind of secretly thought, maybe this is a good sign, because the day before, Lynn couldn't even walk on her own, and now today, she's walking around on her own trying to escape the hospital, which is bad. But, she's ambulatory. That's going to be a good sign. And also, Mark was thinking that because Lynn was fleeing her room over and over again, she's going to get even better medical care because the staff has to be super focused on her. And so Mark was feeling kind of optimistic that Lynn was on the road to recovery. The next morning, so now Lynn has been at the hospital for 2 days at this point, a nurse went into Lynn's room to check on her at about 10:15 a.m., and she walked up to Lynn, who was in her bed, and Lynn immediately told the nurse that she wanted to go home, and the nurse said, sorry, Lynn, we still don't know what's wrong with you, you gotta stay here for now. But again, it was pretty clear Lynn did not understand what the nurse was saying. And so Lynn was not agitated. She was laying in bed and did not appear to, want to flee the room anytime soon. And so the nurse took Lynn's vitals. They were all basically normal. And then the nurse wrote down on Lynn's chart that her condition as of this moment was fair. And then the nurse left the room. And once this nurse was gone, Lynn laid in bed for a second. And then when nobody else came in the room, she sat up, she hopped off the bed, and she took off her hospital gown. She pulled out all the cords and wires that were on her. Then she put on her jeans, her boots, her jacket. She grabbed her purse off the table, and she walked out the door. And the second she walked out the door, she would have been in this long hallway, except her room was at the end of the hallway. So when she stepped out into that hallway, if she turned right, she would have seen a long, long stretch of hallway with other hospital rooms and lots of staff and doctors and nurses kind of walking around. But to her left, it would have been a dead end with a single blue door with a green exit sign over the top of it. And so Lynn, she steps into the hallway, she looks down the long side to the right, then she looks to the left, she sees the blue door, and she goes to the blue door, she opens it up, and she disappears inside. When the nurse came back to Lynn's room and saw she wasn't there, she reported Lynn missing. Now, remember, the hospital was well aware of the fact that Lynn had been trying to escape for the past 48 hours, and so nobody was really shocked by this. In fact, the hospital, their first move was to contact Mark, who had actually gone home the night before to get some real sleep and to take a shower, and so they contacted Mark, and they said, "Hey, Lynn's not here, is she with you?" And Mark was like, "No, I'm home, she's not here, I have not seen her, I haven't talked to her, I have no idea where she is." And so the hospital, at this point, began this huge search in their building, just checking the entire property for Lynn, but there was no trace of her. And so the police were contacted, and they launched a search, both of the hospital grounds and also of the surrounding areas, and they too could not find a trace of Lynn. It was like Lynn just vanished into thin air. That is, until October 8th, 2013, so 17 days after Lynn had strolled through that blue exit door. On that day, October 8th, a hospital maintenance worker was walking down the long hallway in the hospital, not on the 5th floor where Lynn was staying, but one floor below, so on the 4th floor. And he's walking down this long hallway in the direction of the dead-end side, so the same side that Lynn was on where her room was, but again, one floor above. And the maintenance worker, he walks all the way to the end of this hallway on the 4th floor, and he arrives in front of the blue door with the green exit sign above it. Again, this is below where Lynn was, but it looks the same. And the maintenance worker, he opened up the door, and when he looked out of the 4th floor door, he just froze, because what he was looking at just seemed impossible, and then he had this urge to scream, but he knew there were all these patients and kids and doctors and stuff in the hallway behind him, and he didn't want to scare anyone, and so very quietly he reached down and grabbed his radio, and he called for help. In order to explain what happened next, you need to look at this picture. So in this picture, on the right-hand side, you see there are two outdoor landings with people on them. The one on top is the 5th floor landing, and the one below it, with a single person on it, is the 4th floor landing. And to get onto these outdoor landings, you have to walk through those blue exit doors at the end of those hallways. These blue doors are emergency exits. And so when you go out these blue doors, once they shut, they lock automatically. But now you're out on this outdoor landing, and immediately to your right, although you can't see it in this picture, there is actually another door that leads to this enclosed stairwell that will bring you all the way to the ground floor, where there's another door that's unlocked that will bring you out to safety. And so again, you walk out one of those blue doors, you're on this landing, you can turn, open up another door, you're in the stairwell, and you can evacuate. So, in theory, if you were a person that really wanted to escape this hospital, like Lynn did, going out one of these blue door emergency exits was a great idea. It would bring you to the ground. This is a way to escape the hospital. But remember, Lynn was totally confused. Mentally, she was just not there because of whatever illness was affecting her. And so when she walked out that door, she arrived on the 5th floor landing, and the door shut behind her, and it locked. And the theory is, as soon as Lynn got out there, maybe she had some second thoughts and wanted to go back into the hospital. And so she turned and she grabbed that door and tried to open it back up again, but because it locks automatically, it wouldn't open. And so Lynn did have the wherewithal to turn and see this other door that led to this enclosed stairwell, the emergency stairwell that did go to the ground floor. She could absolutely go all the way down and escape. She could do that. She went into the stairwell and she went down one floor to the 4th floor landing. And when she got there, she left the stairwell and she went to that door that would lead back into the hospital on the 4th floor, and she tried it, but of course it was locked. And then again, instead of her just going back into the stairwell and going down and escaping to safety, she, for some reason, just stayed on the 4th floor landing. Again, you gotta remember that she's not all there mentally, and so she was confused, and she just stayed there on the landing, basically waiting to be rescued. But despite these huge searches of the hospital property by hospital staff and by the police, for some reason, this area, this landing on the 4th floor, was never checked. And so nobody found her. That is until October 4th. So at this point, Lynn has been outside for 13 days on this landing. and a researcher from the hospital, for whatever reason, exited out one of these emergency doors, and they began making their way downstairs, and when they passed by the 4th floor landing, they spotted Lynn on the ground on the 4th floor landing, but instead of going over to her and seeing if she was okay, this researcher just called security and said, hey, there's a patient outside on the 4th floor landing, like, come check it out. And then, instead of waiting for security, the researcher just left, leaving Lynn alone, and security at the hospital, who said they were going to go check, they didn't. And so 4 more days would go by with still nobody officially finding Lynn, and then finally, on October 8th, the hospital maintenance worker opened up the blue door on the 4th floor, and he saw the 4th floor landing, that exterior landing, and he saw Lynn, and he knew she was dead. Officials were never able to determine when Lynn died, so it's not clear how long she was alive out on that landing. But it is possible she could have been alive when that researcher found her, but obviously help didn't come in time. Ultimately, Lynn's family would sue the city and the hospital, and they would be awarded $3 million. On May 28, 1986, a Florida real estate agent named Marguerite Welty walked up to the front door of this little white stucco home sitting right on the edge of Lake Placid in Florida. Marguerite pulled out a key from her pocket, she unlocked the door, opened it up, and then she turned around, and standing right in front of her were her clients, this young couple named Lois and Richard Goodman, who were thinking about buying a vacation home. And so this was one of the homes they were checking out. And so Marguerite smiled at her clients and gestured for them to come inside. The house sat at the end of a quiet, shady street lined with huge trees and other small vacation homes, and a lot of these vacation homes were perfectly manicured and beautiful, but the house they were touring today was not. It was unmaintained and overgrown, the paint was chipped and fading. It just looked bad, because the owner of this property at one time had used this house as their vacation home, but lately they had just kind of stopped coming out here, and so they really never came out to check on the property, and so it definitely had the look of an abandoned property. And now the owner didn't even know if they could fix it anymore, and so they decided they would just sell it and let somebody else deal with it. And so Marguerite led Richard and Lois into the house, and she brought them right into the carpeted living room, and the house was very musky and dark. All the windows were shut and all the blinds were drawn, and so Marguerite kind of instinctively walked over to the windows and began opening up the curtains and opening up the blinds, letting sunlight into the house. And so as this room is suddenly being lit up by the sunlight, behind her, Marguerite hears Lois and Richard start to laugh at something. And so Marguerite turned around to see what was so funny, and when she saw what Lois and Richard were laughing at, Marguerite did not think it was very funny. In fact, she thought the fact that they were laughing right now was kind of rude, especially when you considered what this couple had asked of Marguerite. They had come to Marguerite and said, hey, we want to buy a vacation home. It needs to be perfect. It needs to be on the water. It needs to have this and this and this. But we have a tiny budget. Go find us homes. And so Marguerite had really struggled to find vacation homes that were in their budget, but then she had found this diamond in the rough, this house on the coast of Lake Placid. It had 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, it had a garage, direct access to the water, it even had a boat dock. I mean, this house was perfect. Now, of course, this house had obvious downsides, like the fact that it was clearly a fixer-upper. I mean, anybody who bought this home would have to put a lot of work into just making it livable again. And then also, there was a distinct weird vibe about the property itself. Because the owner was never there, they had covered all the furniture inside of this home with white sheets, which kind of gave it a sort of haunted house vibe. And then also, there was virtually nothing of value inside of this home, because again, the owner was like never here. But for some reason, there was this super intense security system on the house. I mean, there was cameras everywhere, and the windows had metal bars over them. And so the aesthetic inside and outside this house was not a good one. But again, Marguerite felt like if they could just look past the negative stuff, this was really the perfect place for them. But now, here Marguerite's clients were, laughing away at the kind of goofy interior of this home. It's like they were being totally disrespectful both to Marguerite and, frankly, to the owner of this property. I mean, this is a good opportunity. What are you doing? But ultimately, Marguerite couldn't force her clients to be appreciative of this. And so she just kind of laughed along with them, but then very quickly changed the subject and told them, hey, let's go walk around the rest of the house. Make sure you see the whole place before you pass judgment. But Marguerite only had to lead Richard and Lois around the house for a couple more minutes to figure out they definitely were not in the market for this house. They could not look past the bizarre, kind of spooky almost atmosphere inside the house and how run down it was. So they were just not going to put an offer on this house, and Marguerite knew it. And so even though Marguerite was definitely frustrated, she told her clients, don't worry about it. I'll go back to the drawing board. I'll find more properties, and we'll check those out. And so Marguerite led Richard and Lois out of the property. She shut and locked the door behind her, and then she and her clients left. 2 days later, on May 30th, 1986, the owner of this rundown old vacation home came by to check on the property. Basically, because they were trying to sell it, they just wanted to go up and make sure there were no obviously bad things about the property. They knew it was in rough shape, but, they're just doing a sanity check. And so they get to this property, they open up the door, and they step inside, and right away, the owner is hit with this horrible smell. Now, the owner knew it normally did not smell great inside this home, but this smell he was smelling now was just so bad. It was so pungent, he knew it was not normal. And so the owner began walking around the house trying to figure out where the smell was coming from, and at some point he found himself in the living room, and his eyes happened to land on the thing that Richard and Lois Goodman had been laughing at 2 days earlier. Except when the owner saw this thing, he didn't think it was funny at all. In fact, what he did is he instantly turned around, ran out of the house, grabbed a phone, and called 911. 4 days earlier, on May 26th, a 28-year-old man named Thomas Lopez Ruiz, who was living in this makeshift campsite down by the water near Lake Placid, he decided to leave his campsite and go into town to try to earn some money. Thomas did not have a steady job. Instead, he did odd jobs in town whenever he could to earn a few bucks. But on this day, when Thomas went into town, there was no work. So Thomas decided he would go rob one of the many vacation homes along the coastline of Lake Placid. And the home that he picked is the same vacation home that Marguerite would take the Goodmans to 2 days later. And so Thomas arrives in front of this overgrown property, and he tries the doors, and they're all locked. However, Thomas had a plan. Thomas was a pretty small guy. He was about 5 foot 2 inches tall, only weighed about 140 pounds, and so he figured he could just slip through the chimney. That's how he could break into the house. And at first, it went great. He slipped in no problem, and before long, he was making his way down towards the inside of the house. But what Thomas realized as he went down the chimney is the chimney was not perfectly straight up and down. Instead, it was sort of tapered, where at the top it was wide, but the deeper you got, so the farther down you went in the chimney, the narrower the inside of the chimney got. And so when Thomas was almost all the way down the chimney, he got stuck. He could not get the rest of the way down, but where he got stuck, he couldn't grab the top of the chimney. He couldn't pull himself out. And so he is absolutely wedged, can't go down, can't go up, and making matters even worse was every time he exhaled, his chest would shrink a little bit, and that would cause him to slip a little bit farther, a little bit deeper into the chimney, and then when he would try to breathe in again, his chest would not be able to fully expand again. And so basically, every second that went by, Thomas was sinking lower and lower and lower by little bits, making it harder and harder and harder to breathe. And you got to figure that he was screaming for help, which again was causing him to breathe a bunch, causing him to sink even farther. And so it would have made breathing extremely difficult. And so Thomas is like in this absolute claustrophobic nightmare, and without outside help, he had no chance of survival. 2 days later, Marguerite Welty brought the Goodmans into that property, and she would open up the blinds, and sunlight would come into the living room, and Marguerite would hear Lois and Richard laughing at something, and she would turn around, and she would see they were pointing at the fireplace, and visible in this fireplace were 2 legs dangling down inside the chimney. They were not so far down that they were touching the ground. They were just kind of suspended in the air. And Lois and Richard, based on the way the house looked already, the kind of spooky vibe, there's white sheets over all the furniture, there are these bars on all the windows, everything is dark and dirty and kind of gross. Like there's this haunted house vibe to this place, and they're thinking, this must be a Halloween decoration or some sort of prank. You know, a mannequin kind of jammed up into the chimney, maybe to look like a robber breaking into your house or something, that the owner never took down, because clearly the owner stopped taking care of this property, and so it kind of makes sense that these decorations would be left out. And so Lois and Richard are laughing at this Halloween decoration, and Marguerite, she looks at the legs too, and also thinks they're just some Halloween decoration, doesn't think anything of it, and so finally they end up leaving, and that was it. But, as I'm sure you all have guessed, of course those legs were not mannequin legs, those were Thomas's legs. In fact, the creepiest part about this is Thomas may have been alive during the house tour. The autopsy showed he actually did not die of asphyxiation, so he didn't suffocate. He died from dehydration, which takes about 2 days, and this house tour was about 2 days in. And the day prior to the house tour, a neighbor had been outside, and they thought they heard someone yelling inside of the property, but for some reason, you know, the neighbor just didn't do anything about it. And so there's a pretty good chance Thomas was barely alive as they were touring the house. But, you know, by the time the owner came back 2 days later and smelled that horrible smell, Thomas had passed away, and that smell was the smell of his body decomposing. Also, just to close the loop on this, it's not clear why the homeowner had that really aggressive security system with the bars on the windows. He just did. On the morning of May 26, 1990, Marlene Warren was at home inside of her beautiful mansion in Florida when she heard a knock on the front door. Marlene was busy and was hoping that her adult son might go answer the door, but when she looked over to the living room, got up and walked over to the door and opened it up, but there was no one there. And when she looked up and down the road, she didn't see anybody walking or driving away, which was kind of odd. But then she looked down and noticed there was what appeared to be a gift sitting on the front porch, but there was no tag on it. So the caregiver brought the gift inside and put it on the kitchen table and told the woman she was caring for that because this package was not labeled, for now they shouldn't open it. However, later that day, when the caregiver was not paying attention, the woman in the wheelchair was so curious about what this gift was that she grabbed the gift, went into the other room, and opened it up. And the second she did that, absolute chaos ensued. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right podcast, because that's all we do, and we upload twice a week, once on Monday and once on Thursday. So, if that's of interest to you, please offer to teach the Amazon Music follow button how to ride a bike, and the second they actually start to get it, go ahead and stick a huge branch into their front wheel as they drive by. Okay, let's get into today's story. On November 24th, 2011, 23-year-old Victoria Shakte sat in her wheelchair at the dining room table inside of her apartment in Innisfail, Alberta, Canada. On the kitchen table sat a fresh pizza, and then a balloon was tied to the back of one of the chairs. Victoria and her full-time caregiver, Marlene Punenbayan, were celebrating. Marlene, who was originally from the Philippines, had just received her permanent resident status in Canada. This meant that Marlene now was able to receive a range of social benefits provided by the country, and she could now take steps towards becoming an official Canadian citizen. So this was a huge deal for Marlene, and Victoria was just so happy for her. But despite being such good friends and having so much in common and just really getting along, the two women really could not have looked more different. Victoria had dyed red and blonde hair, she had a pierced nose, and she loved wearing really bright colors, in particular red. As for Marlene, she was much more modest. She had dark eyes and dark hair that she always kept perfectly combed, and then even when she wasn't working, she dressed very sensibly. But for anybody who knew these two, Victoria and Marlene seemed like sisters most of the time, and Victoria relied on Marlene more than anybody else in her life. When Victoria was just 16 years old, she had been in this terrible car accident. Her friend, who was driving, was speeding at over 140 miles per hour when they lost control and flipped the car. The accident had left Victoria a quadriplegic, which meant she suffered significant paralysis below her neck. Now, at the time, Victoria's friends and family were obviously so relieved that Victoria had survived the accident, but, looking at her paralysis, her friends and family were worried that Victoria's life would ever go back to being even close to what it used to be. But even at a young age, Victoria had always been very resilient and put her faith wholly in God. And so through the years of extensive medical treatments, she always stayed positive and strong. And over time, she had actually regained some movement in her arms and hands, and she had sort of built a new life for herself. Now, that life was very different from the one she had growing up, but she still cherished it. And Victoria's life had only gotten better when Marlene had become her caregiver and physiotherapist 3 years earlier. In addition to helping Victoria with her physical therapy, Marlene helped prepare food, she got Victoria ready for the day, and she kept the apartment clean. Marlene also helped look after Victoria's 7-year-old daughter, Destiny. Back at the kitchen table, Marlene and Victoria ate their pizza and talked about how exciting it was that Marlene was now one step closer to becoming a Canadian citizen. After they finished eating, Marlene got up and began to clean the kitchen, and Victoria wheeled herself down the hall to her daughter's room. Destiny's door was cracked open, and Victoria could see her daughter sleeping soundly. Victoria smiled. There were times when she looked at her daughter and just felt like bursting out into tears of joy, because she believed her daughter really was a miracle. When Victoria had gotten into that car accident, she was 4 months pregnant. Victoria had been pinned in the wrecked car for 45 minutes before EMTs could get to her, and by the time she was taken to the hospital, she feared she had lost the baby. But 5 months later, her daughter had been born, happy and healthy. Victoria chose the name Destiny because she felt like it had been her destiny to have this little girl. Then, years later, Victoria and her daughter had moved to the small town of Innisfail, which is said to get its name from an Irish word that meant Isle of Destiny. So, watching her daughter sleep soundly that night, Victoria felt like, everything that had happened in her life, including the accident that paralyzed her, had happened for a reason, and that she was meant to be exactly where she was right now with Destiny and with Marlene. Later in the evening, Victoria was starting to feel worn out, so she asked Marlene for some help. Victoria said she needed to make an important phone call, so Marlene pushed her down the hall to a small home office, and then she left. That way Victoria could have some privacy on her call. Then Victoria called her financial advisor, Brian Malley. Brian had been a friend of the family for years. He ran a successful construction business, and he had played a huge role in making Victoria's ground floor apartment more wheelchair accessible for her. Brian also owned a small financial firm in town where he worked with locals and people in the area, helping them invest, balance budgets, and manage their money. And managing money had been another major way that Brian had been helping Victoria. Years after her accident, Victoria had sued the person who had been driving the car that hit her, and she had been awarded a settlement of about 575,000 Canadian dollars. With so much money, Victoria had turned to Brian for some guidance, and he had worked to help her make some smart investments and to limit her spending. Brian answered the phone, and for a few minutes, he and Victoria just caught up on what was going on in their lives. Victoria told him the good news about Marlene becoming a permanent resident, and Brian told Victoria that he was excited because he was making the 2-hour drive to Edmonton for business, and so his wife could go to the opera. After a few minutes of this, Victoria finally brought up the reason that she had actually called. She needed Brian to move several $1,000s from her investment account into her checking account to cover her rent and bills and things like that. Victoria immediately heard Brian exhale sort of frustratedly. He told her he was getting concerned about her spending and that her investment account had really begun to dwindle significantly over the past year. Brian tried not to sound too harsh, but he told Victoria that he really couldn't understand why she wasn't sticking to the budget they had laid out for her. Victoria fell silent for a second, and then in a very quiet voice, she said to Brian that the reason she needed more money was to help her family. Brian said he totally understood how important taking care of family was to Victoria, but he said, you're one of 5 kids and you're giving too much money to your siblings. Now, even though Brian did not specifically say this, Victoria knew what Brian was really saying was there was one sibling in particular that Victoria was helping that Brian did not agree with, and that was one of her brothers. The young man had a very serious history of drug use, and Brian was very sure he was just throwing away the money Victoria was giving him to feed his drug addiction. But ultimately, Brian knew it was Victoria's decision what she did with her money, and so Brian said he would call his office and see what he could do about moving the money. But he urged Victoria to really think hard about whether it was worth giving away all this money. After Victoria hung up, she found herself thinking about her family. After she had gotten that court settlement, her first instinct was to use that money to better the lives of everybody in her family, and she had done that, and she was really happy about it. And so even though she knew Brian was making a good point that maybe it was not the best decision to give all her money away to her siblings, she just felt like she had to. And in fact, she couldn't even imagine not helping her siblings or her family out at this point. In particular, her brother who was struggling with drugs. In fact, Victoria believed her kind of red flag brother deserved the most help out of anybody because of his drug use. A couple of minutes later, Victoria called out to Marlene and asked her to come into the study. When she did, Marlene took Victoria and wheeled her to Victoria's bedroom. There, Marlene massaged Victoria's legs like she did every night, and then she helped her get ready for bed. They talked through their plan for the following day. Destiny had to be at school early, and then Victoria wanted to go see her stepfather. Then after that, they said goodnight to each other, and then Marlene stepped out of the room. For a little while, Victoria just lay awake in bed, feeling more stressed out than usual, and the reason she was stressed was about her money. She was thinking about what Brian said and whether or not it was a good idea to be giving all her money to her siblings and her family. And Victoria, she hated thinking about money. It really stressed her out to begin with. But she also told herself that she was going to see her stepfather the following day, and he always had great advice for her. And so maybe he would have some great financial advice. And so with that in mind, and also Victoria's steadfast belief that, no matter her problems, God had a plan for her, Victoria was able to eventually drift off to sleep. The next morning, so November 25th, 2011, Victoria and Marlene woke up early and made Destiny breakfast and got her off to school. Then, back at the apartment, Marlene helped Victoria get ready to go see her stepfather. But right as they were about to leave, there was a knock at the front door. Marlene walked across the living room and opened the door, but there was nobody there. She looked out into the street, but didn't see anybody walking off. Then Marlene looked down at the porch, and she saw there was this large, shiny green and gold gift bag that had no tag on it, and so Marlene just picked it up and stared for a second, wondering who had sent it and who it was for. Marlene walked back inside carrying the gift, and she told Victoria that she didn't think it was a good idea to open it right now because they had no idea where it came from. But Victoria thought Marlene was acting paranoid. To Victoria, this gift was clearly just an early Christmas present. Marlene disagreed and even suggested they should call the police. Victoria rolled her eyes and said that was a huge overreaction, but she could tell Marlene felt really uncomfortable about this gift, so Victoria promised she would not open it up. Marlene put the gift in the kitchen, and then she and Victoria left and went to go see Victoria's stepfather, who lived only a few minutes away. When they got there, Victoria's stepfather greeted the two women with a huge smile on his face, and he welcomed them into his home. A few minutes after they got there, Marlene helped Victoria to the shower. Victoria's stepfather's shower was actually much more accessible than her own, and so Victoria really enjoyed using it anytime she visited. But the shower also gave her an excuse to catch up with her stepfather. The two had been very close since he came into Victoria's life when she was a young girl, and she often turned to him for advice. So, after her shower, Victoria told her stepfather about the money issues she was having that she spoke to her financial advisor, Brian, about the day before. And just like Brian, Victoria's stepfather was also pretty visibly concerned about the fact that Victoria's money was dwindling so quickly. He told her that it was noble that she liked to help everybody she loved, but she needed to remember that that money was hers, and taking care of herself and her daughter should really be her priority, not everybody else. They talked a while longer, and then eventually Victoria asked him if he knew anything about the early Christmas present that had just shown up on her doorstep. At this point, Marlene jumped into the conversation and told Victoria's stepfather that there hadn't been a card or a tag or anything on this present, and she hadn't seen who had left it at the door. And then Marlene said, I told Victoria that we should not only not open this gift, but we should also call the police and let them handle it. And as Victoria's stepfather listened to this, he too started feeling pretty paranoid about this gift. And he told Victoria that, yeah, you should call the police and definitely do not open that bag. You don't know what it is. Victoria couldn't believe what she was hearing. Why was everybody so worried about this early Christmas present? Come on. But at the same time, Victoria did not want to upset people, so she told her stepfather that she would not open the gift. A little bit later, Victoria thanked her stepfather for having them over, she told him she loved him, and then she and Marlene headed home. They got back to the apartment just before 9 a.m. Marlene walked right to the kitchen and began washing dishes from breakfast. She grabbed a plate off the counter and began running water over it, when suddenly there was this huge bang that echoed through the apartment, and the entire apartment shook, and parts of the ceiling began coming down. And Marlene, she began screaming because she had no idea what was going on. She figured this must be an earthquake, but she didn't know. And so after a second of just pure terror and shock, Marlene turned and ran out of the kitchen and went into the living room yelling out for Victoria, because again, she has no idea what's going on here. But when Marlene saw Victoria, she was slumped forward in her wheelchair and blood was pouring out of her neck. And so Marlene just ran through all the dust and the smoke in the room and went out the front door and just started screaming for help at the top of her lungs. A neighbor who lived not far from Victoria's small apartment building had come out of his house after hearing that very loud noise. And now he looked up the street and he saw Marlene screaming for help. And so the neighbor immediately grabbed his phone, dialed 911, and ran to Marlene. And when he reached Marlene, he could see very clearly that she had cuts on her body and she was bleeding. But Marlene kept saying, somebody needs to go inside. Victoria needs help. And the neighbor happened to be a former volunteer firefighter, so he ran into the apartment without hesitation. Once he was inside, there was all this dust and smoke in the air, and it really made it hard to breathe, and he began to cough. But eventually, after walking through the haze, he saw Victoria in her wheelchair, and so he rushed over to her, and he saw she wasn't moving, and so he reached down to check for a pulse or any sign of life. But after a few seconds of just looking at Victoria, it was clear she was already deceased. And so the neighbor ran back out of the house and sat down next to Marlene, who was collapsed on the ground crying, and just took her hand and tried to comfort her as best as he could as they waited for the emergency personnel to arrive. Seconds later, fire trucks, police cruisers, and an ambulance roared through the small town of Innisfail, and they arrived in front of Victoria's apartment just minutes after the neighbor had made that 911 call. First responders helped Marlene and the neighbor off the lawn and then tended to Marlene's cuts. There was no active fire going on inside the apartment, but still, firefighters were the first to go inside. And when they got in there, they quickly identified that clearly an explosion had happened inside of this apartment, and from what they were seeing, the explosion had not been accidental. Someone had set off an incendiary device. And so the firefighters went back outside, and they would contact local, regional, and national authorities about what they had just found inside of the apartment. Not long after those calls, members of the Explosives Disposal Unit arrived. Members of the EDU are national and regional Canadian police officers trained to detect, disarm, and dispose of explosive devices like bombs. Several EDU officers filed out of a truck in front of Victoria's apartment. They wore these huge 90-pound bomb suits made from protective materials like Kevlar, and they had helmets and blast shields that covered their heads and faces. Several of Marlene's neighbors had come out onto their porches to watch, and from their perspective, it almost looked like a group of astronauts had invaded their street. Inside of Victoria's apartment, the explosives unit did a thorough sweep of every room to make sure there was no longer a bomb threat, and they concluded that the apartment was clear, and so it was time now for investigators and forensic analysts to take over. Corporal Kenmore-Deep de Hill of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, which is Canada's national police force, arrived at Victoria's apartment with several forensic investigators right behind him. DeHill quickly met with the officers who had gotten to the scene first, and they filled him in with information they had taken from Marlene. They told him the woman who had died inside the apartment was Victoria Shakte. She was 23 years old, and she was a quadriplegic. The officers also said that Marlene had told them about some sort of mysterious gift that had been dropped off outside of the apartment earlier that morning without any kind of card or tag on it. DeHill nodded and then scanned the street. The neighbors had now gotten even closer to the scene, trying to figure out what had happened. The officers pushed them back and told them they needed to stay a safe distance away from Victoria's apartment. Amidst this growing crowd, DeHill saw Marlene. She was sitting with first responders with a blanket wrapped around her shoulders. He could tell she was in shock. DeHill wanted to talk to her, but first he wanted to get a better idea of what he was dealing with. So he thanked the officers he was talking with for their help, and then DeHill stepped inside the apartment. Forensics analysts told him that they had already found pieces of a galvanized steel pipe, traces of gunpowder, and a lantern battery, clear signs of a homemade bomb. DeHill tried to take in the entire scene. Parts of the walls and floors had been ripped apart, pieces of furniture had gaping holes in them, debris were scattered everywhere, and strands of plaster hung down from the ceiling like confetti. But the real horror was where Victoria was, in the dining room. DeHill walked into the dining room and approached Victoria. She was sitting in her wheelchair with her head slumped forward. DeHill saw multiple serious wounds on Victoria's neck, as well as bloodstains on her skin and all over her torn clothes. DeHill didn't want to jump to any conclusions, but he had been a member of the Major Crimes Unit for years, and he knew that homicides involving pipe bombs like this were often connected to drug gangs. But that just didn't make sense to DeHill. The victim was a young woman who was paralyzed and who had no criminal history at all. Why would she be mixed up with a drug gang? Corporal DeHill made his way down the hall to the bedrooms. He looked into Destiny's bedroom, and all he could think was how glad he was that Victoria's little girl had been at school when this happened. Minutes later, someone shouted for DeHill out in the dining room. So DeHill stopped what he was doing, and he walked down the hall to the dining room, and when he got there, DeHill saw a forensics officer crouched down, staring at something on the ground. She was staring at something that she just uncovered from the dust and the pieces of the ceiling that had fallen to the floor, and she could not believe what she was looking at. DeHill knelt down beside her, and he looked at what she was staring at, and what he saw was a piece of paper with Victoria's name written on it in colored ink. Marlene had previously told the officers that this Christmas present they received did not have a tag on it, but this piece of paper definitely looked like a tag that would go on a gift, at least to DeHill. The forensics officer told DeHill that finding a scrap of paper like this fully intact after an explosion was almost unheard of, and that little piece of paper gave DeHill a jolt of energy, because it could possibly offer a handwriting sample of the bomber. And even more importantly, potentially there could be the bomber's DNA on the paper. So the forensics team bagged up the piece of paper for testing, and then continued looking for evidence all throughout the apartment. Later that day, DeHill finally stepped outside of the apartment, and the fresh air felt like it might knock him over. He hadn't realized how difficult it was to breathe inside of the apartment. DeHill caught his breath, and then noticed Marlene standing by the road with several officers. The wounds that Marlene had suffered during the explosion wound up being quite minor, so she was able to answer any questions that the officers had. And so DeHill saw this as his chance, and so he walked over to her and introduced himself. Marlene wiped away the tears from her face, and then she told DeHill that she had warned Victoria not to open that gift. And so when DeHill heard this, he followed up with, "Well, Marlene, why were you so worried about this gift? Did you think somebody was planning to attack Victoria?" But Marlene would say, in response to this, that her suspicion about the present had nothing to do with fear that somebody was out to hurt Victoria. She just didn't trust the fact that this present had been dropped off completely randomly a month before the holidays with no tags on it, nothing. It just seemed like something was off about this gift. And then after that, Marlene just sort of broke down. She told DeHill that people loved Victoria and looked to her as an inspiration. Victoria had endured so much for someone so young, but she never let anything stop her. In fact, Victoria often went out of her way to help other people who needed it, whether it was by giving money to her family or volunteering at her church. She was just a very thoughtful person. DeHill told Marlene how sorry he was for her loss and for what she had been through that morning with the explosion. DeHill knew Marlene was physically okay, but he was sure she would never get over what had happened. Then he thanked her for her time and walked back towards the apartment. And as he was on his way, one thing Marlene had said to DeHill really stood out to him, that Victoria apparently gave money to her family. Money, family, and murder often went hand in hand, so DeHill instructed members of his team to begin looking into Victoria's financial situation, and he asked others to track down members of her family for questioning. DeHill still had not formed any serious theories or opinions about who could have delivered this pipe bomb, but he thought maybe in this case, a family dispute over money that maybe erupted into violence might make more sense than a drug gang putting out a hit on somebody like Victoria. So DeHill just needed to figure out who all Victoria was giving money to and who would have benefited from her death. On the night of Victoria's murder, and during the following day, Corporal DeHill and members of his team had contacted and took statements from Victoria's family and friends, and they all basically said the same thing. They loved Victoria. She was a beautiful person and an amazing mother, and they couldn't imagine who would want to hurt her. And Victoria's family were very upfront about the financial aid she had given them all since she'd received her court settlement. But they all insisted that they never wanted to feel like a burden to Victoria, and that she helped them because it was something she wanted to do. Now, despite how honest the family and friends seemed to DeHill, he couldn't actually just rule them out because they seemed like good people. The reality was, they still needed more information to get to the bottom of Victoria's financial situation to see if that played a role in whatever happened to her. And in conversations with family and friends, DeHill had learned that Victoria had a financial advisor, Brian Malley, who would obviously have a much fuller picture of Victoria's finances. And so DeHill reached out to Brian and asked him to come meet him at a nearby police station. Brian was a 55-year-old guy who was quite tall and had graying hair. He was known for being very polite and outgoing, traits that had really helped him grow his business. Brian told DeHill that he'd actually been a friend of Victoria's family for years, and he had really gotten to know Victoria when he did construction work on her apartment to make it more wheelchair accessible. He also said when he and Victoria began working together on her finances, that also really brought them together, so they were legitimately good friends. DeHill asked him about his investment strategy for Victoria, and Brian would say, the strategy was very standard. His goal was just to add to the money that Victoria already had. That way her and her daughter could be taken care of in the future. And then he also asked Brian if he could think of anyone who might have wanted to hurt Victoria. And when he asked that question, it was the first time Brian seemed to hesitate. And for a second, DeHill actually thought maybe Brian just didn't hear the question, and he was about to ask it again, but then Brian shook his head and broke the silence and said he just could not imagine anybody wanting to do this to Victoria. It just really didn't make sense. DeHill would ask Brian a few more questions, and Brian would do his best to answer, and then eventually DeHill thanked Brian for coming in, and Brian got up to leave. But even before Brian made it out the door, DeHill found himself thinking how strange it was that Brian had hesitated when he was asked, is there anybody out there that you think might want to hurt Victoria? Everybody else who DeHill had asked that question to, family, friends, witnesses, had all pretty much immediately said, no, there's no one. Nobody would want to hurt her, or certainly I don't know anybody who would want to hurt her. And Brian had basically had the same answer, but again, he had hesitated. And so it could have just been, a brain fart, or he zoned out or something, or maybe there was something more to the hesitation. And so DeHill decided he was going to get to the bottom of it. And DeHill did not need to wait long to get his answer, because the following day, Brian contacted DeHill, and what he said cast Victoria's murder in a whole new light. Brian told DeHill that one of Victoria's brothers, who she gave money to all the time, had a very serious drug problem. He'd been addicted to crack for years. But that wasn't all. Brian also thought there was a real chance that Victoria's brother was a drug dealer and that he had gotten on the wrong side of some pretty serious drug gangs. And so by the time DeHill hung up with Brian, he felt like he had just caught his first major break in this case. One of DeHill's initial thoughts about the crime scene was that the type of homemade bomb used to kill Victoria was often used by people in the drug trade. So DeHill wondered if it was possible that Victoria's brother owed money to drug dealers or had encroached on their territory when dealing drugs on his own or something, and if that was the case, maybe those drug dealers killed Victoria to send a message to her brother. And so soon after this call with Brian, DeHill raced off to go speak with Victoria's brother. And when he did and actually began talking to him, the young man tried to be as helpful as he could, and he admitted openly to struggling with drugs in the past, But he said he never dealt drugs to anyone, and the idea that he had connections to major drug gangs was laughable. DeHill was not ready to just take this guy at his word, but one thing DeHill definitely noticed was Victoria's brother was visibly angry that somebody even suggested that he had something to do with his sister's death. He told DeHill he loved Victoria, probably more than he'd loved anybody else in the world. And so after this meeting ended, DeHill did not think he had just gotten any closer to solving the case. However, at the same time, he wasn't ready to just drop the possible connection between drugs and Victoria's murder. And so for now, at least, that was still the best lead he had. On December 3rd, 2011, so a week after Victoria's murder, 250 people gathered at a funeral home to say their final goodbyes to Victoria and to celebrate her life. DeHill and other police officers attended the funeral as well. It's common for investigators to go to funerals of murder victims to see how their friends and family and other potential suspects behave. DeHill listened to the people who were closest to Victoria talk about what an unbelievably amazing person she was, and as he listened to this, he just struggled to understand how someone as wonderful as Victoria ended up with a homemade pipe bomb getting delivered to her house. Now, DeHill had continued to pursue Victoria's brother's possible connection to drug gangs, and in doing that, he had discovered that years earlier, Victoria had made an anonymous call to the police about her neighbors dealing drugs. But DeHill still didn't know if that call had anything to do with her brother, or if somehow the neighbors had figured out who made the anonymous call and then took their revenge on Victoria. But DeHill just could not fathom why any drug dealer would wait years to exact their revenge for a phone call to the cops that didn't really amount to much. A procession of mourners made their way towards Victoria's casket, but DeHill focused on Victoria's young daughter, Destiny. Whoever had done this to Victoria, whether they were connected to the drug trade or not, had robbed this little girl of her mother and robbed her of a safe, happy childhood. Seeing Destiny struggling so hard just to talk about her mother made DeHill so mad. And he was also very frustrated that still he had not honed in on one or two major suspects yet. But still, DeHill tried to stay steady and level-headed. He had plenty of information to work with. He just needed more time to figure out what it all meant. After the funeral, DeHill returned to the station and met with his team. He decided this case could very well hinge on the old adage, follow the money. If they could track where Victoria's money went after she gave it to her brother, it could lead them to the person or people they were looking for. So, for the next several weeks, investigators looked into Victoria's financial transactions dating back to when she had received her court settlement. And investigators were able to follow a paper trail of where and when Victoria's money moved. And something they found set off a major alarm. Finally, DeHill had a full picture of what Victoria had done with her money, and he was almost positive he now knew who had killed her. DeHill wanted to act fast, but he also wanted his case to be airtight if it went to trial. So he needed a key piece of evidence that he still lacked. Forensics investigators had managed to pull DNA samples from that piece of paper with Victoria's name on it that had somehow survived the explosion. So now, DeHill just had to secure a DNA sample from his newly discovered suspect to see if the DNA matched. Almost 6 months after Victoria's murder, 2 investigators trailed their suspect from an unmarked car. The Major Crimes Unit had secured a warrant that allowed them to conduct surveillance on DeHill's new primary suspect. The surveillance process had been very in-depth, and it had taken a lot of time, but it convinced DeHill even further that he was right about who had murdered Victoria. So now, these 2 investigators who were following this suspect needed to secure a DNA sample from this suspect to back up DeHill's theory. Eventually, the investigators saw the suspect turn off the street and pull into the parking lot of a fast food restaurant. The investigators could not believe their luck. This was the perfect place to get a DNA sample. From inside their unmarked car out in the parking lot, the investigators watched the suspect get out of their car and walk inside the restaurant. The investigators waited a minute, and then they too got out of their car, and they went inside as well. The investigators bought food just to blend in, and then took a seat in a booth towards the back, and kept an eye on their suspect. Eventually, the suspect finished their meal, threw their trash into the trash can, and walked outside. And at this point, the investigators sprung into action. They put gloves on their hands, walked over to the trash can, and began fishing around inside of it until they pulled out a napkin the suspect had used to wipe their hands and mouth, and they slipped that napkin into a paper bag. And soon after that, the napkin was sent off for DNA testing. It took a while for the results to come back, but when they did, they showed DeHill exactly what he had been looking for. They were a match. DeHill had found Victoria's murderer. Based on DNA test results, evidence found at the crime scene, and police interviews, here is a reconstruction of what police believe happened on November 25th, 2011, the morning that somebody murdered Victoria Shakte. The sun wouldn't rise for hours, but the killer was already hard at work. They sat at a wooden table staring at their creation. They had spent months collecting the necessary items to complete the project, and now they were finally ready to finish it and put it to use. The killer took a big breath in and exhaled slowly through their mouth. They told themselves that staying calm was key. Shaky hands or sudden movements could be very dangerous. The killer slowly put the finishing touches on the pipe bomb, then backed away from the table and let out a huge breath and felt their shoulders relax. They reached down and picked up a white cardboard box off the floor, and they carefully set the bomb inside of the box. They closed the box and then grabbed a piece of paper and a colored pen, and they wrote the word Victoria in large, festive-looking letters on the paper, and then taped it to the top of the cardboard box. Finally, the killer picked up a large green and gold gift bag and placed the box inside. A few minutes later, the killer drove through Innisfail and arrived on Victoria's street. They drove a little ways past her apartment and then parked their car. Then, after pulling their dark cap down to cover their face, the killer stepped out of the car and looked up and down the street. It was empty. So they reached into the passenger seat and took the heavy gift bag containing the bomb, and they walked carefully towards Victoria's apartment. As they moved, they did their best to stay in the shadows and avoid the streetlights. Finally, the killer reached Victoria's apartment, and they placed the gift bag down right in front of the front door, and then the killer knocked on the door, and then turned and ran away as fast as they could. By the time Marlene opened the door, the killer was already gone. Hours later, at around 9 a.m., Victoria and Marlene returned from Victoria's stepfather's house, and right away Marlene headed to the kitchen to do the dishes. But while she was at the sink, she didn't hear or see Victoria, who wheeled herself into the kitchen as well, and Victoria grabbed the gift bag off the kitchen table where Marlene had left it, she put it on her lap, and then wheeled herself into the dining room. Victoria opened up the bag and saw there was a white cardboard box inside. She took the box out and let the bag fall to the floor. And when this happened, Victoria very likely saw that there was a tag on this box. There was that piece of paper that said Victoria in colorful ink, and so for Victoria, this very likely confirmed in her head that Marlene and her stepfather were overreacting about this box. Clearly, this was just an early Christmas present for Victoria, and it was no big deal. And so Victoria ultimately opened up the box, and when she did, the box exploded. And by the time the explosion actually happened, the killer had already arrived in Edmonton, where he had business to conduct, and where his wife was going to see the opera. Brian Malley, Victoria's family friend and her financial advisor, was her killer. It would turn out the image of a kind, outgoing, successful businessman that Brian showed the world was nothing more than an act that he had spent years cultivating. In reality, Brian was a former cop who had been kicked off the Edmonton police force about 3 years after he had joined. Brian's first wife had divorced him because she believed he was a physical threat to her and their daughter, and his second wife had also divorced him because Brian was having an affair with a coworker. But somehow, Brian had managed to hide all of that, and he sort of reinvented himself when he had moved to the small town of Innisfail. And soon he had established himself as a reliable construction worker, and then later as an honest and trustworthy financial advisor. But the truth was, Brian never really changed, and he made a habit out of using his clients' money for his own gain, making risky and even illegal investments in the hope that he could make some big money on commissions. And he got away with it for a while. But in 2011, Victoria had started to wonder why her large investment account kept dwindling so quickly. When she had asked Brian about it, he just kept saying the problem was that Victoria gave too much of her money away to her family. But when Victoria continued to push him for more information about what was happening, Brian started to panic. Because he had actually invested over 90% of Victoria's money in a single, very high-risk stock. And that stock had just cratered, so almost all of Victoria's money was now gone. And Brian had never consulted Victoria about doing this investment, so she had no idea what had even happened. He also obviously never disclosed the inherent risk of putting so much money into a single stock. Basically, you can lose everything really quickly. Brian knew his actions violated multiple Canadian financial laws, so he decided the only way to avoid getting caught and going to jail was to kill Victoria and pin the murder on her own brother. Now, Victoria's brother had nothing to do with the murder, and it was never shown that he had ever dealt drugs. But ultimately, it was the investigators' initial pursuit of the brother's possible drug connection to this crime that had led DeHill and his team to uncover Brian's financial crimes. But even with all of this information about his financial crimes, DeHill needed something much more concrete to directly connect Brian to the murder. Luckily, that piece of paper Brian had written Victoria on and then taped to the bomb survived the blast, and DNA samples from that paper ended up matching the DNA sample taken from the napkin that Brian had thrown away when he was at the fast food restaurant. And so after finding that match, DeHill and his team moved in and arrested Brian. Brian was ultimately found guilty of first-degree murder and several charges related to constructing and delivering an explosive device. He was sentenced to life in prison with a chance for parole after 25 years. Thank you for listening to the Mr. Ballin podcast. If you enjoyed today's stories, and you're looking for more strange, dark, and mysterious content, be sure to check out all of our studio's podcasts. They are this one, of course, Mr. Ballin Podcast, and we also have Mr. Ballin's Medical Mysteries, we have Bedtime Stories, and also Run Fool. To find those other podcasts, all you have to do is search for Ballin Studios wherever you listen to your podcasts. To watch hundreds more stories just like the ones you heard today, head over to our YouTube channel, which is just called Mr. Ballin. So that's going to do it. I really appreciate your support. Until next time, see ya. You're listening ad-free on Amazon Music. In 1969, an adventure magazine reporter named Milt Macklin flew to New Guinea with his film crew to shoot a documentary about a missing person. Milt's hope was that he was actually going to find this missing person and capture it on film, really pushing his documentary over the top. But despite shooting all this footage and looking all over the place in New Guinea, they never actually found the missing person. So Milt ultimately went back home and just kind of put the film in storage and never watched it. Well, 40 years later, that footage would get pulled out of storage because another film crew wanted to make their own documentary about this missing person. And when they watched this footage, they found something totally unbelievable on it. So today, I'm going to tell you the story of what they found in that footage, and then more importantly, I'm going to tell you what this footage revealed about the missing person. And I will say now, it is highly disturbing. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right podcast because that's all we do and we upload twice a week, once on Monday and once on Thursday. So if that's of interest to you, please point at the Amazon Music follow button shirt and tell them they have something on it. And then when they look down, just flick them in the nose. Okay, let's get into today's story. On the morning of Saturday, November 18th, 1961, a 23-year-old man named Michael Rockefeller reached down and grabbed the pull cord that was connected to the outboard motor that was on the boat that Michael was riding in. And Michael, he pulled and pulled on that cord, but he could not get this engine to restart. It just sputtered and wouldn't turn over. And without power, that meant that Michael and his small crew just continued to drift farther and farther out to sea. But that wasn't even the worst of this situation. The boat that Michael and his crew were on, which was a 40-foot-long catamaran, it was 2 handcrafted canoes tied together, well, it was starting to sink. Minutes before, Michael and his crew had been happily traveling along the beautiful green jungled coast of New Guinea when they had to cross over this area where the water was particularly turbulent. There was this river in New Guinea that was feeding out to the Arafura Sea, which is where Michael and his crew were, and where this brown river met the blue water, it became very choppy with lots of rough waves. And so as Michael and his crew tried to cross that area, the waves came on board, they flooded the engine, it shut off, and then as more and more waves landed inside the boat began to sink. The reason why Michael and his crew were even out here and taking these chances to begin with is because Michael wanted to go see this tribe called the Asmats that lived in New Guinea, basically right past this area where this river was. They lived right on the coast. Michael was obsessed with the artwork that the Asmat tribe created, in particular, the very unique bis pole. These poles are created by the master carvers within the Asmat tribe. What they do is they take a single piece of wood and they etch it away until it looks like it's a bunch of men standing on each other's shoulders. Now, these bis poles are totally beautiful and intricate and wonderful to look at, but the Asmat tribe doesn't make them for art. They make them because they believe they contain the souls of the warriors from their tribe who have been killed in combat. And until the Asmats avenge these downed warriors, basically until the tribe kills their enemies, these souls remain trapped in these bis poles. Which means the Asmats don't really ever get rid of these poles. They don't sell them, they don't throw them away, they are just part of their culture and society. But months ago, Michael had come and visited the Asmat tribe. He had learned about these bis poles and what they meant, and he believed he had successfully negotiated a deal where he would barter some of his own goods in order to get one of their bis poles. But even though Michael gave them all the things he had offered, they had not in return sent the bis pole. And so now Michael was coming back to hopefully be able to claim the bis pole and take it with him. But as Michael sat in his sinking catamaran, watching the muddy shores of New Guinea get farther and farther away as he drifted farther and farther out into the Arafura Sea, the last thing on his mind was the bis pole. He needed to figure out what they were going to do. Michael's crew consisted of 3 other people. There was a French anthropologist named René, and there were 2 teenagers who were actually Asmat guides, and their names were Simon and Leo. And so after Michael was unable to start the engine up, all 3 of them took their turn yanking on the cord, but they too could not get it to start. Finally, Simon and Leo spoke up, and they said to Michael and René that at this point they believed their only hope was abandoning the catamaran, jumping into the ocean, and swimming to shore, which for now was about a half-mile away, but they were drifting so quickly out to sea that if they waited any longer, they might be too far away to actually make that swim. But René was not a good swimmer at all, and Michael was just not ready to totally abandon ship and leave this thing out here to sink, because on board the catamaran was all this stuff he had brought along, like tobacco and fishing line and clothes and candy and all this different stuff that he knew this tribe wouldn't have, and he could use it as leverage to continue bartering to get his bis pole and to get other artwork they might be offering. And so even though Michael understood that obviously this catamaran and everything on it is going to sink into the ocean at some point, he just wasn't there mentally to jump off now and just kind of abandon all this stuff. And so a decision was made that the 2 Asmat guides, the 2 teenagers, Simon and Leo, they, on their own, would jump out, swim to shore, and try to get help, while Michael and René stayed back and waited for that help to come. And so, a few moments later, the 2 teenagers jumped into the water and began their long swim to shore, and as they did, Michael watched, and it suddenly dawned on him just how far away he was from his own home. It had been months since Michael had last showered, so he smelled terrible. He was totally sunburned and caked in dirt, and his hands were rough and calloused from all the rowing he was doing. But this was not really Michael's real life, because Michael was not from New Guinea or from anywhere near here. He was actually from America, where his family was one of the most well-known, influential, and richest families ever. Like in the history of humanity, the Rockefeller family are in like the top 10 of the most powerful people ever. Michael's grandfather was the oil tycoon John D. Rockefeller, who at the time was literally the richest man in the world. And Michael's father, Nelson Rockefeller, was at the time the governor of New York and the future vice president of the United States. But despite having these unbelievable resources at his disposal, Michael was not compelled to kind of be a Rockefeller. Instead, he found his calling in the wilds of New Guinea. He had first come here 7 months earlier with a team of Harvard University filmmakers who were looking to document a very remote tribe. And Michael just fell in love with the adventure of this trip, even though on this trip, while they were filming a battle between this remote tribe and another tribe, Michael got shot accidentally in the shoulder with an arrow. So despite being wounded effectively in combat, Michael just loved being in New Guinea. In fact, Michael actually never told his family about getting shot in the shoulder with this arrow because he was worried if he told his family, the all-powerful Rockefeller family, they would respond by seeking out retribution against one of these tribes that had inadvertently harmed Michael Rockefeller. And so Michael was just very respectful and protective of the people he came in contact with in New Guinea, and in many ways he viewed them as more like his people than his family. And so after the Harvard University filmmakers wrapped up their documentary and went back to America, Michael had stayed in New Guinea. And in the meantime, his father, Nelson Rockefeller, had opened up a museum back home in New York called the Museum of Primitive Art, and what it displayed was artwork from places like New Guinea. Now, this was the early 1960s, and so many Westerners viewed natives of New Guinea, like the people of the Asmat tribe, as being very primitive and backwards. And so as a result, there was a lot of people that were drawn to this new museum in New York just for the spectacle of it, to see what these primitive backwards people were creating. But Michael felt like he had a deeper understanding of the natives of New Guinea, and he felt like it was his responsibility to go out and find the incredible artwork all around New Guinea, including like the bisque poles from the Asmat tribe, and send that artwork back to his father to be put up in this museum so that it was more than just a spectacle. Michael wanted the people of the West to appreciate and respect the natives of New Guinea the same way he did, and he believed through art he could do that. And so Michael had teamed up with René, the French anthropologist, to go all around New Guinea to find this artwork to send back to his dad. A few hours after Simon and Leo had leapt off the sinking catamaran and began their swim to shore, Michael and René had no idea if they'd even made it to shore. They hadn't seen anybody show up to rescue them, and so as far as they knew, they had no idea how close they were to being rescued or not. And as they looked down, they saw their catamaran was sinking lower and lower in the water. And so at some point, Michael and René just grabbed buckets and began bailing the water out of the catamaran, which was totally useless. The water was coming in way too quickly, but they had nothing else to do, and so they're bailing the water out, and then a rogue wave comes through and flips the entire catamaran over, sending Michael and René into the sea. And so luckily, Michael and René were able to swim to the surface. They swam over to the now upturned catamaran, but there was an air pocket kind of trapped underneath it, and so it was staying afloat. And so Michael and René grabbed onto the catamaran, and Michael actually grabbed a gas canister that had come off the boat, and he attached it to his belt like a flotation device. And so he and René just kind of held on to this upturned catamaran. Michael was also supported by this gas canister, and they just continued to wait, hoping that Simon and Leo had made it to shore and that help would be arriving soon. But in the back of Michael's mind, he knew that if help didn't come soon, Michael might have to do something drastic, like attempt the swim himself, which now was way farther than half a mile away. By the next morning, when the sun came up, Michael and Renee were still in the water holding on to that catamaran, waiting for help to arrive, but no help had come. Now, Michael was a very good swimmer, but by this point, he knew they were at least 5 or maybe even 10 miles from shore, so this would be a gargantuan swim in pretty rough waters. But, Michael, he's a Rockefeller. He had a lot of confidence, and he began telling Renee that, hey, I'm going to do this swim. I know I can do it. I can swim the whole distance. Even if it's 10 miles, I can do it. You're going to have to just hang tight. It's going to take a while, but I'll get us help. Renee begged Michael not to go, but Michael said, I have to do something. Otherwise, we're going to die out here. And so all Renee could do was watch as Michael stripped off some of his clothes and attached another gas canister to his belt to give him a little bit more flotation. And then Michael shook Renee's hand. And then right around 8 a.m. on Sunday, November 19th, 1961, Michael began the swim. About 12 hours later, so that night, while Renee is still just holding onto this catamaran, hoping help is going to come soon, suddenly, kind of without warning, the sky suddenly erupted with this incredibly bright flame. And what it was a plane flying overhead that had spotted Renee and the upturned catamaran. They had fired a flare into the air to be like, hey, we see you, we're going to send help. And then, just a couple of hours later, a boat came around and picked Renee up. And when Renee climbed on board, he was so relieved, and he asked the captain, hey, did Michael Rockefeller tell you I was out here? Is that why you knew I was here? And the captain said, no, we were told by 2 teenagers, 2 guides, Simon and Leo, that you were out here. No one's heard from Michael. Now, you need to remember that Michael Rockefeller was a Rockefeller. And so as soon as Renee heard, oh my goodness, we don't know where Michael is, and he told the captain that Michael had begun this unbelievably long swim to shore to get help, it was like suddenly a bomb had gone off in the Rockefeller family, and they committed all of their money and their resources and their influence to launch the biggest manhunt basically ever to find Michael. They dispatched ships and helicopters and planes. They got in touch with the U.S. Navy and got them to be fully involved. I mean, they looked everywhere for weeks, but they could not find Michael. This search for Michael would continue for years. Now, it wouldn't be as intense as the first few weeks, but there was always somebody or some entity looking for Michael around the area where he had begun that swim. But by 1964, so 3 years after Michael had begun the swim to shore, the Rockefeller family finally accepted that Michael had to be dead, that he had to have drowned on that 5 or 10 mile swim to shore. And when the family finally kind of accepted that that is what happened, that became the story in America about what happened to Michael Rockefeller. In fact, his sister even wrote a best-selling book about grieving his loss. But in New Guinea, a very different story began to spread about what happened to Michael. Rumors about his fate were whispered along trade routes and between visiting missionaries and gossiped about in tabloid and adventure magazines. In 1969, so 5 years after Michael was declared dead by his family, an adventure magazine reporter named Milt Macklin heard from this mysterious Australian person who was a source for this magazine that they had actually run into Michael Rockefeller recently in the jungle of New Guinea, not far from where he supposedly disappeared. And Milt would actually follow up on this tip, despite how not credible it was, and he would go to New Guinea with a film crew, and he would go to this area, and he would look everywhere for Michael, he would talk to locals. I mean, he really scoured the area, but there was no sign of Michael. And so Milt, feeling very let down by this, he came back home, and he actually wrote a best-selling book about his quest to find Michael Rockefeller. But, crucially, even though he had shot all this footage, both at a distance and up close, of all these tribes in the area where Michael supposedly was, he and his team never really reviewed the footage. They basically shot all this footage while they were there looking for Michael, couldn't find him, and said, meh, and put the footage aside. But 40 years later, another documentary film crew decided they were going to go to New Guinea and look for Michael because there were still all these rumors floating around that Michael was alive and living in the jungles of New Guinea. And before they actually went to New Guinea to go looking for Michael, they uncovered this unwatched footage from Milt Macklin, and they watched all of it, and they discovered something unbelievable. amongst the hours and hours of footage, there is this brief shot taken from a distance where the film crew was shooting on land out towards the water, and you see this canoe come into frame. And it's full of Asmat tribe warriors. This is a war party, and they're making their way, presumably, into battle with some other tribe. But amongst these big, strong men is one man who totally stands out, because he doesn't look like the other Asmat warriors. He is a naked, bearded white man who, again, even though the quality of the film was poor, he totally looked like Michael Rockefeller. And so as soon as word got out about this footage, very quickly rumors began to spread all around the world about how this heir to a billionaire's fortune had decided to turn away from his family and just live amongst the Asmat tribe as one of theirs. Now, again, we have no idea if that really was Michael Rockefeller. It could easily have been, a missionary or some other white person that happened to be in New Guinea, but the story was incredible, and so it spread everywhere. In 2012, so 4 years after this unwatched Milt Macklin footage came to light, and over 50 years since Michael Rockefeller actually went missing, a National Geographic journalist named Carl Hoffman, who had grown up totally fascinated by the mystery surrounding Michael Rockefeller, he decided that he would go to New Guinea and finally get to the bottom of what happened to Michael Rockefeller. And after Carl and his interpreter went to New Guinea and lived with the Asmat tribe for months and gained their trust and gained their respect, they began to tell him a brand new story that he had never heard before about what happened to Michael, the real story. And they gave him a dire warning that if he ever told anyone what actually happened to Michael, that the whole village would likely be killed, and maybe even he too would be killed. But Carl didn't listen. After hearing what really happened to Michael, he left New Guinea and wrote a book about it called Savage Harvest. And from his book, here is what happened to Michael Rockefeller. On the morning of November 19th, 1961, so roughly 24 hours after Michael had jumped into the water and began this 5 to 10 mile swim to shore to get help, 3 Asmat tribe elders named Finn, Ajim, and Pep sat amongst 50 other tribe members in 8 long canoes. And they weren't going anywhere. They were just kind of resting at the mouth of this river, the same river that dumped out into the Arafura Sea, which is exactly where Michael and his crew had ran into all those rough waters and overturned, causing their whole situation. And so all these tribespeople are just sitting there in their canoes. Some of them are smoking loosely wrapped cigars. Others are chewing on flour made from a palm plant called sago. And they're all naked, minus a couple of bands around their knees and their elbows, and some of them had very intricate piercings in their noses and their ears, but they're all just kind of sitting there. It was a long day, and they're enjoying some peace and quiet. But then suddenly, Ajim, one of the elders, noticed something making its way into the river from the sea. It was this white thing kind of slithering towards them, and immediately Ajim called out to the others to look, there's something over there. It's a white crocodile, it's a serpent, it's something. And they all look, and they're watching, and slowly this white thing is moving its way closer and closer to them. And so, not wanting to be caught off guard, the entire group got ready and began paddling over to see what this thing was. Because if it was a threat, they could deal with it. If it wasn't, so be it. And so as these 8 canoes converged on this white thing, some of them had their spears up ready to attack. But when they finally saw what this creature was, they realized it was not some serpent or crocodile or something. It was a white man. And he was floating on his back, and he had these weird flotation devices on, but he was not a threat. And so right away, all the tribesmen, they put down their spears, they kind of laugh, thinking that they were in danger for a second. And this white man, who was Michael Rockefeller, he rolled over and he looked up and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He's just swam like 10 miles to get here, and he's seeing the tribe that he had come to see in the first place. They've come here to rescue him. And so practically crying with relief, he turned around and grabbed one of their canoes. And as soon as he did, one of the elders, Pep, looked down at Michael holding onto his boat. And then Pep looked up at the other 2 elders, Finn and Ajim, and they just stared at each other, then back at Michael, then back at each other, and then they nodded in agreement. And then Pep helped Michael into the boat. Michael immediately just laid in the middle of the boat. You know, he was so exhausted from that swim, but he was so relieved, and he just laid there while the tribe kind of got back into position. They turned their canoes around and began paddling back up the river, back inland. And as they paddled, they began this very strange chant. All 8 canoes, all 50 plus members of the tribe, all in unison began this chant. And Michael, you know, he had studied the Asmat tribe and felt like he knew a lot about their culture, but he had never heard this particular chant before. And so he was enchanted by it, and he tried to ask them, you know, what does this mean? But they just completely ignored Michael and just continued to paddle and chant. And so Michael just laid there listening, getting carried along to safety, when all of a sudden the chanting stopped and the canoes turned and kind of made their way into this little inlet that led to a clearing right on the shore. And so Michael noticed they were slowing down, and so he kind of barely got up and looked over the edge of the canoe to see if they were at their village. But when he looked up, he saw there was no village in sight. It was just this clearing out on the shore. And right away, Michael's like, well, I hope we're going to the village soon, because I have to find someone who can get in touch with the authorities, who can then go and rescue Renee, and hopefully find Simon and Leo as well. And so Michael began trying to ask the men in his canoe if they would help him, but there was, of course, a massive language barrier, and neither side really understood the other. And then at some point, one of the men from the Asmat tribe just began laughing at Michael. And when he did, the majority of the rest of the tribe looked over, saw what was going on, and they too began laughing at Michael. So Michael had no idea what was going on, and then before he could do anything else, the entire tribe stopped laughing, and it was like in an instant, they were back into that rhythmic chanting as they slowly began making their way out of their canoes, making their way onto shore. And so Michael began to sense that something was wrong, and instead of getting out of the canoe with the rest of the tribe, he kind of instinctively laid back down on the canoe, almost like he was trying to get away from them. And when he did that, the tribesman who had first laughed at Michael, he stood right over Michael as he's doing this chant, and he smiled at Michael, and then he raised his spear, and he drove it into Michael's side. And the second he did that, other members of the tribe raised these horns they were carrying and began blasting into their horns. And so Michael, he's screaming out in pain, but he's got no strength to defend himself. And so he kind of like rolled over onto the other side on this canoe, kind of trying to protect himself. And when he did that, the guy just lifted his spear again with a big smile on his face and drove it into Michael's other side. After the man pulled the spear out, Michael, who's in horrible pain, managed, perhaps with his adrenaline, to pull himself up and over the side of the canoe. So he kind of fell out onto the mud, and he tried to stand up to get away from them, but there was nowhere he could go. And so as he's kind of fumbling in the mud, 2 of the tribesmen walked up behind him, grabbed him under the arms, and they began carrying him across the clearing towards the jungle. And as they walked, that rhythmic chanting continued, and periodically Michael would hear someone blast on their horn. And so Michael was dragged across the shoreline into the jungle, and then finally to another clearing in the jungle, not anywhere near their village, and Michael was positioned in the middle of this clearing and put on his knees. So Michael, he's kind of guarding his sides with his arms. He's incredibly weak. He's on his knees. The tribe kind of formed a circle around him, and they're continuing this chant. And then at some point, one of the tribesmen walked up to Michael, grabbed his head, and pushed it forward, exposing the back of his neck. And then another tribe member walked in, and again, the whole time, this chanting is going on, horns are being blown, and this other tribesman comes up, and he raises an axe, and he brings it down on the back of Michael's neck. It would turn out the Asmat tribe knew who Michael was. They remembered him from his visit several months earlier when he had attempted to barter for their bis poles. And they had been totally offended that this rich white man had shown up and thought he could just buy one of their sacred artifacts like it was some trinket to be put on display in a museum. And so they had held on to a deep hatred for him. That was why they didn't send their bis pole to him. They weren't going to give it to him. But when Michael had kind of magically floated into their river, and suddenly the Asmat tribe has him sitting in their canoe, the 3 village elders, Finn, Ajim, and Pep, they all just kind of looked at each other and nodded in agreement that they were going to ritualistically kill Michael to avenge the deaths of many of their fallen warriors that those bis poles apparently contained the souls of. Because many of their warriors had been killed by white men in the past, and so Michael was going to be their way to avenge their souls. And so that chant that Michael heard them all saying, that was the chant they did when they performed this execution ritual. Except they didn't just kill Michael. After one of those tribesmen brought the axe down on the back of Michael's neck, another tribesman walked up and grabbed Michael's hair, pulled his head back, and used a knife to slash at his throat to actually remove his head. And then after his head was removed, again with all the chanting continuing in this circle the whole time, members of the tribe came up and began cutting Michael's body absolutely to pieces, separating his organs and his flesh and his bones into different piles, and then very quickly they got a fire going and cooked and ate Michael. And of all the parts of his body that were eaten, his brain was apparently the most important, and so only Finn, Ajim, and Pep, the three elders, were allowed to eat the brain. And then finally, after they had finished eating and took all the remaining meat that had not been consumed, and they put it into their pouches to eat later, Finn, one of the elders, took Michael's skull, and he would bring it back to the village, and he would cover it in banana leaves, and he would paint it, and treat it like a trophy. A few days later, when that huge search party came through the area looking for Michael, the Asmat tribe knew they could never whisper a word about what happened to Michael, because if it got out, it's very likely that Westerners would want to retaliate against them. And so for decades and decades, their secret stayed safe until Carl Hoffman of the National Geographic heard the story and then wrote the book about it, Savage Harvest. But despite publishing this book and lots of people reading it, there was always some question about the credibility of the story, because remember, there's all this intrigue and mystery around Michael's story to begin with, and now we have this account coming from the Asmat tribe, and so no one really knew how legitimate it was. And so, to this day, the Rockefeller family, and generally speaking, authorities at large, still say that Michael Rockefeller drowned on his swim to shore trying to get help, and that's it. Thank you for listening to the Mr. Ballin podcast. If you enjoyed today's story and you're looking for more bone-chilling content, be sure to check out all of our studio's podcasts. Those are Mr. Ballin's Medical Mysteries, Bedtime Stories, and Runful. Just search for Ballin Studios wherever you get your podcasts, and you will find all of them. Also, there are hundreds more stories like the one you listened to today, but in video format on our YouTube channel. And our YouTube channel is just called Mr. Ballin. Go check it out. So that's going to do it. I really appreciate your support. Until next time, see ya.
A few years ago, after quarantine ended, I found myself in Flagstaff, Arizona, creeping into the empty Spanish-style lobby of the Hotel Monte Vista. I was terrified. But not because it was supposedly the most haunted hotel in the West. With a wailing baby spirit in the basement, ghostly flappers who grope guests at night, and a mad pig-slaughtering butcher who haunted room 220. What had me panicking? Well, I'd just come face to face with the person who invited me there. On a grand marble stairway stood the hotel's owner, a striking bohemian woman. Her name was Charlotte Monroe. But back in high school, I called her Lottie. Lottie used to be the love of my life. Unrequited, that is. A wild child who loved comics and slasher movies just like me. She was the one, but I was too chicken to ever make a move. By the end of school, Lottie made hers. She said, "Blow off college, Rodney. Let's buy a junky old car and get the hell out of Maryland." She wanted to hit the road, find the most haunted places, face the scariest ghosts, and laugh in their faces. I nearly said yes, until my grandma let me have it. She called Lottie a dishonest flake, a flirt who'd abandon me for another man, or worse, get me killed. I disagreed, but I was afraid to give up college and my carefully planned future. I asked Lottie to wait, but that girl barreled through life like a freight train. She was sad I wasn't coming, but she was still going. The only time we ever kissed was the night she kissed me goodbye. I never heard from her again. And the one became the one that got away. Here we are, almost 40 years later. There was so much to say, but honestly, I just wanted to hug her. I was gathering the courage to do that when a strange wind blew through the lobby. The chandeliers flickered. In the corner, a rocking chair swayed. Too quickly. Somewhere in the distance, I heard the echo of eerie laughter. I gulped. This place really is haunted, isn't it? Lottie nodded gravely. Yeah, Rodney. And that's why I need your help. You're listening to Run Fool. I'm Rodney Barnes, and this is episode 26, Hotel Monte Vista, Part 1. The wind died down, and Lottie beckoned me to the chair that rocked on its own. She snapped her fingers, and it stopped. I asked, was that a ghost? Lottie smiled. No, more like an echo. Now sit. I did as I was told. Lottie bent behind a desk, then came back with a bottle of bourbon. She slid it across the ground to me. I remember the night in high school when we split a six-pack of wine coolers. I felt like a shy kid all over again as I took a swig. I asked, how did she get here? She smirked. Your fault. You filled my head with all those horror stories. No wonder I ended up in one. Not right after school, though. When I went on my road trip, the only monsters I met were awful boyfriends. I bristled. Even as a grown man, I guess I still hadn't fully moved on from her. Lottie leaned in. But a few years later, I came here with a guy and had the scariest night of my life. It was the summer of 1992 and a storm battered Flagstaff. A brand new red Miata pulled up to the curb by the Hotel Monte Vista. Lottie hopped out of the passenger side. The warm rain soaked her, but she didn't mind. It was refreshing. Her sort of boyfriend Sam got out too. He did not look refreshed. Sam was a banker. Lottie had met him when her car broke down in Atlanta. He was cute, but uptight. So Lottie was shocked when he agreed to a cross-country road trip with her. He wasn't the most fun, but hey, he drove a cool car and paid for stuff. Sam stared up at the three-story hotel's flickering red sign. Why do you want to stay here? Lottie hauled their bags out of the trunk, then kissed him. You'll see. Lottie and Sam walked through the double doors into a shadowy lobby. Ornate chandeliers hung from the ceiling, but most of the bulbs were dim. A staircase led up to a second floor, but
Alright, stream. I will be back on to probably tomorrow. By noon-ish. Call tonight. I will see you tomorrow. February 12th.